means that there had to be something put the earth there. So it's like it's a
I mean,
huge conversation.
but people believe that anyways.
So some people believe
Whether the
that,
Earth
but
is round or flat.
that's right. You're right. But some people don't realize that it's actually just objectively a fact. It doesn't require you just to think maybe it's true or, well, just in case I die and there is a God, I'll pretend I like it because just in case I'll play it safe. It becomes much more real when there's literally no doubt about it that it was placed here. And it just means that there's tons of people lying to you. It also means now that you found out there's a circle drawn around you called the Antarctic Circle, that there may be way more land we don't know about, and they kept you in your little playpen like the Hunger Games, and they're telling you to be good little slaves, and it's
Actually,
illegal for you to go outside of the 60th south latitude, and every major country in the world has signed a treaty that says you can't go there, and they told you
dude,
that you're insignificant. I think you should probably want to know that, right? Like if you were put in a slave playpen, wouldn't you want to know that they lied about where you live and that they're keeping you in a little circle so you can't see
I
the
mean, we're already slaves anyways. We're working jobs when we shouldn't be working jobs. So.
It's a mindset.
Well, your retorts are kind of like fanning your hand at what it said to you, but he's answering your questions to answer your questions. And the question that you ask is, what does it matter? Who is lying? What does it matter? Well, what he told you is why it matters.
Yeah, but it's like it's not really going to change the way that I live, though, or the way that anybody really lives.
Well, that's not true. If you understand that the world order you live in, if you understand the world order that you live in is governed by wicked wolves in sheep's clothes as opposed to them masquerading as benevolent.
But we're already sheeps. Like you keep saying sheep this, sheep that. We're already sheeps. We're actually sheeps by people that aren't claimed to be who you claim the creator is. Like we're literally.
Hang on. You're blurting out.
We're literally sheeps, right?
Wait, listen. You blurted out your retort.
It's not going to be like fundamentally change my life because I'm already a slave.
Like, but wait, and listen. Why are you blurting out and interrupting people?
This flat Earth, but rather was put on this flat Earth to direct a motive.
Wait and listen. Why are you blurting out and interrupting people? It doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to answer your questions, and you keep blurting out and interrupting the answer that's given to you. You're whistling past the meaning and importance of what is being said to you, and you blurt out and interrupt people.
Okay,
I don't understand.
Wait.
The reason it does matter. The reason it does matter is because either the world order is governed by people who love the people or don't love the people. If they don't love the people, then they're doing all manner of wickedness for the wicked ends that is contrary to the well-being of the people. It makes a big difference.
What if they think they're lying to you for your own good?
If they believe that, that makes it even worse.
Like, let's try to meet her halfway, right? This is how you wake people up. You got to meet people where they are. I empathize with what they're saying. You're right. With or without the earth being flat, it's a crazy world. We're put into this 9 to 5, get a college degree, live in debt, work years to pay it off, get a mortgage, pay off your debt, drown in debt, and then never really have any purpose. And there's a powerful few that try to basically monopolize and run every sector of our lives. That's true, okay? But once you start to find out exactly how big it is, meaning exactly what they're doing and how they're pulling that off, all of a sudden you can step outside of it. If you run around ignorant and you're just like, well, nothing matters, life sucks, then you're a perfect slave. Right? This has been written about for centuries. The way that you have slaves is you break their spirit and you make them apathetic. Okay. You make them nihilistic. You make them think that life doesn't matter. If you can make them believe that, then you get perfect slaves because they're like, well, it doesn't matter if I'm a slave no matter what. So I might as well just walk around and accept my slavery. And that's what they want. Now, the people that you're talking to in here, we broke out of that. So, I go walk on the earth with my shoes off because I know that makes my blood alkaline. Right. And I know that I can avoid any type of sickness or cancer. I eat organic food and try to grow my own food. And now I have chickens that lay my own eggs. And now I'm starting to pull power back in my life. We're starting to awaken and become independent of the slavery. Right. That's the point. Is changes your entire viewpoint of life, and you realize that there are powerful people, but they've tricked you because of ignorance, and they've gotten you to think that life doesn't matter. That's the whole point, and that's what the answer to your question. You need to really soak it in and have some humility and think about it, because it's life-changing things. What I'm saying to you is you can feel it in your spirit. I know that you can. You have one, and there's no way around it, and you can feel it. This is important. The truth is that you're special. This earth was created. It doesn't move. It's the center of all things. That means the earth is special. And the fact that you were placed on the earth, that was placed here, there's no way around it. You're also special. So when they try to break your spirit and tell you that you're not and you have no hope and all this stuff, that's all a stupid little lie. And they need you to believe it to keep you in control. You're only a slave if you agree to be a slave. I am not a slave. Do not speak for me and the rest of the room and say, well, we're all slaves. I'm not a slave. Right? Slave is a mental agreement that you're entering into, and that's kind of the bigger point here.
The time of your life is the time of your life is the only asset you really have, and they can take it from you. But the problem is there is another one, which is your soul, and they can't do anything with your soul. They win nothing if they take your soul, but they still want to take it.
Well, they do.
In other words, it's not beneficial to do evil in the world if you still want to do it.
Sorry, Gregory. Yeah, they win something by breaking your spirit, though. That's actually the truth. I'm explaining it. Yeah. The way that even in modern America, the way that slavery worked was you broke the spirit of the slave.
Yeah.
That's how it worked. That's why then you develop something called Stockholm Syndrome, which is what you're doing, but you don't realize it. Because you're not blatantly saying, well, I support them, but you're defending what they're doing and kind of undermining the importance of it and justifying it in a way. Just like if I was to kick in the door of some people that have been kidnapped and kept in a cellar, and I'm like, look, he left. I'm breaking you out of here, and I'm going to take you, and you can be free. And they're like, no, but he feeds me once a week. I'm like, bro, you can eat 3 times a day. You're a slave. I'm breaking you out here. How dare you talk about him like that? He fell water. It's called Stockholm Syndrome, where the person
he fell in love. He fell in love with the rapist. Yeah.
You see, it's a deep conversation. Like the guy said, I don't care about the earth being flat. What he means is whether the earth's flat or a triangle or whatever it was, he doesn't care what it is or how it was made or whatever. He cares that we're being lied to. That's what matters. We're being lied to about what it is. And when you find out what it really is, it has certain logical axioms, requirements, antecedents. And that means if the earth is stationary, it was placed there. And when you go look into it, you'll find out all these quote unquote scientists, Edwin Hubble, Stephen Hawking, Albert Einstein, they know you can't prove the earth is moving. They want you to think the earth is insignificant. And so because of philosophy, they ignore the evidence. You're allowed to think for yourself. And so we're just trying to point out to you that, look, take your power back. You have the right to decide yourself.
And profound implications.
The lies you choose to ignore in your life, those are the lies who will make you suffer the most.
So the nature of the earth, which is the centerpiece of the cosmos you and I dwell in and have our entire human experience in, demonstrates and implies profound implications. What caused it to be there? Why is it there? What's the purpose of it? What's the ultimate end of it? You see, how we ought to live on it. What is possible, what is impossible on it.
Yeah. Well, it's impossible to become a god. It's impossible to become the parent of your own parents.
Correct.
Time travel is impossible. But no, today scientists, they like to tell us, oh, but physics doesn't forbid time travel. It's possible, but we don't have the technology. No, nature forbids us from time travel. It literally forbids. The laws of nature.
Than nature, the God who made nature, the God of nature forbids it.
Yeah. No man has transgressed that. No man has went back in time.
As you research this topic, Ruiz, These are the implications. These implications is what makes the subject important. It is a very important component of one's worldview. What is the earth? What is the nature of the earth? Which implies what caused it to exist, which implies why it was caused to exist, and the ultimate end thereof as it concerns history, and what is possible and what is impossible concerning the earth, as you and I dwell upon the earth.
Yeah, I just remember something she said. She said, well, I'm a slave anyway, you know. So how does it impact my life? Because I'm a slave anyway. Well, being a slave that doesn't know, or a slave who does know, it's a huge difference. For example, 1 year for us means 12 months. This is what we are told, and this is how we live. So we have 12 salaries in 1 year of work. Yeah. But back in the days, the calendar was the month was 28 days, and in total 1 year had 13 months. So we work in total for 13 months and we get paid for 12.
You see. Now, in spite of a low, disadvantageous socio-political position, right? In spite of you being in a disadvantageous, low socio-political position, when you know the truths that enable you to make the right choices in the way you ought to live for your ultimate well-being, then you have circumvented, you have overcome the oppression that you are still in the midst of sociopolitically. But in spite of you being in a socio-political disadvantageous position under the foot of the oppressor, you live a way of life that leads unto utter blessedness. And I submit to you, as people are familiar, both people in this room and on YouTube watching live, that I'm a disciple of Lord Yahushua, aka Jesus. In spite of my low socio-political position, I have overcome not only the human oppressors of the world and the wicked, rebellious spirits that they worship falsely, but I've overcome death itself, not by my own power, but by the power of Lord Yahushua, Jesus, who informs us about his world he made, including the shape thereof.
Very well stated indeed.
Yeah, and you also never have to worry about asteroids and crap from outer space posing a threat to your existence ever again.
There's that too.
Belief
right,
is the enemy of knowing.
Impossibilities. When you understand the truth about the cosmos, that's not a possibility. Like what Heretic just said, those are not possibilities once you understand the truth of the cosmos you live in. You understand that now.
Well, they use those stories. They are literally nothing, imaginary inventions. But with the help of them, they seed fear in the heart of people. And they start to fear things that are not real. And it's not healthy to live as paranoia, you know, because
tremendously detrimental.
Being afraid of something that is not real, that's paranoia.
Yeah, that is detrimental unto death. So should you do that detrimental? Should you be in that detrimental state of mind and behave according to that detrimental state of mind long enough?
Yeah, it distracts you from what is actually affecting you directly. You know, being afraid of unreal stuff.
In fact,
you will not be able to deal with reality.
The thing that Heretic just mentioned, aka Central Banker, I used to have that fear when I was a little boy. You see, these wicked antichrists who made Armageddon with Bruce Willis and what's the name? The other guy, the other famous actor. I actually had that fear.
Yeah. Oh, with the asteroids and stuff. Yeah.
I was in Alameda, California, sitting on my balcony on the top floor. And after I saw the movie, I'm standing on the balcony just looking up, imagining that a humongous rock, infernal rock, is coming down, crashing onto the earth, causing absolute
it
chaos.
Can fall at any time. Yeah. But actually, where have you ever seen in your lifetime those tiny little stars in the sky, they are actually rocks? You never had one in your hand. Nobody.
Gregory, to tell you only, not after that movie. I'm born in 70s. That means in Yugoslavia. In the 80s, we were afraid of some comet or something. In 80s, man. Not.
Well, they started in the 50s with alien invasions from outer space and stuff.
In addition to the fact that these supposed humongous rocks that are flying around in the vacuum that could just, by happenstance, as far as we know, just by random chance, as far as we know, just crash into the earth with no deliberate intention behind it. And so now you believe you live in a godless universe that has no one who is who's controlling all history. Excuse me with the background noise. So now you believe that there's, you live on this earth that's flying around in a vacuum with other humongous balls of solid liquid or gas flying around in the vacuum in this godless universe where the God is no one in control of overall history. And if something tragic happens, it's not good, it's not bad, it's just displeasant.
Oh, and one more thing. In human psychology, they like to categorize people. They make categories of people. And that is so wicked and wrong because each individual is unique, original, and irreplaceable unless the individual is misguided and thought to copy someone else.
Well, original.
But when you accept a category, then it's like they can replace you. Like if someone, murderer, let's say, kills a young man, and his parents are mourning at his grave, crying and blah blah. And now the criminal decides, I don't want to make jail for this guy, so I'm going to go kidnap some guy and bring it to these people and give it to them instead of their own son, to receive it as their own son. Those parents, they will never accept a different person other than their son.
Right. You say, so that's an instance of categorizing the populace into different categories to the disregard of considering the character of the individual.
Yeah. It makes you replaceable, when they categorize you.
In a universe, so to bring it back in context with cosmology, that is happening in a universe where they believe they're in a world that is godless, or the absolute supreme being of whatever they supposedly believe the nature about is not prescribing any commands that they ought to obey for their well-being, where they ought to consider the individual characteristics of an individual and love them.
You still with us?
I'm back.
Back in the
I just came from Jim Panda server, Flat Earth debate. Excuse me. Wait.
Man.
What is it called? Yeah, debate Flat Earth and more. Okay. So I just came from that server talking about, I believe we were talking about elevation angle. And talk about, they had made this appeal to measuring the quote unquote angle of whatever object at whatever height, whether you know it or not, for instance, Polaris. In the attempt to justify argue for the sphere. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, when you're trying to get the elevation angle of Polaris, right?
Yeah.
The straight lines of the triangle that, is in principle equivalent to, the distances between all the points of the things, the star and where I am in the zenith under the star. Those are the 3 points of the triangle, right? And then the baseline of the triangle, correct me if I'm wrong, the horizontal baseline of the triangle is horizontal, correct? And that represents the surface of the earth, correct?
Yeah.
They say it doesn't.
Correct.
It's just quote unquote horizontal.
Yeah, so what they're trying to do,
well, yeah, they try to say that the horizontal is curved. Yeah, they assume it is.
Well,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hang on. Wait. I want to hear your answer. My mother came in at the exact wrong time. Excuse me.
So they assume that the horizontal line, the horizon, is actually curved.
Okay, so say your answer again. She came in at the exact wrong time. I mean, my God.
I said they make the assumption that the horizontal line is actually curved.
Right, because if they're trying to relate this elevation angle process to being done on a sphere, the bottom line of the triangle would not be a line. It wouldn't be a horizontal line. It would be a curve.
I've heard them try to resolve this without having a curved baseline. So it's like, you have a certain elevation yourself when you're making an observation, and that has to be taken into account, blah, blah, blah. And you have a direct line of sight to the horizon. And so that line of sight is the new baseline, not the Earth itself.
But what? I thought the line of sight was supposed to be the line between.
Yeah, no, I think. I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for them, but I think I've heard them trying to kind of do this little dance.
Well, here's what I heard. I'm glad it stuck around. The use of a sextant by Globers, they will throw away the edification or use of the horizon when they're using the sextant. So that throws away their observation of obviously a lineal horizon, which they now take in place in stating that it's a curved horizon. And they can't witness a curved horizon, which is why they throw it away, if you catch my drift.
Good Black Swan. When they refracted the whole horizon with that Black Swan, that's why navigation went out the window after that, right?
But it's the idea that when you speak to them about using a sextant, they throw away using the horizon, and you can't do that because exactly as Gregory's outlining, using SOHCAHTOA, sine, cosine, tangent, with angles and so on and so forth, you're able to extrapolate what the locations are of things in the sky.
And so they were explaining what they were trying to say to me. So you got the star at one angle, you got another star at another angle, and on, 300, so at least 180 degrees, and then, try to, extrapolate from there that the same thing is happening on the other side of the sphere that we supposedly live on. Well, that is happening underneath the Earth. So we're supposedly, it's the attempt to say, given that it's arrayed in a sphere around, the stars are arrayed in a sphere around us, therefore that indicates that we live on a ball, and we see the celestial objects situated around, above the surface of the Earth as a sphere, therefore indicating we live on a sphere. I could tell that's what they were trying to say. But then I was thinking, trying to critically consider, simultaneously being critical and considerate of what is being said, that apparent phenomenon, right, that visual data, that visual experience can occur on a flat plane. Am I wrong?
No,
you're walking back and forth from the center to the edge of the circle of the flat plane.
No, you're spot on.
Yeah. Okay.
So, I mean, in following Dave's Dave's question or Dave's request. And Fruiz, do you understand what a sextant is?
How about physical versus optical horizon first?
Fairly stated. Sean, go with that. Or Shane, sorry.
It's all good.
I'm so sorry, man.
Don't worry. So I mean,
sleepy kiwi.
So I mean, do you think that the horizon is a physical thing that you can go behind, or an optical thing? Because the way we word it is optical horizon rises with your eye level. The higher you go, the horizon rises with you. And physical horizon means there would have to be a curve over which you cannot see. No matter how high you go, it dips below you. You with me?
Nah, she bounced. It's all good. Back to Gregory's observation. So, yeah, man. Sine, cosine, tangent. It was taught in grade 10 math. You can look it up on YouTube. But sine, cosine, tangent is what you would use to be able to figure out the distance to the star. And then also, this is the method that they use to confirm the diameter of the sun and the moon being 51 kilometers in diameter, which was the exact same thing you just said, sine, cosine, tangent.
I'm trying to
I'm listening to them describe to me what they're describing. It just is not making sense. How do you get the elevation angle? And they kept, as I'm thinking back on it, they kept obscuring it, because I'm like, okay, you're appealing to elevation angle. Polaris is there. I'm standing here. There's that point underneath the star. That's supposedly, these lines between these points includes, right, the surface of the Earth. I'm standing on the Earth. That zenith is underneath the star on the Earth. So wouldn't that not make the Earth equal to the horizontal baseline?
Yep. And let's go ahead.
I'm trying to do the celestial navigation on a flat Earth to make not to win the money, just to show them that we're not retarded, because I don't think the first showing was pretty good. My first step was to go ask the Globers how they did it. And what I realized, knowing that the Gleason's map longitudinal lines are derived from the Royal Society and therefore are from a globe, we don't really have a good map to do it. But the biggest differentiate is they use the overlapping circles to get their position, and the flat Earth should use trigonometry, meaning a flat surface. But the object we would use, the sun, we can't actually physically triangulate, right? So it's kind of a conundrum is where I left it at. Like, we can't actually use the sun to get our position because it doesn't respond as a physical object was as far as triangulation goes. And the spherical overlapping spheres way is the one on the projected globe, if that helps anyone.
Right. Being clear that the sun, right, you can't use the sun to figure out your location.
Right.
But you can use the stars. And again, the sailors who sailed the seas used the stars because they would plot their position at night using a sextant. When it was a clear night, it would indicate a clear day the next day when you could see the stars. Or sorry, when you saw the stars at night, it would indicate a clear day the following day. And
hey, I'm sorry. Yeah, you can use the sun.
Yeah, you can, because you ruined my bloody pirate thing that I came up with, my own brain. Because,
only if it's directly over above can you use the sun.
No, that's not true. Well, yeah, I guess at noon, they do the noon thing.
There we go.
But, I mean, is that true only at noon? I don't know.
So my context was trying to replot longitudinal lines, and you can only get one when the sun's right over you once a day. You can do one measurement per day sort of thing.
Yeah, that's true. But
we're using the sun to learn what again?
If we were to redefine longitudinal lines on our flat Earth, right, then we would have to make measurements, and you can only make the measurement for the new longitudinal line when the sun is directly overhead. So, me doing it by myself means one measurement per day. How many measurements? Almost infinite, right? So it has to be a combined effort to get the remapping of the longitudinal lines, not from the Royal Society.
Longitude, latitude. I never mastered that. Look it up.
So that's something to consider. On the Gleason's map, right after the equator, our longitudinal lines proceed wider in ever eccentric circles. From 60 to 70 is bigger than from 50 to 60, right? Everyone with me?
Check.
So on the globe, after the equator, they'd have to get smaller, right? to reflect the bottom of the sphere narrowing back down. And those are the longitudinal lines we have on the Gleason's map. That's why they claim it's a globe map. And at the end of it, they're right, but not for the reason that they say it is, right? It's just because the longitudinal lines after the equator are skewed because they don't reflect the ever increasing eccentric circles that they should on a flat map.
Latitude is north to south, longitude is east to west, correct?
Right. Eric Dubé did a really good explanation on longitudinal lines and how it's been screwing up navigation. People who go there thinking it's a globe trying to navigate end up into an iceberg, right? Because it's not the way in physicality how it works.
Are the longitudinal lines on a circular plane circular, stretching out and out to the edge?
Yes, but from 40 to 50 longitude is bigger, and from 50 to 60 is bigger, and ever eccentric bigger and bigger. You know how the Gleason's maps say they warp Australia? It's because it doesn't take into account that those bigger eccentric circles, they're marking them with the globe version of longitudinal lines. And that's why McToon has the money. That's why it'll never be done, because they know that little trick, and we don't have a map for which to accurately gauge that. But yeah, it turns out if you go in their channel and ask them how to navigate, they're really friendly. And then you can see the discrepancies from trying to do it from our perspective, or at least I did. Pretty helpful.
When the globalist mentions elevation angle, they are trying to assert that they can get elevation angle on a curving baseline. Is that correct?
Yes, they just project the horizon. They use a projected horizon or apparent, whatever they call it, right? It just means they simulate the flat Earth that they're on.
I thought they
could. What is the point in saying that? Like, if you concede you need a horizontal line, why do you maintain the Earth is a sphere?
When you refract your whole horizon, all bets are off in my mind, dude.
Yeah, I thought they cut the globe in half. I thought that's how they did it. No,
it's called doublethink or doublespeak. That's how they do it.
In my mind, they curve all the results. Every resultant line they get from math is a straight line. Then they curve it. And they say, "Look, behold, the Earth is a globe."
No, and then knowing that, these hardcore anti-flat earthers will tell you that a sextant can only work on a globe.
So if the horizontal line isn't really real, being the surface of the Earth, then the elevation angle that you think you've calculated on the surface of the sphere is imaginary.
That's what I make fun of them for. I said, which imaginary horizon do you guys use them for the sextant? But, I mean, the point is, it is flat, right? And if they project a flat horizon, they can use the sextant the same. That was all their refutation.
What do they mean? Say that again, horizontal line. What about it not being real? I'm not going inside.
They say that the horizontal baseline of the triangle and trying to get this elevation angle, which they're talking about to argue for the sphere, isn't the horizontal baseline is not the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth is a sphere, but you can still get the elevation angle if you imagine this horizontal line.
Right. They call it sensible, geodal, celestial, aquatic. There's so many different names for it, but it's all just made up horizons to my mind.
But like the angle between what and what, like the elevation angle of the star above what if not the Earth?
So they're measuring the apparent position according to arc tangents, right? So yeah, from your position up is how they get the apparent position. You know how they say a Polaris recedes, like for every degree, it's 80 nautical miles and it appears to recede on the horizon. That's a big thing with Craig Fight the Flat Earth. It's just apparent perspective.
Yeah, but nobody's actually witnessed that. Like nobody, like what practical, like nobody's done that.
Well, Mitchell from Australia did. Mitchell from Australia took his drone.
I mean, you don't go 60 miles and go, okay, that many degrees. Polaris, no one's done that.
Polaris works perfectly as long as it's considered to be infinitely far away, and you're going back and forth over the surface of the Earth. You'll get an angle to Polaris.
Right. And if you go, 60 miles to the southeast or any direction.
But the whole point is, like, why are they always bringing up Polaris? Like, I mean, navigation books don't really. How much do they focus on Polaris? Like, they just focus on the practicality of the navigational method.
Well, they know that everything twirls around Polaris. It's the focal point, right?
And they claim that will work on a sphere.
Yeah, but it's even saying that is a red herring to what I just said. It's not even really addressing it.
So when celestial navigators are navigating, they are looking at a star and then measuring the elevation angle of the star above the surface of the Earth, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
The mirror,
read the what I posted to you, Gregory, or posted to the live stream voice text. Gee whiz, where is it? Oh, there it is. 40 past the hour. See, this is a method we're talking about, and the elevation angle is a terminology. Where in here is the necessity to talk about Polaris?
Right. There's no need to hyperfixate on Polaris.
Right. Well, we were talking about navigation for a minute, and that's kind of the basis for all there. Like they always use Polaris as a starting point.
No, I get that, and I'm saying that no, that's not necessary.
Lou also described it pretty accurately, but I think the part that I missed too was the ship's clock. All that's good, but you need to know the time because then you'll know where in the sky the star should appear. I think that's the missing piece for the old school navigation.
Again, having nothing to do with Polaris either, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, whenever we talk about navigation, they red herring to this idea, well, not idea, but this argument of Polaris that has actually nothing to do with the entire topic,
right?
Other than the fact that it's the star.
That's Craig's red herring. He argues it on every interview he's ever done, right? He says, if I look at Polaris and it decreases 1 apparent degree when I go 80 nautical miles, that's proof of a globe. It's the most nonsense thing I've ever seen. But that's, I think, where they get it. Most people who talk about the second navigation don't know about it, I think, in my experience. I'm on both sides.
They repeated.
He's never gone 80 nautical miles. Who has?
They repeated that angle change pattern based on distance multiple times. They told me that it changes 1 degree every 69 miles.
Right.
Yeah, that's more like it.
It's also
10 miles. Sorry.
And is that not possible on a flat plane? Because they say that's what we measure, and then they say that's what happens on a sphere, but that would not happen on a flat plane. How do they know that?
They don't. It's just something they say. And to us, it's just the decrease in apparent perspective, your angular perspective, right? If you go a little bit further away, your apparent sphere of the dome around you goes with you. So then it appears.
No, but even entertaining the question is assuming that they've actually traversed this 60 miles to, or 60 something miles to make this claim.
Oh, it hasn't really been done?
No, it has. I don't think it has. Let's Google it right now.
I think the observation is the same.
Right?
Crazy
like,
rationale
what's
again,
dude.
No,
seriously, let's Google it. Like, that's the first thing I did when I found out, there are no pictures from space. I had to start somewhere. Like, let's find out if there's an answer to all this. If anyone's actually done anything.
Don't they also triangulate Polaris?
Are you sure they use triangles?
So it's the difference between trilateration and triangulation. Those are different.
Because they triangulate Polaris and they say, well, this is obviously a sphere because you can't do that on a flat plane. I've heard that argument.
Trilateration does with 2 points of reference in spheres, and triangulation is 3 points with the triangles. The pictures I threw up in chat are kind of explaining what I'm trying to get at.
Trilateration.
And as I said that last one, I'm reminded again, in order to get any angle at all, you need a horizontal baseline. Am I right?
Right.
How did they tell you, Gregory, that they got that horizontal baseline?
Horizontal baseline does not equal the surface of the Earth. So now horizontal baseline is question mark as it concerns, the distance between what and what. Like, are we talking about the Earth or not? So they never really specified. If the horizontal baseline is not the surface of the Earth, then what is it?
They call it the horizontal reference plane, right?
Did they say they put the horizon mirror on the horizon?
I suppose they use that term.
Right.
Well, look, right here, elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane.
The amount of
So you have the horizontal plane and you have the vertical plane. And that's what creates the angle. But it's like, if you don't have, like, first of all, like, horizontal only means one thing when you live on a horizontal plane.
Right.
Like, not living on a horizontal plane makes horizontal mean, like, what would be horizontal then?
Yeah, it renders horizontal, quote unquote, absurd.
Well, I was just going to piggyback on something I had QE talking about, which was they're taking a measurement, right? You see, not a calculation. And that reminded me, my brain suddenly jumped to the speed of light. I know this is a little off topic, but I'm just saying, because they did the same with the speed of light, didn't they? There's no measurement, it's a calculation. Sorry, that's how my brain works anyway, it just connects dots.
With the speed of light, they say that they did an observation where someone like rotated a disc that allowed light to go through it at a certain rate, and if you went a certain distance away, you'd be able to see the light. So that they did an observational test / if you call that a measurement, because if you know the speed. But I'm just saying that they could point to that. They've pointed to that before.
Right. So. Well, I'd just piggyback on back of Brian's Logic video where he says if you drive to the store and it's an hour away or whatever, and you drive there at 20 miles an hour and you drive back at 130 miles an hour, what's the speed?
30 miles an hour.
I mean, it's not a measurement, is it?
Well, no, I guess they're measuring the speed at which you're seeing.
It's a calculation, yes, to fit the model.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Speed. In what sense? The rate of distance I've traveled over time, or what? And if they say distance over time, then that presupposes a specific notion about the ontology of light, that it is a particular entity moving through space over time, traveling a distance over time. What substantiates that notion? Like, I mean, I'm told that's how light behaves, but I've never seen light behave that way. I'm not in the lab, so I wouldn't know.
That goes back to Whitsitt's thing, right, on the photon and the whole history thereof.
Yes, I'm gonna post that video.
The pseudoscientific portion, the rhetoric around it, yes.
But what do they have for proof? As much proof as they have for gravity, I'd say.
Well, I mean, a photon is something. It's just all the extra stuff.
It's description of an observation, right? We both observe the phenomenon, and they call it a photon, and we call it, whatever it reacts with in the ether, I think.
What is describe the nature of the thing being labeled a photon?
It's a mark on a plate.
Yeah,
a mark on.
I mean, it's funny until when you do the experiment and where the placement of these photons are changes depending on whether you know which slit detector it goes through. That's what's interesting. Everything else, what's traveling, what's doing what like all of that extra shit, I don't know what the justification for that is, if any, or who's really propagating that.
How do we know
the photon is? Mm-hmm.
How do we know the instrument that is supposedly being used to detect and manifest the quote-unquote photon that we can empirically experience it accurate?
No, well. Oh my God, headset's dying. So the headset died, but basically all it is well, the effect is, I guess, a diffraction pattern. Like seeing diffraction would be the actual effect, and then making that happen is, I guess, what is trying, or what's been replicated. But that's it's like what causes that to happen, and I guess they've discovered what causes that to happen. Everything outside of that is extra. So for instance, like when you're in the sun, I don't know if this is really analogous to what I just explained, but when you're in the sun, like your black shirts, they get bleached, and it's like they get affected by the light or whatever it is. Well, like if you were to shoot a laser at something, like it would leave a mark. Well, that's essentially what they're doing. They're shooting beams of light just in small increments, or the smallest increments, quote unquote, onto something that will be affected by that. Now, something happens when you're not aware of the path, quote unquote, it took. That's where it gets, I mean, I'm not going to act like I understand all this stuff. Oh, I forgot my headphones don't work. Sorry.
I don't subscribe to that causal explanation, because the state of mind of being aware, us humans being aware of something, is not a causal entity. Me being aware of someone moving isn't causing someone moving. The state of mind, awareness is a state of mind. A state of mind doesn't have causal power on the object outside of the person being aware.
We're just talking about
I guess you dropped out.
You're getting into philosophy.
I mean, it's necessary. I mean, you look at the Wikipedia article, the prerequisite, or that is to say, the necessary antecedent for physics is ontology. It's unavoidable.
Yeah, I mean, the observer changes the experiment. And when I've listened to Whitsitt, when I've listened to both sides, when I've listened to everybody, but when I was listening to Whitsitt talk about photons and how they were talking some really silly, I mean, not Whitsitt, he was just saying what the mainstream says about going back in time and some really weird shit, like the observer changing the experiment. And it reminded me of something I'd heard a South Africa flat earth talk about, not flat earth solar, a different one, which was that the sun and moon is sort of personal to you. And again, yes, we're entering philosophy, and I don't mind that. I know some people do. But that's what it reminded me of. Yeah, that's what it reminded me of.
Anti-philosophy is a philosophical position, ironically enough.
Well, I love philosophy, so.
You guys ever talk to flat earth philosophy? calls him Flirt Daddy or whatever. That guy on YouTube.
Oh, that's a channel name?
That's his channel name, Flat Earth Philosophy. It's pretty much a nice older gentleman who writes on the chalkboard and explains advanced concepts.
I really believe people need to take this to heart, is that this causal supposition concerning causation, to suppose that observing, which is to say the state of awareness, right, of having visual data, is causing some other concrete entity external to the person, myself, for instance, to move. The state of mind is not going to have causal power upon a concrete entity external of me.
The photon knows it's being watched, Gregory.
Right.
That gets a little freaky at that.
If you're going to go there, does it have to be a human consciousness? What if your dog is watching?
It's not about consciousness. It's not about none of them. It's about shooting something at something and then making
it's more scientific than that, but the idea is
so it's either this is actually not happening and it's not actually an experiment that can be recreated and repeated time and time again. It's not that, or it is. It's not. It can't be this, that, and the third. It's like, well, it is what it is. I do also reject certain interpretations, but it is what it is.
But when you say it is what it is in defense of this causal interpretation, the critique of the supposition, the critique of the interpretation is that you're supposedly a abstract state of mind that is exercising causal power outside of on an object that is external to the observer. That's an absurdity.
Whoa, that was deep.
Well, no. I don't think that if I were the one doing the experiment, that I would think that was an unfair critique. I'm just watching photons hit a slit. Go through it hits a sensor on the slit detector and hits a part on the plate or whatever's picking up the energy or whatever they're sending through, the light, photon, whatever. Like, that's all that's happening. For you to say that I don't believe, like, it's like you're saying I don't believe that that's happening, or you're saying I don't believe that merely experiencing which path the photon took is going to actually cause a difference as to what pattern or not happens. But it does happen. Well, at least if you've done the experiment, you can say that happened. That's what happened.
Well, I'm not challenging the actual event with a belief. I'm challenging the interpretation of the event with an objective argument.
Right. The way I always broke it down was both sides observe the same thing. We take it for what it is. They apply all sorts of refractive, crazy, cognitive doublethink to get it back on the globe. Right. That's kind of the whole basis of what we're doing.
But I'm not contradicting what's really happening. I'm contradicting the interpretation of what's really happening. And the interpretation is that the abstracta, which is the state of mind, has causal power upon objects external to the observer, the concrete body of the observer. No.
So then, okay. So if you detect, okay. So the effect being an interference pattern, and then there not being one. What would you call it then? But not even what would you call it. Like, I'm just saying that's what is. Like, I don't know what everything is.
I get the question. What caused it? I don't know. I don't know. I just know that the abstracta, which is the state of awareness, the state of mind, the state of awareness, does not have causal power upon concrete entities external to the concrete body of the observer. The act of observing something does not cause the act of me observing the fact of me observing the car moving down the street does not cause the car to move down the street.
I gotcha.
But you need an observer, otherwise you don't know what's happening.
Wait a minute. But your example is not analogous to what the photon, what the description of what the photon. I don't even want to say what the photon is doing. Well, what's being detected? What does what's being detected have to do with someone experiencing something and it actually happening, or having some kind of effect of something because of something being experienced? Why is that pegged on to the conclusion of either getting an interference pattern or not?
It's a false equation. It's a false equivalency between the correlation and the causation. The correlation being you observe this you observe this effect, you observe this phenomenon when it occurs, and then saying that you observing it causes the disturbance to occur. That's a correlation equals causation fallacy.
Yeah, but not if you put it through rigorous testing, where you control the variables and you put the independent variable and you do double blind and you remove all of the correlation.
You do need an observer, though.
But I got to be honest, though, a lot of people are talking about these things, and it really seems like nobody's actually studied any of it. But supposedly,
it's not that easy to study it.
most,
It's not like it's readily available.
well, it's supposedly the most proliferated experiment in human history. So they say. So there should be ample amounts of, places where you could read about it. There's tons of videos about it and all kinds of explanations, from graphics through all kinds of stuff.
I want the official narrative first. I want the gold standard interpretation first, or at least the dominant interpretation, and then first, and then after that I'll consider all these other alternatives. What is the dominant interpretation?
Well, I mean, ultimately, it just comes down to knowledge of which path results in a discrete pattern. Right? And it's not just like they look at the path, they do look at a path, and then the other one is not measured, right? So, for example, one critique is that the act of measuring and the act of observing affects it, but they don't observe the opposite one. So if you have two paths and you observe one, and it shows that no light passes through, and that means that it will pass through the other one. However, there's no metric or active meter on that path. So the only thing that informs you of the path is the one that's not on the path where the light actually took. So it's not interfering with that light in any way.
Did anyone else follow that?
It's like this.
Out, to be honest.
It's like this. There's two doors that I'm looking at right now. House to the left, house to the right. And someone tells me, go get my keys. They're either in that left house on the counter or the right house on the counter. If I go into the right house and I don't see the keys, then if their premise is true that it's in one or the other, then I know it's in the other one, even though I didn't go there or open the door. Now, to make it more analogous, you might say, when you open the door, something's going to happen. That the wind pressure in the room, like let's say some thirsty glober is trying to do the quote unquote sticks and balls, dangling from a string thing, and somebody opens the door, and then you say, oh, dang it, you busted my quote unquote experiment because you let wind in. You see, so you have an excuse because the action is present at the location where it's interfering. But by going to the one house where the keys are not, and they must be in one of the houses, then they're in the other house, even though you're not there. And that's how it removes that sense of sensory, mechanical, or observation interference.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that.
Some advanced stuff, man. You've been thinking about this a lot longer than I have, I think. Respect.
It's deduction. It's the powers of deduction. It provided that the person who told you the information is correct, that I left my keys in either this how it's either the left or the right. But the powers of deduction, if you're there and you don't see the keys, then you know, well, if that guy is right, it has to be the other way. It's pretty straightforward.
Now, since I only went to the house on the right, okay, someone might accuse me, well, you planted the keys in the house on the left. But I was never in the house on the left. How could I have affected the keys in the house? I only went to the key in the right. That's why I knew they were in the left house. I didn't know because I put them there. I knew because they were in one of two places. And I only went to the place on the right. Therefore, I know I have knowledge that they're in the place on the left. And that knowledge enough is sufficient to collapse the quote-unquote wave function and have a discrete pattern.
But that, number one, that deductive argument would only, that concluding premise in the deductive argument would only follow if the two options were the only two options.
Well,
how do you know for sure?
Today, that happened to me literally today at the beach. My son's like, where are the marshmallows to make the s'mores? And I said, well, we only brought 2 bags with us to the beach. We only brought 2 bags. So look into one of them. If it's not there, it's got to be in the other bag. Unless mom took it out and sort of, put it somewhere, it's got to be in one of the 2 bags.
So the 2 bags isn't an absolute dichotomy of possibilities because it could be in neither bag.
Right.
Right. And that's why you have control mechanisms.
That's why you ask mom first, hey, did you take the marshmallows? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. It must be in one of the, there's a 99.99999% chance it's in one of the 2 bags.
These are
but again,
or that's the only 2 places that it can be for us to have an actual s'more. Right? I mean, yeah, we could have forgotten it as at home. Okay. But to actually find out whether or not we have marshmallows, there's only 2 places you can look, and it's one of these 2 bags.
Okay. Yeah, so provided that you have the adequate premises to justify the dichotomy and then make the deductive argument, make the deductive conclusion through the dichotomy. Very well. As it concerns this causal question, the argument can't just be, my argument can't just be trampled over by just repeating the interpretation that's being challenged. You have to address the counter argument, because the counter argument is that what you're telling me has causal power doesn't have causal power given its ontological nature. Knowledge, the state of mind of being aware. The state of mind of being aware doesn't have causal power.
Schrodinger's marshmallow, that's a good one.
It depends on how you look at it.
Well, you expect a cause to match its effect. If a cause is very slow in bringing about its effects, you would not match up a slow cause with a quick effect or vice versa. There needs to be concordance with the nature of the cause and the nature of the effect. If you're saying that, somebody growing up to mature and be tall enough to be a basketball player is the cause of them being a basketball player, that's a slow cause. You would not expect that cause to be so fast that a baby goes from being a baby to a basketball player within a day because of the nature of the cause. It's slowness, it's lentitude, or whatever the fancy word for slowness is. So you're going to expect a cause that matches the effect and vice versa. Otherwise, it becomes quite absurd.
Okay.
Anyone up for a topic change?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Well, does anyone know how tides really work? Because I saw this video that shattered what I thought I knew, and I'm like, I don't freaking know then. Right? Tidal nodes, and what do they call it? Amphidromic points, right?
Yeah, I've got it. The Earth's breathing in and out.
Yeah, that's kind of my end result too. Like the toroidal breathing of the Earth manifests in the rising and setting, but then you throw in tidal points, and it kind of throws it all off.
Well, there was an Italian flat earther who said that the amphidryomic points appear to correspond to a pillar of the Earth, that you're having little to no tide at these amphidryomic points in the ocean because it's right over this basalt granite Earth pillar. And so the tides are flowing a little differently around that point. I thought that was a very interesting possibility. But if you're asking about the cause of tides, as far as we can tell based off of what we can duplicate, electromagnetism. You rub a balloon staticky, hold it next to a trickle of water, and the trickle of water will be attracted to the balloon. So based off of what we can duplicate, probably electromagnetism.
That was my understanding until I went through amphidromic points and how the tides appear in a fractal pattern around them, which blew my mind. I'm like, what in the world would cause a fractal pattern for tides? I don't know anything.
I'd say that it's electromagnetic, static or something like that, along with a pillar of the earth kind of blocking that field, making the tides lull over the ocean where a pillar of the earth that happens to be or whatever.
Sacred geometry. Right? If someone maybe built something that somehow is attracting something in that area, who knows?
Check out that pic with I know it's a projection map, but that's not what any model currently says the tides should do. Like, it doesn't seem, it's independent of the moon's path. It seems independent of everything that we factored in. And at the end of this video, I have no idea what causes the tides now.
Who cares?
I was curious. I thought.
No, I want to be serious. Okay? Who cares?
Why would you make a positive?
No. Think about it before you answer.
Yeah.
If we don't know what causes the tides still do what they do they not?
Of course.
Yeah. We wouldn't make a positive claim about how to know it. That would be silly. We know what it isn't. It's not the moon, obviously, but we don't know what it is. Again,
I wasn't trying to debate it. I was just hoping some guys had a better explanation than I did, right?
But that's his point.
There's a mainstream. Yeah, there's counter theories in the mainstream, right? They don't all agree on what causes tides.
Well, they have no effing idea, right?
That's why I said the US breathing in and out, obviously. I asked this from Arden the other week, and he basically said the same thing. Anyway,
I'll tell you.
Arden,
listen to this one. Keep that in the back of your mind. That's breathing in and out, right? And I'll give you an alternate mainstream version.
I was joking,
right? Which most people don't know, right? So the moon, okay, theoretically has gravity that pulls the water on the side of the earth that the moon is on that side. Okay, so that's a bulge of water. But on the opposite side of the earth, the moon actually pulls the entire earth closer to itself faster than the water on the opposite side. And so the earth is accelerating and like leaving the water behind, like when you press the gas in your car and your head snaps back, and that creates the bulge on the other side.
That's their explanation currently, right? The resounding current mainstream theory.
That's the advanced version.
Right.
One of the advanced versions. So one side of the earth is accelerating faster than the other side, and the water's being left behind on one side, but being pulled forward on the other.
Is that not the weakest explanation the globe side has for a phenomenon in our world? That one was kind of like, you got to be shitting me.
I'm going to put an axe to that right now. So why are there 2 high and 2 low tides every 24 hours? There's 2 of them.
Every 6 hours.
They also stagger by an hour. Like each day it's an hour later.
Yeah. So why is there 2 if they're saying it's the moon? Why is there 2 then when the moon's not there?
Right.
That's easy. There's 2 moons.
Oh.
There's a black moon now.
Yeah, I've heard Crow talk about this as well.
There's a sun and a moon.
There's a black body somewhere, apparently.
It's kind of far off from our purview, but we have lava and stuff like that coming out. So there's some kind of, I dare say, mechanism that's creating those things. Well, there possibly is mechanisms also for the oceans going in and out underneath Earth, or underneath the land. Through we know there's underground rivers. There's huge aquifers, larger
primary
than
water.
any of the
Yeah.
lakes, larger than the
Yeah.
Great Lakes. I mean, these are all over the place. So there's water underneath the ground everywhere.
This primary water is Gaddafi discovered, right?
So what if the water is going through these heat, convection, and conduction and energy transfer, just like the air is?
I'm just thinking that currents underneath, currents above as well. Isn't that funny?
The Earth's toroidal breathing made the most sense because just the pattern. If you look at that picture I threw up, like that seems to be what it's doing. I don't know. We can't say that is the cause, but it matches that picture with the observation of the Earth tides to me. Minus
Many a true word said in jest. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
It's one of those things where I thought I knew, right? I thought the magnetic explanation was some summation for me, and then I watched that video and I went, well, shit, I don't know then. I don't know what it is. And it's been bugging me ever since.
I was hoping Gregory was still here. I was going to tell him how to have the Globers walk into their own noose with the sextant argument. If anybody else wants to hear it, I could say what's going on, what I'm thinking.
I'm trying to do the whole example, right? To walk it out with the math and everything.
This will be real quick. It'll be probably less than 3 or 4 minutes. So listen. So we're never gonna let them agree, or they're never gonna agree to the surface of Earth being anything but curved, right?
Right.
They're not going to acquiesce. So arguing the point with them on that particular part of it, let them have it. I'm not saying agree with them how they're getting the horizon. Let them explain it to you. Okay, great. Here's how you're getting the horizon elevation angle. Okay, great. Here's where it kills them. They have nowhere to go with this. So you have 3 sightings, 3 elevation angles. With that and your dead reckoning, you create what's called 3 circles of equal elevation.
Right.
So equal elevation, if their surface is still curved, circles of equal elevation will be off the surface, right?
I see.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So you have 3 of them. So if they're claiming those circles are equal elevation and they're flopping around like waffles or pancake on a curved surface, they will never find their location. Impossible. So have them step right into that, and then once you've given them their curved horizon, let them step into the noose of the 3 circles of equal elevation and have them explain, how do you get your location? Because that's the whole purpose, that they don't understand the purpose of a sextant. A lot of them think that flat earthers made up the sextant. Literally.
Oakley, I think Oakley made it.
I'm serious. They do. They don't even get the concept or what the purpose of this instrument is. They don't get it. They don't understand. They have a mental block that prevents them from seeing this. So that's what you do. Have the circles of equal elevation have to be equal elevation. This cannot occur at all on a globe. So anyone that tells you that they're using globe math to navigate over the oceans, have them to explain it to you, because I want to get the Globers out. I want to create a campaign, get them out on their own ship. I want to see them do it.
Well, when I first started was I went into their chat, and after I made fun of their fake horizon, I sincerely asked them to show me how to navigate, and that's where I'm getting these. They have a script for it because they don't really know how it works. And what the script does is curve it and then uncurve it, right? So they think it's on a globe. But like the process of the equal circles, that's because they can't use triangles, right? Because triangles are only possible on a flat plane. So that was, I think, the whole crux of the argument. And to us, like, I can't use a triangle because the other port you need is the sun. And because we can't triangulate the sun. It's kind of a double-edged sword there. But we use triangles, they use circles, I think, if I'm understanding it right.
Yeah, they have no curved adjacent, so they can't use circles of equal elevation because that would require one side of the triangle to be curved.
Right. But like, they have this cool tool that once you plot it and project it, it shows it on the wonderful spinning globe, right? And it looks, the spheres that they have there to look like they're sticking to the side of a ball. You see what I mean? Sure, it can't be geometrically. It can't be, but look how they portray it.
Yep. So that's how you do it. They'll step right into the trapdoor.
They're retarded. That's all there is to it. They think that angle can be made with bent lines and fucking bent triangles. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, bent triangles aside, man.
They still think the sextant is to measure the distance between you and the star and the zenith.
But you know,
they don't even get the concept.
Until there's a flat earther that comes out and does the math and shows them the way it's supposed to work, I think that they're just going to keep throwing it at us. That's why I'm trying to close those doors by doing it.
Mitchell from Australia has already done it for us. Go look at his channel.
No, that's right. That's where I get my knowledge from, and he's the only one who explained the process correctly. But he didn't actually do it like with experimental data and then plotted his position. Right? He just showed conceptually how you would do it, and I think that's what most of us did. I want to get to the nitty gritty of an example. Right? Like, here's the star. Here's a pattern. Here's where I am, and then go all the way through it once.
Well, I'm not saying this just out of the side of my neck. I've actually navigated myself.
Sweet. Maybe you could help me do the example then. I was going to go on MC Tune and do it just for funsies, but I'd like some well-versed resources first, for sure.
Well, I would suggest you look at how it's actually done. So Mitchell from Australia, but actual manuals on how this is actually done. That's all you got to do. There's step-by-step process of how this is done. In reality, they want to forget about the dead reckoning part, which is the whole purpose of you finding your location. Is your location on the surface, not your angle to the star. That's already printed in ink in the almanacs.
Right. Right, and that's why you need time as a measurement to find your position. Like, they don't leave dock without the ship's clock to know what time it is when they left, so they can see exactly what the stars will be to help navigate.
That's why they couldn't do it accurately before they had a accurate chronometer on board.
There we go. Does anyone know about the astrolabe and how they use that?
Same way. Measure elevation angle. The astrolabe, actually, they had a cross staff before that, and there's several variations of cross staffs that had been used for centuries before the invention of the sextant.
What's a cross staff?
It's just like the predecessor of the sextant to measure elevation angles. So here, I'll get you a picture.
Sweet. Your mic always has nice running water in the background, dude. I'm picturing like a Zen garden or something.
Here's one variation of cross staff. There's many different variations with different number of crosses.
Oh, like a sundial sort of thing.
No, you hold it in your arm. You hold it in your hands.
Oh.
It's an instrument. So you line up with the horizon and you measure with those cross staffs the elevation angle.
Doesn't the modern sextant have that sort of built in? The portion?
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, it's just the more advanced version. It's just a simple protractor, actually.
It's a separate piece. Like, you can verify it with that also, right?
Yeah.
You got to remember, Sonny's like a bit older than me and you, Shane.
Quite a bit.
My whole crew is like 48 to 52, I think. It's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Sorry, go.
I'm done.
I'm like 3 times older than Crack Villain. Almost, man. I'm not kidding.
Am I the young bee at 35 here? No, it can't be.
I'm 28.
There we go.
Nah,
I think.
Yeah. Twice.
Well, wisdom comes from age, man. Oh, that's a good one.
So you line up your eye with the horizon with that bottom part of the staff, and then you slide it
to meet the horizon.
Until you get the star or whatever luminary you're looking at in your eyesight, right above that cross.
Right.
So you have the horizon and the star, and that's how they measure the angle. They would have markings on the long bar that would tell you what angles are.
To derive the missing one, you're using trigonometry, right? Triangular, right? All right, sweet. And that's what they don't do.
Have it all done for you, though. It's ideal. Like,
right. Well,
like it's literally marked on the, like you slide it up, and then it literally is marked on the angle is marked right underneath the pedestal part, the cross section.
The cross, right? Exactly.
Right. I mean, the Globers.
Here's another thing that kills them on the astrolabe. You actually hold the astrolabe, and you hang it, so it's hanging at a level, vertical, compared to the horizontal. So how do you have level that you're hanging something like a plumb bob on a curved surface?
Right. But I mean...
Yeah, but you know the issue with this, right? And even with the circles of equal altitude, right, and what you were saying, the circles of equal elevation, the problem is they're always going to throw this at you. They're always going to throw out the Ron Jeremy fallacy, right? Ball so big, they're always going to do that. Basically, it's flat locally, right? Because it's so big. Did you guys know?
That's just...
If you were a cosmic mega giant and you were to come up beside the Earth and you were to run your finger across the surface of that Earth, that it would be as smooth as a cue ball.
What the fuck? Talking unicorn farts and space stuff again now.
Yeah, that's Neil deGrasse Tyson, isn't it? To Joe Rogan. A fucking bit where he's like...
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh my god.
It's brilliant. I kind of started to feel like Neil deGrasse Tyson's actually funny. And he might even be on our side. Like, legit. He just don't want to admit he's a flat earther.
He said it was going to be smoother than a cue ball.
Yeah, smoother.
He doesn't want to lose his actor card.
Even all his privileges and access and stance and prominence.
But like, yeah, he wears like the priestly outfit sometimes with like the sun on it embroidered into his little vest, and he goes out there talking all this shit about how the Earth's flat, that you definitely can't see curvature from this high up. Like he's been a brilliant hostile witness for us guys. Like,
right.
I appreciate you.
But he only comes out to debunk each observation newly as we make it, right? He comes in to do damage control.
Do you know that Eratosthenes was supposedly like the head scribe or the head librarian at the library at Alexandria?
Yeah.
So we don't even know if that Library of Alexandria or any of those other so-called wonders of the world, if they even existed either, really.
Right. But, they redid the Aristophanes experiment. Craig at the Fight the Flat Earth gave me that. And the person who was listening sent me the email of all their detailed observations. Because I shouted up that, the long-held globe proof actually worked perfect on both models. Hence, stop with the mathematics. But they redid that and supposedly show, it's a curved Earth. But I think if you could recreate it on your table, it'll show you that your table is a sphere too, right?
Hey, Crackvillain, I just wanted to respond to what you said about Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah,
I would say the exact opposite. I would say that he, I'm not even sure if the term paid shill, definitionally speaking, as far as the definition goes, like even applies to him exactly, but I would call him that more than I'd call anyone else that. And I just want to point out that I saw a video, like, I don't know, I don't have a link to it, but I heard him say in a video, like looking straight at the camera, like, the Earth is not flat, okay? And like rolling his eyes and talking like this and talking in a condescending way. And like, I'll just be honest, man, he's a piece of crap.
Oh yeah, he's a piece of shit, don't get me wrong. I'm not stating that I like him. I'm making the best out of a bad situation, right? I'm just saying he's been a good hostile witness. He's definitely helped me to just, you know, push a Glover aside and just say, look, shut the fuck up. You can't see the horizon and its curve from the height of an aeroplane. Guess what? Your number one priest, Neil deGrasse Tyson, right here says so. So shut up. You know, I get it.
Well, yeah. Actually, I'll add on top of that something AI Ardent said that, you know, use what he said as the fact of that it is. He was saying that, oh, so get this, guys. If the Earth was a globe, you would not afford to get high enough. You would not be able to afford to get high enough to see the curve. You cannot afford to get high enough to see the curve. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Right, but they only said that after we measured it from a plane and then shot our own balloons up and then crushed every little threshold that they put in forth of us, right? And we kept going higher.
Yeah.
Can we see it now? Can we see it now?
Yeah, like in the last 5 years.
Yep. It's the same thing, like, if you really look for the videos, right? I did have them saved. I don't know where. I can get them off of Elijah, but, you know, the videos going back, what, like 5 years ago? Anyone and everybody in the science community was saying that the horizon was definitely geometric, right? And, like, to be honest, that's why I say these people are doing a good job, because, you know, this idea that science is ever growing and therefore it can be changed all the time. Well, okay, but then you don't get to have the definition of science then, do you? Right? You can't keep moving the goalpost while simultaneously claiming that this is knowledge and truth, right? That this is something that's set in stone. What, as of right now, it's set in stone. But it won't be in the future. They talk out both sides of their mouth all the time. And I think that ultimately is, in my opinion, I think that's quite good when it concerns our cause, right? Like, I think it's a good thing that they're that way.
Feel the desperation when they try to refute the same argument, proven both ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never heard that you have to be super high to see the curve until the flat Earth came out.
100%, right? Because we sent up balloons going, and they went, hold on, a little bit higher, right? And they're like, you know what? You can't see it ever. How's that? Refute that, flat earthers.
And also, they developed the this atmosphere on the moon. They developed that recently too.
Well, yeah, because if the atmosphere didn't extend out to the moon, I was saying this 5 years ago, right? Like, well, I was saying it even longer than that ago when apparently the atmosphere wasn't out to the moon, right? You know, you got this thing and it's got gravity and proximity to the, you know, gas molecules at that altitude, right? 1/4 of the Earth's gravitational pull. It's effectively in proximity, in speaking in proximity to the upper layer of the atmosphere, it's effectively more powerful than the gravity of the Earth, which apparently is what allows us to have gas pressure and is what their container is on this open and closed system, as they tell us it's so-called. That's what they say, right? So it would be like an entropy aiding machine. You know, this thing would be going around completely helping the entropy of the Earth and helping it escape the Earth's gravitational pull. So if we give them gravity, they got that. So then all of a sudden, no, yeah, it's basically the moon it's now within inside of the atmosphere. Okay, cool, nice fix.
Cool story, bro.
So something that's also new, the Earth is a sphere, which is what NASA has been giving us since the 60s. The Earth is also a blade spheroid, number 2, and it's also pear-shaped, number 3. And you got to believe that. And I think that what that is mass confusion. Once you can believe all that happening at once, you can't understand anything.
It's whatever shape it is I say right now, yeah.
Also, it's smoother than a cue ball.
I think Witcher said it best. Why not? If you're gonna lie to you, why not the best place to lie about where you live, the foundation of everything?
You know, often when people talk about it being a lie, you really do have
false assertion, though.
Mm.
The external world is not the foundation of everything. The foundation of everything that you understand is the internal world.
Fair enough.
So the biggest lies, yes, they might be informed by external things, right, to get you to be convinced about your internal things. But the internal things is where the real deceptions are.
Right? They throw in a buffer between you and the observable world.
Do any of you have a problem with like spatial awareness and pulling your own point of view to an orthographical view type deal? If you were running away from somebody shooting a gun and you heard the gun crack to the right side of your ear, right? And in front of you, to the left side of your ear, was a wall or tree. As you were running away, do you believe it would be difficult for you to place roughly where that shooter is? You see his position, the flash of his muzzle. You hear the bullets fly over your right-hand shoulder. And then from that position on, you run away, but not looking at the shooter. You know, can you keep awareness of where he is, while you're running away, right? This speaks of spatial awareness, right? And this is something that I've noticed quite a lot with people, like with Globers mainly, be it in a sport, be it airsoft, paintball, whatever it is, even in a fucking game. These people don't have spatial awareness like that. Like, that's why they rely on NASA for this orthographical view, I believe.
To be fair, Call of Duty sets you up with that with the surround sound headphones, right? Gunfire to the left, right?
Yup. I'm just saying, like, look out for that. Like, do people have that skill that you know they're Globers? See if they've got that spatial awareness, the ability to remove your point of view orthographically from what you're observing and see it from a different angle in your mind's eye.
Well, let's check the math, right? Let's check the speed of sound and see if it works out on paper first.
No one checked the speed of sound to see the dodge the next bullet, dude, right? You hear it, you duck, huh?
Depends on whether the Earth's a globe or not. You know what? Someone yesterday was like arguing with a serious face. This one's quite funny, right? You know, Newton's canon. So, orbital mechanics, right? And they're saying, if you shoot a cannon, and I'm like, and the way they said it was like it was something that had already been done. I'm like, so this has happened, yeah? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, you're telling me Newton fired a cannon out to the horizon at a 45-degree angle. It then went around all the way around the Earth and effectively came back and hit the location in which he was in, right? Well, no, that didn't actually happen, but he did it on paper, and it would work. I'm like, okay, yeah.
Mathematics.
That is like, if that's what the basis of their orbital mechanics is based on, you know, the idea that if you had enough velocity, you could shoot a cannonball around the Earth and it would come back and hit the person that shot it. That is just the most convoluted story I've ever heard.
Do it. Hit yourself in the face with a cannonball, then I'll believe the Earth's a globe. Nailed it.
Any of you seen the new delivery mechanism in which they're planning on moving?
I gotta say something about the cannonball thing for a second. Like, what you just described with the cannonball, like, if you shoot it, like, from the top of Mount Everest at just the right velocity, that it would come back and hit you in the back. Like, I was literally taught that in my junior year in high school by my physics teacher. I was taught that would happen if you did that. And, like, I thought it was a little strange at the time, but I was just so sleep deprived because I had to get up at 6 to go to school or whatever. So I didn't even really think about it. But, like, God, that was such a stupid fucking thing, wasn't it?
Yes, very, very, very. It's almost as stupid as some flat earthers claiming if you shoot a cannonball up in the air, it will land back in the cannon.
It only works to Elon Musk rockets.
Yeah.
Does that work if the Earth is spinning?
How do they adjust for Coriolis coming down backwards like that?
Bro, you gotta shoot it one. You know what, do it. No. Yeah, but that's why you. But listen, that's why you shoot it east or west. It just takes twice as long if you shoot it in one direction and twice as fast as the other. Right. But But they're effectively saying that that's what happens with a satellite, right? Like, you know, it's always in a state of falling. It's not actually orbiting, it's just falling, and then it just misses the Earth, and yeah.
So much retardedness all piled upon itself.
Retardation cubed.
Cubed.
Have you seen that new delivery system then, Sonny, the slingshot?
No. The slingshot.
Anyone else?
I like that idea. Is that they're going to launch a rocket with a slingshot?
So they create a vacuum chamber, right? A fucking big one. Then they're using carbon fiber, a lot of it, to make a strut with a weight on one side that's equal to the payload on the other side. And in this vacuum, there's obviously no wind resistance. And they use an electrical motor to spin around this huge arm, effectively, with the rocket on one side, the payload, and a weight on the other side, right? Wow. I can post a video of it. I'll find it.
Sounds like a fancy trebuchet.
Very fancy trebuchet, yeah. Very, very fancy. It would be a good weapon, don't get me wrong. It would have no heat signature comparatively to like a rocket as a delivery mechanism. You know, maybe they'll use it as a form of ordnance at some point. I don't know. But yeah, man, like they're claiming this is going to be like, you remember like the hydrogen cannon, right? In the past, in Germany they did this, right? So it's about partially putting something that it's about taking away the ultimate cost of what a rocket is, right? It's the takeoff part, right? Getting it up high enough with a different form of, you know, fuel or propulsion, and then once it's doing so at its high velocity, then the rocket engine can take over afterwards. Is effectively the idea behind it.
This just in, NASA's got a new method of launch. There it is in the live stream voice text.
It looks better than the moon.
Someone get it. Did someone get it? Yeah.
No, it's
right.
It's one of the images I saw. When I put in for a search, I put slingshot rocket launcher, and this is what comes up. Hilarious.
Right, yeah. Suborbital accelerator spin launch. There's a 42-minute video that I'll put in the live stream, and then I'll put like a 3-minute and a 1-minute video so that
here's
people can
NASA's
look it
new
up.
launcher. I just found NASA's new launcher. There it is. It's the mobile variety. Wait,
Tonka truck.
Is that Santa Claus on there?
I think Tonka truck is quite fitting.
Bro, Tonka trucks are like robust.
Bob the Builder showing us the air.
I had a bulldozer Tonka truck, right? Yeah, I remember like going down hills and shit on it, like at high speeds. Felt like a high speed to me, anyway. Right. The very last one is the first. Yeah, you can see it there, first launch. So like, it's a vacuum chamber, right, Sonny? And they've got that shaft there where it basically has to have like a quick door that's like to lock the vacuum back up, right? Because obviously they're going to do like multiple launches with this, right? Because using this vacuum, you don't want to like break the vacuum and then have to do it again.
That's so weird, man.
Watch the very last one. That's like their first launch.
So they have it in a vacuum so they can spin that whatever it is inside there faster, right?
Right, without any air resistance or wind resistance. Yeah. When are you doing that, Shane? Guess he's doing it right now.
I stopped doing Zoom meetings when I found out that Zoom belongs to China.
Bro, Zoom,
China.
it sucks. What's your problem with China, Sonny?
Right when I was trying to answer, my microphone locked up. No, I don't have any problem with China. I don't have any problem with any area on the flat plane. Only the numbskulls that are supposedly in charge.
Yeah. I don't know, man. The idea that America might have like a full-on war with China over Taiwan just makes me feel a little bit sick.
I don't know, man. I don't watch the news, so I'm immune
Yeah,
to all of it.
I usually am, but I accidentally heard that shit, you know? Yeah. Nancy Pelosi went over there. World. WEF. Mhm. Troops getting deployed locally in September. What troops are you talking about, Trinity, bro?
Yeah. Are they sending Aussie troops to Mexico? Is that what you're saying?
United States troops. The guy didn't say where they're going, because I asked him, where you guys going? He said, because some guys are getting deployed to China. I know that some guys are getting deployed to, a lot of guys are getting deployed to China the last couple of months, but I know he said they're deploying local stuff, but he could have meant Mexico. I don't know, because there's a lot of trouble with the gang lords there.
Yeah, that's.
But it might be. That's been pretty bad lately. But it might be. I don't know if it's Mexico or I don't know what it is.
Bro, them gangsters in Mexico might be like the last line of defense at one point. I'm telling you right now.
No,
them people.
They run Mexico, actually. They're the ones that are in charge of Mexico. Yeah.
No, but you know my point, though, right, Sonny? Like look at the mafia, right? The government went hard on the mafia. Well, the mafia started the numbers game, right? In the States, in Little Italy, Hell's Kitchen, all these different places, right? All up and down the US. The numbers game is effectively a much more fair model of the lottery. So they went hard against the mafia for doing so, and then a few years later they created the lottery. Like, how is it any different to what the mafia? It really isn't, right? Like, at least with the mafia, it's more likely that one of your uncles or some shit's in there. Like, people will say, well, yeah, but they kill people. Well, don't Navy SEALs kill people? Don't the SAS? I don't know.
Yeah, well, you got to keep it in context. The mafia is just the criminal arm of the Vatican, so there's that.
I ain't talking about. I'm on about the structure and the idea of a mafia, right? Yeah. That citizens take up their own idea of being able to run something with force even, and how the government somehow believe they're a more legitimate version of the very same model.
Yeah, but remember the government subsidized all of these mafias and stuff. They're all subsidized by the government.
Of course they worked with them. Like, how do you think General Patton was able to scale up Sicily 15 times as fast as Montgomery? Because the Americans made a shit ton of deals with the mafia. Montgomery turned up in the Don of Sicily, I believe, Western Sicily. He was there ready to meet him, you know? He was seen in pictures and on video riding along the top of Patton's, like, truck. Well, on a tank behind Patton's truck, I believe. You know? It's like the Americans were fine with, like, being friends with the Italian mafia in World War II. For obvious reasons.
Doesn't it just make the our whole history? You look at any particular area of history, like just say World War II, like you're talking about, and with what we know now, it makes this place just seem way more crazy. What's really going on, you know, with all of these things, hoodwinked the entire Earth.
Yeah. Well, it's like when you look into what's declassified now of what happened yesteryear, and you look at the mainstream narrative back then, like the disproportionate narrative, meaning the disproportionate nature of the actual narrative comparatively to what they told us, is so far between. There's so much in between those two narratives in terms of distance and facts, right? That like
just for example, like the Titanic, that explosion was an outward explosion, was from in the ship. They sunk that ship because there was guys on that ship. They were actually going to go cause. It was a very political move to sink the people in that ship and kill them. It was an assassination job, and it was actually. It actually started a whole. It caused a whole lot of problems that wouldn't have been caused if they had got to the other side. Because the people that were going across there were going to. I can't remember exactly how it was working, but they were going to cause some kind of peace or something that would have resolved things. And
no, they were the last. They were the last outhold. They were the last ones that were opposing the Federal Reserve Act.
Yeah, that's right, the elitist guys. But they were killed, assassinated on that ship, and then they made up a whole thing about the ship hitting an iceberg. Yeah. There's no way the iceberg would have made a dent from the outside, but the explosion was actually from the inside. When they looked at the metal, it actually looks like if they actually dug it up, the Titanic, they went down there, and they saw that the explosion was from the inside out. So it was a hit job.
Yeah. And besides, they switched ships. It wasn't even the Titanic; it was the Olympic.
Yeah,
that's what I was about to say as well. And another thing, if anyone knows the causality as to why they did it, I mean, we know what the causality probably is, and probabilistically speaking. But with the Zeppelin, right? That Zeppelin that went down. Do you remember? Does anyone know about the individuals that were on it? I understand that it was a very similar type thing, right?
Yeah. I heard about
Hindenburg.
that.
The people on that apparently were very, very important.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I had the book.
Like another Titanic.
But all the stuff they said was all fake. You know, the new stuff, the stuff that came out, they just put a cover story there to cover it up and to make it seem like all dramatic, but they didn't tell you any of the truth, what was really going on.
The Titanic was hiding a Martian, and the Fed sank it with ice nukes. And I'm the last one who knows this. Weaponized.
Something really spooky about that Titanic. I heard some people were telling me there was a whole lot of spooky stuff involved in that Titanic that we don't even know about. It was like very top secret, but it still hasn't come out. It's like really, really freaky stuff. But I don't know what it is. But that's what I heard from somebody. They told me that. But I don't know. I don't know all the details though.
Right. We do not endorse the opinion of weaponized. I believe he's joking. Exactly, AI. Yep.
But I heard there was some creepy stuff with that, because there was some people that told me about there was some really creepy stuff, but they didn't tell me what it was. But there was some creepy stuff to do with the Titanic. So I've heard from various sources there's a lot of stuff going on with that, but it's kind of like very top secret stuff. I don't quite know what it is, but I can't say I do. But maybe that's what it is. Yeah, Martian could be. I mean, not a Martian, but when a fallen angel, you know, like what's it called? People like summoning demons and stuff. I don't know what it is. Yeah, that stuff. Not a Martian, really, but when I say Martian, I mean like a fallen angel.
I think the Federal Reserve thing is more plausible.
I think there's an island somewhere in the middle there, and it's a secret island for the what's it called, the elitists, and they do all kinds of nonsense on that island, and it was something connected with that island and something to do with that island that they. I don't know how it works, but
you should write the screenplay.
I don't know how it works, but someone was telling me about it. They didn't give me all the details, but there's something to do with a secret island that the elite had, or something in the middle there, and they were hiding something. I don't know, some kind of spooky stuff. I don't know what, weird, creepy stuff. It all goes back to summoning demons and serving the devil. That's all they do. It's quite boring, though. I mean, I'm more interested in just looking into the eyes of Jesus. That's more exciting than even talking about it. Same old boring stuff they do. Boring. They're just boring, man. They got no life to live. Those elitists, they got nothing, man. They're bankrupt. They're poverty. They're beggars.
I'd sure like to see some flat Earth novels coming out before I pass.
We want AI.
I've heard some things about the firmament, like it's a big spongy-like thing. You can travel through it, like it's a big spongy-like thing where it's like opens up and then you can go through it and then close on the other side. There's some fun novels for you.
Where? What?
I just heard from certain sources that told me that. I don't know if it's true, but
that what opens up? I didn't understand the content.
The firmament's like a spongy material that kind of opens up and then you go through it and you can travel through it, and then it kind of closes on the other side. It's kind of like spongy like material. It's weird.
Who told you that?
I don't know if it's true, but it sounds pretty fun.
Don't tell me you're watching the YouTube of these people that are talking about convening with Yah up in the sky.
I don't convene. Jesus is right in our hearts. We don't have to go in the sky.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying don't tell me you're listening to the stories of the people on YouTube that are currently stating that they're convening with Yah up in the heavens.
Well, it says in the Bible, everyone who's a Christian is in heavenly places already. So I'm there right now, and you there as well. And everyone who's a Christian is actually.
I understand that. I'm not. Why?
So you're really in heaven, even if you like it or not. Even if you know it or not, or you reject it or not, you're still there.
No, I'm more asking you a straight question. Are you watching the videos of those people that I mentioned?
I'm in two places at once. Right now I'm in heaven right now, and I'm talking to you, and I'm on earth as well at the same time.
Okay, so it won't answer a straight question. I get it.
No.
Are you watching the videos?
I don't watch the videos. I'm watching you right now in heaven, and I see you there. There we go.
Thank you. Flatty, what did you say?
Asking him if he's watching the videos. You were asking him.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to answer that
you with a question.
Yeah. 1 sec.
Do they have videos in heaven? Don't answer that.
Yeah, I'm sure you can watch the history of the world in heaven. I'm sure they have an archive, but I think maybe you can just go in a time machine and watch it from a UFO or something. Go into the past and just have it, watch the recording, live, and watch it all live happening. Maybe.
Very interesting.
Okay, if you time travel, is there one timeline or multiple timelines?
Well, with God, it doesn't matter because everything's one time anyway. It's all time is just there, so everything doesn't happen at once. So it doesn't really matter. It's all just sorted out. You're not going to interfere with what's happening. You're not going to change.
No, because if it's multiple timelines, then you can go visit yourself, your earlier self. That's why.
Oh. No, it's not going to it's not going to be a problem, whatever it is in that way. But it's not going to be an issue. I mean, I heard of a guy who went back and saw David and spoke to him, right? So would David remember him? Maybe not. Like until he died, you know what I mean? He might be an experience where he forgot it. Who knows? But like, who knows what happens? But the guy actually went back. He's a pastor, and he spoke to David, the guy from the Bible, and he met him, and he walked in the city, and he actually walked there. He was right there, and he said, "I experienced it." And that's I mean, I don't believe most.
And then history changed, and then the Bible changed, and then that's the Mandela effect. Yeah.
Nah, I don't know. That's Mandela was just a clone. In Zimbabwe, they had like tons of clones for their president, and Mandela was just a clone. They have clones for every president in the world, don't you know? They have tons of clones. They control them all, and they just have tons of them with the same.
So Biden is a clone. Now, aren't clones like less than 100%? 100%.
Well, not really a clone.
It's like sitting on all cylinders, correct?
You should say a man that's been with face surgery. It's a different person with face surgery. That's basically what it is. Not really a clone. More like a face surgery actor. The Zimbabwe, I met the guard of the Zimbabwean president. He was the guard in the palace. He said that they changed his person. That wasn't the same person. They put another guy's face on him, and they changed him a couple of times. And he was guarding the president, so he knew what he was like. And the guy changed his personality all the time. It was a different person. He said that was not the same guy. Restaurant with me, because I worked in a pizza restaurant, and this guy was the pizza maker, and he actually worked as a guard in the palace. He told me that they changed the dude completely. So I got inside info on that.
How about Trump? Is Trump 24 and save us? Is he a clone?
But think about it. Ex-royal guard becomes pizza maker.
It was just it wasn't a clone really. It was more like just another guy with a face plant on him, like a face structure thing. When I say clone, I mean like a different guy with a face surgery. He just tries to act the same, but he can't because he's a different person.
How about Trump? Is he a clone? Is he get for?
Is it a body double? Is what you should really say if that's what you're trying to say.
Body double.
Because by saying clone, instantly people are like, "You sound a bit stupid." But
yeah, exactly.
But like, I don't know if this guy who's a pizza maker was a real royal guard. You know, like
this pizza guy, yeah, he wouldn't. He was like telling the truth because you could tell. I mean, like when someone's lying. You can tell liars. I can pick up liars. Well, that's why I knew you guys were telling the truth. Because when I heard you guys speaking, I could tell you weren't lying because it was like you were like genuine. You were like talking from your heart. It's like you can tell when someone's lying. You can tell when a Glober comes here. You can tell like instant, like all lying. Red, you go red alert. The guy's lying. He's living in a delusion. He's delusional, and you can tell the lies. And then so I can pick up a lie pretty well. So that was one thing that really persuaded me as well. Like you guys, pretty honest. That's what I liked about Flat Earth, honesty.
Okay. I think sometimes someone could be saying something at the same time that is definitely untrue, but they believe what they're stating, obviously. And it's like, that's sort of the way deception has been set up. That's what I was trying to say a little bit earlier, but I forgot about like finishing what I was saying. When it comes to like, the idea that like all your teachers and everything would be like also lying to you about the earth shape and all of that, right? Like it's not like it's a multitude of people lying about this shit. It really isn't. It's very few people that know the truth about what's really going on. It's very few.
Like the teachers, they're not really like. I don't think they're not lying. A lot of them, they just really believe it. They've really been sucked into it. They just completely sold with the whole lie. You know what I mean? They don't realize that they're not knowingly doing it. They're good people. A lot of them, they're nice people. They just really believe what they're told. They just really believe it with all their hearts. I know a lot of good pastors, good friends, and people that I respect a lot. They believe in the globe and. They don't know, but they're not bad people. They're really nice people. They are super people. They are like awesome, but they just really don't know. It's not like they're just brought up that way. They never thought about it. They don't think like science. Like I'm a science kind of maths kind of engineering kind of person. I like to find out mysteries. I like to solve problems. That's my whole vibe is to like find mysteries and secrets and answer questions, and I got to answer every question. That's my personality. But those kind of people, they don't look for that kind of stuff. They're happy just to know a little bit of stuff, and they don't look that deep. Their minds don't inquire that deep. You got to have an inquiring mind to look to see the flat Earth, I think. They're not really interested really to find out. I don't think they really want to know too much. They're just kind of interested in what they're doing, and they're kind of.
A lot of it comes back to legitimacy when it comes to the church. They don't want to delegitimize themselves at all. Yeah, which ultimately, the Bible talks about us being lovers of truth ultimately always, and we shouldn't really give a shit about our
but
legitimacy.
They don't want to lose people for the wrong reason, and then
the church is not the one to lose people. Listen, the church is not the one to lose people. Okay, the body of Yahushua HaMashiach, right? Okay, and this is the problem with the church. People often look at it like that, like they don't want to. Them losing people for the wrong reasons is a completely wrong idea from the beginning. The only thing that, like, it's not the church that loses a soul, right? It's Yahweh.
They just don't want to lose members of their church because they want to grow their churches big. That's their goal. So they feel that they
for what reason?
Talk about flat Earth. They don't want to talk about flat Earth and get everyone arguing and debating, and then a whole lot of people get angry and run out. They want to try and keep everyone in unity and happy. Because I went into a church and I started speaking about flat Earth, and man, I got some people that blocked me. They didn't want to talk to me for a while. And now I just keep quiet. I don't even talk to them about flat Earth. I just talk about Jesus and that stuff, and then they're happy. But
do you see how that environment's like an environment that despises the idea of exposing the truth, which is the opposite of what Yahweh called us to do?
But they're not bad people. They're still good people. They love God, and they're trying to do good, and they are doing good, and they're trusting God. And obviously, a lot of people need good teaching, because a lot of them are into works and self and effort, and they've got all kinds of wrong doctrines in the church, obviously. But that's why I'm here to try and help them. But I'm trying, but I can't get to every church and help every person. But you can't tell God's going to sort out all his church and all that stuff. It's a big job, but there's a lot of wrong thinking and wrong doctrine. There's a lot of errors in churches, but what about just dealing with the main errors first? And flat Earth is definitely an issue, but it's definitely an issue to be honest, not to be deceived by NASA and all that stuff. But at the same time, there's a lot of things that are really wrong with a lot of churches that are even more serious at the moment that need to be dealt with. Like, there's a lot of issues that are being dealt with, and there's a lot of good churches.
I agree.
They're not. No one's perfect, but there's a lot of good churches out there that have really basic, good understanding of what the gospel is, and that's the main thing. But flat Earth it's hard to bring that concept into a group. I try it. I go to certain groups and I try and bring flat Earth into groups, and I even challenge people a bit. But it's hard to bring it into that situation, into an environment like that. I do try that. I do bring.
My whole point is, like, there's certain axioms that should be true for Christians, right? Like, axioms meaning a basic standard of morals, being lovers of truth all the time, right? Like, not really worrying about how the rest of the world looks at you because you're not supposed to be of it. Like, there and like time and time again, right? That's what I noticed with many churches, is that they believe they become the kingdom of Yah, when in fact they're the ones that are grafted into it. Not that they're grafting other people into it.
They're focusing on the main things, like turning to coming to like Jesus and the gospel and the main doctrines and the main things of. So they're focusing on that, and that's good. There's nothing wrong with that. And I think if they go into flat Earth, it's actually good. Like, people like Alex Jones don't go into flat Earth because they would lose all their people, and then what would happen then? It'd be a big mess. So it's kind of good in a way that these people kind of keep quiet, even if I think Alex Jones knows it's flat, even though he puts out articles of I think he's just hiding behind, he's just pretending to keep his people, because.
Oh no, I agree. I don't think it would be healthy for Alex Jones to start talking about flat Earth at all, right? Exactly. But
Yeah.
But like when we're talking about the idea of like a church, it's different. It's to a different standard, right?
Churches don't really deal with the shape of the earth. That's not really the subject matter of...
No, I'm not on about them dealing with that. I'm just talking about them having a spirit that looks after truth all the time, right? In every direction, and it should be every individual.
Churches don't really cover the issues of science. I've never seen a church that covers that much.
The earth isn't a scientific question, you know that, right? It's the kingdom of Yah. So, again, it's the thing that we were given stewardship over before the fall. And in fact, actually now, we still have to work this land. It's just that now it isn't free and easy. It's now by the sweat of our brow. But, and I guess this is like my overall point. Churches don't tell people half of what they're supposed to know, right? Like this idea, I'll give your heart to Jesus, once saved, always saved type deal. It's completely wrong. They don't turn around and tell you, you must first come with a repentant heart, right? Which is the fact.
Well, you first Jesus dies for you and he loves you, right? And then when you see his love, repentance is definitely necessary, and so is faith and all those things. But those repentance and that faith, it's all God's repentance. It's God's repentance in you, because what happens when people, if you try and repent yourself, you end up creating false converts, like people who just part of churches, but they're trying to do it themselves. It's like their own repentance, it's their own obedience, it's their own. Now, if you want real converts in a church, it's got to be like God-initiated kind of repentance, God-initiated kind of obedience, God-initiated kind of everything. So what happens is there's a lot of churches that are full of people that are trying to do it in their own strength. They're trying to repent. They're trying to do. I try to repent and do all day and night. I've done all those kind of things. I tried all the different ways of trying to follow God, and I know what works and what doesn't. I've been doing this for like many, many years, many more years than you can know. But like, I've been at it for ages, but I've done all the wrong things. I made all the mistakes. I've fallen on my face and hit my head on the wall, and I've bashed my head on the wall and tripped and fell and wounded myself a billion times. So I know what works and what doesn't. And the thing is, like, I've come to the conclusion what works, you know what I mean, over much experience, much time, many, 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 many years. Like, we're talking about many, many years.
Tell us what works.
Well, what works is when you realize that it's all God's power and God's initiative. And then when you realize that you can't repent, but God gives you that gift of repentance. It's like he gives you that ability to see him. It's when you realize I can do nothing, and you come to the end of yourself and say, and that's hard for people that are strong and clever to come to the end of themselves, because they're always relying on themselves. But when you say, I've got nothing to offer, God, I rely totally on the cross, then the power of God hits you off your feet, and you just get hit by the presence and the grace of God, because it's all about you're giving him all the honor. You're not saying, I can do anything. You're not going to be boastful and say, I can do it. But when you say, I can do it, that's when you're still strong. And that's hard for like kind of people like who clever, because you're so clever that when you're clever, you think, oh, I can do it because I'm clever. I've worked this out, I worked that out. But when you realize you've got nothing to offer God, and you just say, God, thank you, it's all you, then the power of God touches you. When you realize you've got nothing to bring to the table, that's when God's power hits you, like off your feet. You just get blessed. You just get good things coming your way. Everything goes right, because it's like you just realize it's nothing to do with you. And that's the secret of the pastors won't tell you that, because if they told you that, then you wouldn't need them anymore. And a lot of them don't tell you that, because they make you reliant on them. You know, like they want you to come back to church, and they won't tell you that it's got nothing to do with. There's no secret to Christianity. It's all about Jesus and nothing to do with you. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to worship. You don't have to pray, worship, repent. All those things are all just ways that they keep you coming back all the time. So you can come back for another altar call. So you can come back to sing some more. It's like, but when you realize it's got nothing to do with you, it's totally God.
It seems like it has something to do with you. I mean, you're the one that's...
Yeah, it does in a way. Like once you know him, there's a relationship. God, I mean, I'm not saying there isn't a relationship with God, but it's foundationed on his relationship. It's like God responding to himself within you almost. It's like not you, but it's like letting God be God through you. Back to God.
Yes,
it's like
basically like saying
both sides of the contract.
You
so
say,
you're signing
God,
both sides of the contract. Sorry.
You say, look, God, I can't make myself better. I try, it just doesn't work. Could you please do something in me and help me out there, and then see if he does something, you know?
That's it. You got it, man. And like most people don't get that, because the pastors also make it like obscure, because they say, oh, come back next week. You have to come to church again. So it's like you always got to do something to try and get more of God. Instead, you really got everything, because it's God who does everything. It's not
It's not the ritual that you do, or coming to church, or giving more money in church, or so they always make it something that you got to do. Oh, you got to come to this meeting, or you got to do this. You got to pray more. You got to worship more. You got to do something. There's something you got to do. So the people sit in churches and they just get like used in a way by the pastors and instead of knowing that it's totally done by Jesus, that Jesus did everything. It's like you got everything that you need. You're totally a child of God. You got everything that God's given you. Everything. And when you realize
that it wasn't all done by Yahusha, it was also done by Yah, right? Like, you remember, he's the bondservant of Yah, he's the mediator between Yah, right? Yahusha is the lead to him, he's at his right hand, right?
Jesus, Jesus is God, so the Father, Son, Holy Spirit did it all for you. Yeah.
The Trinity is bullshit, though. You don't need to explain it that way.
The Trinity,
I'm not going into it right now, though. We shouldn't go into it right now.
Holy Spirit is God, yeah. They're all God, so they're all. I mean, a man can't die for you. Only God can die for you. If you think a man can die for you, you can't be saved. You're basically cutting off your salvation. You're basically cutting off because you're thinking that a man can die for you. If Jesus is just a man,
Yahusha's not a normal man.
He's a perfect man.
He can't be a man though. If he's got to be a man, then you failed. Then you can't make it. Because he has to be God to save you. Unless he's God, he cannot be a mediator between man and God. Because he has to be 100% man and 100% God to be a mediator. You can't be a mediator if you're some kind of demigod or some lesser God or some lesser thing or angel or whatever. You can't be, you're nothing. You're just nothing. You're zero. So unless you're God totally equal with the Father, you cannot be the mediator. There's no mediator. There's no mediation. There's no salvation. There's no cross. And you're not a Christian then. Zero Christianity. You got nothing. Unless Jesus is completely God, you can't be a Christian. There's no way. That's not even logical. Because a mediator has to be 100% God and 100% man to meet the two together. You understand? You can't be a son of God if you're just half God or a demigod. How can a demigod make you a son of God? You can't. Because a demigod would make you a demigod, and you'll be another demigod. So you're like all these demigods walking around. But God says you're a son of God, totally a son. That means you got the same DNA as God. When you become born again. That means you're not a half caste, a half son, half the devil in you, half Jesus in you. That's what they preach in churches as well. That's a lie that the Jesuits put in the church. They put a lot of lies in the church to get people all half-baked Christians, to make them into like fake Christians. Jesuits are actually Satanists. What they do, they come in to infiltrate into Bible schools. They mislead all the pastors in the wrong doctrines and stuff. Like they tell them it's going to take millions and millions of years to become a good Christian. Like it'll take your whole lifetime, so that you don't actually walk right. So you think, I can just be a compromised, half-baked Christian. Instead of that, you're totally holy as Jesus. You as holy as Jesus. That's the truth. And they hide their truth. They hide all the truths behind false doctrines that they come and they put into all these Bible schools. And they preach these lies all over. They've been preaching it for hundreds of years. They've been infiltrating Bible schools for hundreds of years. The same guys who make the globe earth are the same guys who make the lies and infiltrate lies into churches. Same people.
Are you as holy as Jesus?
The Bible says that when you meet Jesus, right, you are sanctified, right? So sanctified means set apart. And it means that you no longer live, but Christ lives through you. And that
Yah looked at you through the lens of Yahusha's eyes. He's the mediator. You know, do you remember like the rising of the third temple? Effectively, Yahusha did that in 3 days, right? And we are the temple. He resides inside of us. When Yah looks at us, he sees Yahusha. That's the idea of it. But the problem is, my problem with the church is this. They don't tell you that you should, out of love for Yah, right, also respect the 10 Commandments, right? I believe if you keep the first 4, you'll probably keep the rest, right?
But that's not even necessary, because if you love Jesus, you won't break any commandments anyway. You won't break anything. You'll be more holy than all those commandments. Those commandments aren't
wait there. Do you keep the Sabbath then? Because of your love for Yahusha?
No, the Bible says, and Paul clearly spoke about the Sabbath. Paul is not a false teacher. He is the guy who was given the gospel. He said,
all scripture is good for instruction also.
Timothy, yeah. But what I'm saying, but he meant in context, and the context is the cross and what Jesus did on the cross. And some things, like the Sabbath rest is resting in Jesus. When you rest in your own works to keep the Sabbath, that is going back into the law, and then you're Galatianism, then you are.
That's if you see it as of the law. That's if you see it. That's if you see it. Shut up. Stop talking over me. Stop talking over me. That's if you see that as a form of works, right? I'm talking merely out of the love of your heart for Yahweh and His ways. You should want to walk in them. Yahusha said, wait there, I'm not finished. Yahusha said, do not even think for a moment that I came to abolish the law, but that I came to fulfill it. Yahusha observed every Sabbath. Yahusha went to every Sukkot. Yahusha conformed to every form of the holy days in which Yah had set before him. Right? Yahweh tells us to guard the Sabbath, to guard His holy days, okay?
But just listen
you can't have your... No, I know what you think because I used to be you.
No, but you haven't heard what I've said yet. Let me say something quick. In Colossians, it says, no man tell you what day to keep. You keep whatever day you want. That's up to you. But don't tell other people what to do because that's
I'm
what.
I'm not telling you to do it. I'm not telling you to do it.
Yeah, you're saying you're not a Christian.
No, I'm not. I didn't say you're not a Christian. No, you said I'm not a Christian because I want to keep it.
No, I didn't say you're not. I said...
You did. You said I'm not grafted in. You said I'm cut off.
I'm saying relying on the... I just said if you rely on the law, then you get severed from Christ. So you got to rely totally on Jesus.
Wait there then. So when did I say you're not one? When did I... I know you didn't. But you said that about me, that I said it to you.
Well, maybe you didn't. Okay, that's fine.
Right.
And then,
so that's why I'm showing you that it's not very nice, right? Right.
Okay. Colossians says you keep whatever day you like. It's up to you. But don't argue about it. Don't debate about it. Just keep it for the Lord. Keep quiet about it, and that's what you do. And whatever else someone wants to do, they can do as well. Like, so they want to keep Saturday, they want to keep Sunday, they want to keep Monday, they want to keep the whole week, 3 days a week. Whatever day you want to keep, you can keep it if you want. That's totally up to you. But just don't quarrel about it. Don't make it a big issue. Don't, just keep it under. So it's not an issue. He said, don't make it an issue. You make the issue Jesus on the cross and His love and His bloodshed for you, and His not just forgiveness, but His new creation. So when you're a new creation, you are totally holy as Jesus by the new creation. But you might not be looking like it because you don't believe it. Like if you don't believe it, you're not going to walk it. But if you start believing it, you're going to actually walk it. Say from now you start believing that I am as holy as Jesus. Guess what? You can start living that way because you are. But if you say, oh no, I doubt it, then you're basically like saying, oh man, Jesus didn't really do it, so I'm doubting. You basically unbelief, which is a sin, to be unbelieving. So you're saying, oh man, I don't really believe it. It's not true. So you got to say, God, okay, I believe it's true, even if it doesn't make sense with my mind. If it's not doesn't sound logical, if God says it, then it's true. And God said you're a new creation, you're perfectly holy like Jesus. So if you believe that, then you're cool. You're gonna start living like that. You might trip up and you might make a mistake, or
all right, we should cut it short anyway from here on out. Like we're not really meant to be talking about this shit in the live stream anyway. All right.
Don't say shit because that's not a nice word, but yeah.
Well, I'll speak how I want to.
Yeah, but I mean,
don't say shit, Crack, you fucking twat.
You should be nice about God stuff. You shouldn't call it like.
Well, I'm not calling it shit. I'm saying these things that if you don't understand language, that's fine.
To use that word, so just be
okay. Don't tell me like if I can't tell you to observe the Sabbath, even though the Ten Commandments tell you to, you can't tell me what words to speak. All right.
Okay, I'm just saying be respectful.
Okay, well, you be respectful. How about
that? Okay. I agree.
Monotonous you are, mate.
But remember, God loves you.
Literally, you're so offensive and you don't even understand why you are. You talk to everyone like they don't understand Yahweh, and only you do. You're completely what the Bible speaks against all the time. You're a Pharisee.
Are you projecting now? I think you are.
Bro, you're the one that claimed that I said that you're not a Christian after you actually said it about me, if you remember right. That's not projection.
You're projecting your own heart on me.
Why
That's what you did earlier. That's what you did earlier when you thought I was saying you weren't a Christian. When I said that if you love Yah, right? Maybe you just keep His commandments, right? No, I'm not quarreling. I'm explaining to you.
The Bible says you mustn't quarrel, bro. So quit with quarreling.
So okay, but I can talk. I'll just mute you then. The point is what I'm saying to you, Trinity, is that you projected onto me that you thought I was saying you weren't a Christian, right? And then when I showed you what that felt like, you didn't like it, and you got all like this, right? So remember, that too is a form of quarreling, okay? It's not about projecting. I don't even care if you want to equivocate it with projecting. I really don't mind. It could be a form of projection, whatever. It doesn't bother me. That's between me and ya. But you need to stop with the whole, just remember, Yah loves you. But the way that you say it, that's fair enough if you're saying that in a way that is wholehearted. You're not. You're saying it as if to say this person doesn't know that. And it's very obvious that you're doing it. It's not just obvious to me, right? It's obvious to everyone else that you're stating that, in the same way that you stated to me that I'm, and I know you say you weren't claiming that, but like if you're cut out, you're grafted out if you believe in works. When I already prefaced what I said, right, and categorized it as out of love for Yah that you would follow His commandments. Not because you believe it would gain you anything towards salvation, right? This is why we don't talk about these matters in here. Also, and you're not going to tell me what to say and all of that stuff. I will literally just ban you from the platform, this room. Anyway, how are you, person? A person.
I'm doing all right, man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm all good. You? What have you been up to?
Not much, just working. Fucking bitch stood me up tonight. Kind of bummed, but not really. So it is what it is.
Well, maybe she heard you calling her that name. And she's like, "Wait,
what name, right?"
You know. Yeah. How's work?
she's
Isn't that good?
Oh yeah, bro. Lovely. Absolutely lovely.
Oh, good. Becoming English, are you? Lovely jubbly.
Yeah, go on. No, not quarreling. No.
Oh, wow.
How you been?
Yeah, I've been alright, mate. All good. Just projecting, you know how it is.
Yeah, fair enough. Tea and crumpets treating you alright?
I haven't had crumpets in a while, actually.
Yeah, fair enough. Shit's
In
expensive
England, do you know
nowadays.
that? Well, no, in England, do you know that crumpet is analogous for intercourse, right? Or a woman.
I don't know what a fucking crumpet is, bro.
It's like a aerated piece of toast. You know, like, I don't know, how could you not know? Wait there, I gotta get a photo of this now. Gotta show you a crumpet.
Hey, find the finest crumpet you could find online. Crumpet. Google Images.
Crumpet.
Ooh. Oh, bro, this is facts. Give me a sec. I could go for something like that.
Well, you just looked it up.
Yeah.
Right. I hope you got the right.
I posted the crumpet.
Good.
Extra knobs of butter.
Right, yeah, you got the right thing then if you're talking about butter.
Yeah, that looks fucking delicious, to be honest. It looks like an... Oh, is that why we call them English muffins? Bro, I'm so weak.
Yeah, you're weak.
Oh, Rob fanning my face. Holy shit, that's funny. Oh, it all makes sense now. Why don't you guys call them English muffins? You'd be so much more patriotic, bro.
Yeah, that would be the. It's more like, why do you guys call them English muffins, huh?
Why
That's
not a fucking
hilarious.
trumpet?
Oh wow! I can't believe you said that. You lose the IQ for that. Do British blokes eat fish and chips every meal? No, every other meal it is.
I actually had fish and chips today. It was really good.
That means that you're like, if you don't eat it tomorrow, then eat it the next day and continue that pattern on, you become more British each time you do so.
Alright, man, I'm gonna have to eat that every day. Fuck. With the vinegar or no vinegar?
Maybe. No, I don't know. It depends. Like vinegar and salt.
Tartar sauce. Bro, the vinegar and salt really smacks hard.
Yeah, you gotta have salt, vinegar, tartar sauce. We don't really have it. We do have it in England, but we don't have it that often. Lemon juice on top of your beer battered cod.
Yep. The lemon juice, you gotta do that.
Yeah, weaponized. We can't really afford fish in England anymore. Like, we've had too many triple dip recessions. Fish and chips is what seagulls eat, you know? Because they're thieves, right?
Okay, go turn off the light. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like when I see people fucking ruin their fish and chips by like squeezing a lemon onto it, it's like, dude, good job, baby. It's like all that crust is just, huh? No, you get chonies.
It doesn't ruin it
When I
if
see
you do
people
it right.
fucking, when I see people squeeze a freaking lemon and ruin the crust, I'm just like, you motherfucker, bro. Like,
that's not
you
crust,
gotta squeeze
batter.
Oh no, the one that I had today, oh boy. It was the beer batter, but it had a nice crust to it, like you could scrape it with a knife, dude. And the meat would just like steam as you bit into it. It was so good, bro.
Yeah, man. And that was in America. Wow. I heard people didn't know how to batter a piece of fish.
Yeah, it was right off the coast too, so it was fresh. They use same day caught fish, so it was yummy. Nice and fair meat. Ooh boy.
Good. Yeah, you can't really beat you know, fresh fish, you know. You can't beat it. But then I don't even know if I'd eat fish from America, because a lot of it comes out of I think a lot of it comes out of the wrong ocean, you know. You don't have very good fishing waters over there. It's all the waters are like contaminated. I could be chatting up my ass, but I don't know that.
I don't know. It tastes pretty good to me. Come here, baby.
Well, if it stayed alive in the sea, it's, you know, if it stayed alive in those seas, then it's probably all right.
Yeah, dude, the snapper and the lingcod is absolutely delicious with fish and chips. We had a buddy a long time ago when I was a kid. My dad's buddy, actually. He after we caught all this stuff in his mobile home, he had a deep fryer, and he fried them up with like this beer batter and garlic salt. And bro, I'm not gonna lie, like, oh man, it was so fucking good. It was so good.
Yeah, man.
Like, he couldn't hardly fry it fast enough.
Beer batter and ale batter, it really is good, because you still taste the hops in it. You do taste it. It's different. Definitely is different. You know what I mean? You can taste the difference. Like, some people I've met have said, like, you can't tell when it's beer batter or ale batter. I'm like, you can. I think you can anyway. But Yeah, I wonder if the COD that you get over there, whether it's like haddock or if it's actually COD or not.
It's
I go into if you ever go to like a place in England, I remember going into you got to ask for COD 4, yeah, and like they give you the game battered up, you know. I remember asking a guy in a takeaway once, like, how much do you pay for your cheese? And he's like, £64 a box. Like, what does that even mean? That's the most ambiguous comment ever. Like, that doesn't make any sense. £64 a box. How much is in a box? I don't know, bro. I just pay £64 a box. What does that even mean? Alright, I think I'm gonna head off to bed.
Alright, man.
It's late. It's like 20 to 6 in the morning.
Yeah, jeepers.
Yeah. I had a headache earlier. It went away and now it's come back.
Be healed in Jesus' name.
Thank you, bro.
Bro.
Be healed in Jesus' name right now. Fire.
Hey, hold on. Breadcrumbs for crack filling, okay? Crack filling, I just want you to know. Oh no, my shit glitched. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh shit, okay. No, my Discord's being stupid, but I just want to let you know, God loves you, dude.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry, I had to.
Alright, peace out.
Later, bro.
Yeah, I love Zalia.
Oi, God Rockin', you there? I saw you on mute.
Yeah, I'm here. I had to plug in my headphones. It's the only microphone I got that works.
Okay, I'm not like disturbing you from trying to sleep, right? Because I know sometimes I go in here just to pass out.
Yeah, no, I just came in from outside up watering my garden in my front yard and whatnot. Just trying to keep it looking nice as long as I can. But I just came in the house. I'm getting ready to go to bed though. Here pretty quick.
Yeah, I checked to see if Jay was on, and he's not.
Yeah, I'm talking to him for about 2 hours over on his server.
Oh, nice. How's he?
He's doing good.
Good.
Yeah, same old Jay.
Yeah, same old Jay. Bro, he's consistently the same person, like every day. It's so
Yep.
nice. Like, always happy.
Yeah.
Every time I go in there, it's always like, a person. How are you?
Yeah, you know what to expect when you talk to Jason, that's for sure. And it's always good. It's always nice. It's never, I mean, unless someone rubs him wrong, he does have his moments, but generally speaking, he's just, I know, huh?
No, it's so funny because he's like I thought to myself, I'm like, man, Jay's one of the most polite people I've ever met. And then I thought about it, I was like, maybe not to some people.
Yeah. Yeah. When
man.
someone rubs him wrong, he'll voice his opinion, that's for sure. But,
I feel like he does it politely first, and then if you go further, he'll let you know. It's so funny.
Yeah, it is.
Oh man. Well, today was Chunky's B day, so we took him to the beach and he had a blast. It was a good time.
Is he feeling better then?
Oh yeah, dude. After he slept, his whole little freak out about his belly, it just went away, and he woke up and he told me that his belly feels better. And yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Right on.
I gave him some prune juice. I think that might have loosened him up just a little bit, but I think he might have gotten blocked up somehow.
It happens.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Well, I hate to say it, but I'm going to bed, person. I've had enough for one day on Discord.
Yeah, fair enough, dude. I'll chat with you tomorrow then.
Yeah. Look for me either over on Jason's or over here. I'll be probably one of the two places. And then
Of course, dude.
We can hook up over at Jason's or whatever.
Absolutely, man.
All right, bud. Have a good night.
All right.
Hey.
Night, God Rockin'.
Yep, you too.
Testing. What happened? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Right. One.
Did Crack pummel that last guy?
Everyone got real quiet.
Nobody's talking. Place is packed.
That hell's so quiet in here.
And what the heck's going on around here?
I come over here looking for some conversation.
That's what I was doing. How you doing, Captain?
Oh, not bad.
What? Good?
Yeah,
good?
I'm just a little disappointed. Kicked off some server that for nothing. I don't even know what they're doing over there.
You got kicked off a server. That
Yeah,
happens.
I'm just sitting there minding my own business. So
It just takes one fucking Mongo to just say, "No, you're out of here." You know.
yeah, I'm getting really tired of
Mongo
it.
moderator.
These-
Anyway.
these hyper Christians these hyper Christians.
It happens. Moving on.
I'm not the only
Next.
one, I guess. So.
Dude, we lost so much shit over the years. Channels and hangouts and fucking, I don't know. Got crazy. The good ones.
Hey, you guys want me to tell you a story?
Tell me a
Sure.
story. Yeah. Please.
So, like, I don't think this is like a chain that's common like on the East Coast, but it's like common on the West Coast, or in like Central area either. But it's called Winco grocery store, big one. And like, oh yeah, we used to live here. I forgot you used to live here, so you'd know it, yeah. But anyway, like, so I was just going in front of it, you know, when I normally go to, and I was just writing on chalk, like in the sidewalk, kind of off to the side, not like right in front of the exit, but like just a little ways away from the exit, like towards the parking lot, kind of on the edge. Just writing just simply the earth is flat, you know, chalk.
Yeah.
And like this one guy is like coming past me, and he's like giving me a hard time and like saying just a bunch of stuff to me, and like I don't know. I asked him 3 times. Like I tried to ask him 3 times.
Right.
Do you know of any time that anyone's ever measured the curvature of the earth? And like he didn't even like try to answer it. You know, he was just delirious. You know, and like I don't know. And then like an employee of the store that was a masky came up and was like saying like, oh yeah, he like walks up and is I'm working on the letters or whatever, and like he's like saying like, oh, you forgot the word not, like you know, the earth is not flat, dude, you know, like
that's funny.
it's like And I was just like, I was just like telling him, like, make sure to take that booster or whatever.
Make sure you get your 10th booster, man. You'll be good.
And then like finally a security guard came up and was like, well, you're technically rioting here, so I gotta ask you to leave. And like the security guard wasn't like, belligerent like those guys were, but like, and then like the funny thing is so like I just walked a little ways away and then I started writing, the earth is flat and stationary in another place.
Yeah.
And then like it's just right around the corner. And then I just went back like 5 minutes later and they were gone. And they tried to smear it in the ground with their feet or whatever. And I just went back and took the same piece of chalk I was working with, and I finished it off, outlining it again, and then left again, And so, like checkmate, motherfucker.
That's so great. Oh, man. That's awesome. That made
Although, you know what the odd thing was, is that other place where I wrote the earth is flat and stationary, like, that was the only place where I wrote it anywhere where, like, someone actually like took a bunch of water or something, like completely erased it. Like that's the only place like anyone's ever tried to really erase it. That's the only one where someone completely erased it. But it was kind of making me wonder though, because like I guess I kind of get it because it was like right on some steps or whatever, but it wasn't like right in front of any particular business. That's why I kind of like. But I guess it was just close enough or whatever to one of them. But like. Because like they didn't mess with it right across the street. Like I wrote the earth is flat right across the street, like literally right across the street from that spot. But like pretty much no one's messed with that except for like a few people like rubbing their feet in it because they're Globers or whatever. Not really erasing it though. It's just kind of funny. Because like the thing is, I realized if you press the chalk in, like after you outline it, if you just go over it quickly and press it in either with your finger or something else, like. You can make it so if someone tries to rub their foot on it, they can't really smear it. Like they can still smear it, but they can smear it a whole lot less. And so it's kind of cool. You kind of like make it so only like quite a bit of rain will finally take it away.
That's so funny. Sorry, man. Somebody just texted me that this organist guy that I kind of know. Joey DeFrancesco. He fucking just died. He's 51. He's severely overweight, but I wonder if he got fucking Coco Poke. I don't know. He's from New York. Anyway, somebody just texted me he died. I was like, shit. I just saw him a couple months ago. It's shocking when you see somebody, recently and then they're dead, like boom, you were fine one day, now you're dead. That's fucking crazy. Anyway, flat earthing, man. Orion's really good at it. Getting it taken to the streets. I haven't taken it to the streets in a while. I'd like to do some more of that. I need some more handouts. Some better handouts. The ones I got are kind of shitty. Yeah, people, you mentioned flat earth. I don't know. I used to just freak everybody out, man. Back in the day, it was like, you walk into a party, like, if the earth's flat, there you just get like, like these demons come out of these people. It's not that bad anymore, but there's still a bunch of Mongos, especially with this. Hey, we're going back to the moon, man. We're going back to the moon. Yeah, that got canceled. That didn't work out. Yeah. So they're gonna try again on Friday. Hey
guys.
What's up, Friz? Nothing.
Wait, why are we talking about fish and chips?
Fish and chips? I'm talking about flat earth. Damn. Fish and chips sounds good, though.
I love fish and chips.
It's good. I like if it's good fish. I'm not a big breaded. I don't like my food breaded too much,
I love breaded food.
Yeah.
Breaded zucchini. I love breaded zucchini.
I like it just fried up a little bit, a little oil. It's good.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
too.
Keep it simple.
Yeah.
I don't want the carbs. Yeah. Stay away from carbs as much as I can. But
How do you get picture perms on this server?
you gotta not be hanging around a minute. You're PC verified. See, we can't just let everybody post pictures because they might post some porn. This is going out on a live stream on YouTube. Did you know that?
What?
This is on a live stream on YouTube. Yeah. And Twitch and
Wait, is there people watching it right now?
they can hear you. They're not watching you.
Wait, is there people on it right now?
You betcha.
Where?
On YouTube. On Twitch, on DLive. I don't know. All the places.
I don't like
That's why
that.
it's called 24/7.
Live. 24.
Wait, no, wait. No, guys.
Yes.
I didn't know this. No. No, I'm leaving.
You'll be all right.
I'm literally leaving this server.
All right, she's gone. Was she on here earlier getting hammered or something? It says live stream right there when you click on it. Dumbass. It's like, it doesn't say live stream.
No, I think she was born hammered.
Yeah. I mean, that could be that too. Some people are just born hammered. What are you going to do, man? Yeah. Anyway, she bounced. Anybody else new in here? Jacques is you around? Nope. Nope. Nobody else. All right, cool, man. Well, it's Monday night. It's kind of slow. Sometimes it's crazy on Mondays. The rocket launch was big disappointment today. They're I'm gonna give it a go, huh? I was wondering, they keep talking about this rocket. We built this cool rocket. We got the new Artemis rocket, and it's big, and it's like so big, and it's a cool rocket. We're going to the moon, and I was like, well, since you're going back to the moon, aren't you supposed to have some kind of lander? Got any pictures of the lander? Nobody's talking about the lander yet. They don't have one, man. The only ones they have a model, and they have some CGI, and that's about it. Nobody's got any pictures of any moon lander that I've seen. And I was looking pretty hard today. But I was curious if it's going to look a lot like the old moon lander. The one with the curtain rods and construction paper. But from the CGI I've seen, it looks a little more hip, but we'll see, man. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, this rocket, it's all about the rocket right now, man. And people love rockets, man. They just love the rockets. Going to the moon in my rocket, man. I'm going to the moon. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. So if I was to type in NASA and Google search and look under news, I'm not going to get much but the rocket. It's all about the rocket. So, all right, BG, I'll check it out, man. What's going on? Yeah, they're kind of working on a landing. Yep. There's the pictures. The Earth is flat and stationary. Nice. And then, what was the one with the check? Es plano. Wrong. What was it? Oh, man. Spin launch. Test flight. It didn't work out too well. I see. Yeah, that didn't look like it worked out too well. Oops. Hypersonic space catapult, man. Wow. We can throw satellites into space now. Oh, fuck off, man. Slingshot rockets from the 60s. Yeah, we had one of those. That's hilarious. You guys are too funny. Too funny, man. Just chuck them. Yeah, she's gone. Somebody join? No. What's up, York? Yokes. What's up, Yokes? Oh, that didn't work. All right, well, I'll just keep talking and fucking bore you guys to death. And then you'll leave or something. Or talk to me. One or the other. That's all right. We had a dentist in here the other night. That was cool. Had some fools come in last night, man. There was a couple that came in this morning yelling out the N-word and telling us to suck their balls and that kind of shit. It was funny. I was like, VC check-in last night was insane, man. I don't know, it seemed like all these guys came in at once, but we checked quite a few of them in. They came down here. I think a couple of them were kind of very interested, but a couple of them were just here to troll and try to make fun of us or something. But it was interesting. It happens, man. I do a pretty good job of trying to feel them out. I can tell when they're really not interested or they don't know shit about Shinola. That's always an interesting time. So there's that. Why is BG muted? Server muted, man. Why are you? I don't know. I can't unmute people, man. They won't let me. They won't let me do it. Hey, I've been muted. You get a hot mic, boom, you get muted. I try to stay on top of that, not hot mic. It happens. Especially when I'm on my phone. It's a little harder to mute sometimes. All right. Let's see what's going on with the NASA news. Since it's Monday, I haven't done it in a while. Check it out, man. I'll pull up something there. There might be something interesting to talk about. All right, NASA news. In the news. Of course, it's all going to be about this fucking rocket, man. News. Tools. Recent. The past week. Here we go. Well, moon launch delayed. NASA weighs off the launch. NASA's going to give a briefing of the postponement of the Artemis rocket launch. NASA's set to launch the rocket to the moon. That was 20 hours ago. They're going to delay the rocket. NASA scrubs the launch. NASA's going to crash a spacecraft into a 525-foot wide asteroid. Wow. Damn, that's in USA Today. They're going to crash it. The asteroid frequently gets close to striking Earth, but it's been 65 million years since it last came by. Or 65 million years since we've had a catastrophic collision with our planet. It's definitely 65 million years ago that dinosaurs got blown away by an asteroid, man. Guaranteed. You guys know this, man. Don't believe me. You guys know this shit. All right, I'll put that one in the chat. There you go. Have something to read. There you go. All right. There's that. It's a great picture. Whoever took that picture, man, that thumbnail is tight, man. That thing's tight. Great picture. Well, so this new rocket cost a couple of bucks, man. They think they're up to $93 billion for this thing. $93 billion. There's people hungry, homeless. The streets are a fucking mess, but we got plenty of money for rockets, man. We got a lot of money for rockets. We got an extra 93 billion laying around. I figured I could probably just NASA's budget alone. My friend Agave and I figured out we could probably feed everybody for just NASA's budget of 20, whatever it is, 60, whatever, 25 billion. For 90 billion, man, definitely get it done. No doubt about it. Well, NASA selects StarX for a $3 million mission concept study. A mission concept study, you get $3 million for just studying the concept of a mission. I love that. Here's a fucking picture. You guys are going to love this picture. Fuck. I can't make this shit up, man. They can. Apparently, they just sit around and smoke weed and come up with really cool ideas and shit. I don't know how the fuck they do it. It could receive up to $300 million for an X-ray and ultraviolet studies, exploding stars, growing black holes, and the formation of galaxy clusters in the universe. Yeah, man, definitely give me $300 million. I'll check it out for you. totally, man. I'm down. The Webb Space Telescope it detects carbon dioxide on the exoplanet's atmosphere. Oh my goodness. It's 700 light years away, but they got it. They totally checked it out. It checks out. This is straight from NASA. Yeah. In case you guys are interested, there it is. You gotta go see what the Mongos are up to, right? Definitely got carbon dioxide on the exoplanet atmosphere, man. Definitely, guaranteed. Yeah. I remember when we were getting early in flat Earth, and we're all of us were like, "Hey, man, why haven't we been back to the moon? Hey, Globers, why haven't we been back to the moon?" Dude, we did the moon. There's nothing there. We don't need to go back. It's just a rock in space, and we checked it out. I heard that a fucking 1,000 times from these Mongos. Like, nah, we don't need to go back. We don't need to go back. But now we're going back, and they're all excited, man. Like, we're gonna show those flat earthers, man. We're going back to the moon, man. Totally, we got this. Fucking dumbass flat earthers. Hey, kitty. All right. Uh-oh. What was it? All right. So now, yeah, we're never going back. We went there. We did that. We don't need to go back to the moon. Come on. I watched a little thing this morning on the news. She was like, from Rocketdyne. It's like, we're going to land on the South Pole because there might be ice there. And if we have ice, we could make rockets and send them out, and if we have ice, we can make water and we can make fuel and we can launch things from there right on the moon. We can make fuel on the moon. And then we can go to Mars or some place like that. It's like, you can land anything on the fucking ice and make some fucking rocket fuel, man. Count me in, man. Why can't we make rocket fuel out of our ice, man? Can we do that? Shit. We got a lot of ice here, apparently. Let me take care of my cat here. Yeah, I'd like to see him making some rocket fuel out of ice, man. Can we do that? Is that even possible? I don't know, man. Yeah, I'd like to see that work right here on Earth. That would be cool. Okay, we've got 3 companies are going to help NASA with a solar array technology on the moon. Whoa. NASA has selected 3 companies to further advance their work on deployable solar array systems that will help power the agency's human and robotic exploration of the moon. Whoa, man. Check out these CGI pictures, man. Check these out, man. Okay, there it is. You never know what you're going to find, man. Did you guys see the Mars eclipse or something? They're selling this as an eclipse. What? I can't even fucking. It's just so bad. NASA awards demonstration trash compacting system for the ISS, man. I thought they were getting rid of this ISS thing, man. I thought they were. Why are they coming up with new stuff for the? I say NASA has awarded a contract modifications to the Sierra Nevada Corporation of Madison, Wisconsin, to develop and demonstrate a microgravity compactable trash compaction and process system, TCPS. Oh, it's only $13 million for fucking a trash compactor for the ISS. $13 million. Yeah. 13 million bucks for a trash compactor. Damn. That, you know, it's got to work in microgravity, man. It's got to work in microgravity, man.
Dude.
You guys wonder where they spend this money, man. I'm just showing you, man. It's $90 billion for the Artemis shit so far, and $13 million for a trash compactor on the ISS. What's up, man?
How's it going?
Oh, just reading off some NASA cuckery news.
Yeah.
Kind of making fun of it all because it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, right?
And it's very expensive, too.
Yeah. That's why they lie about it. They got to hide that $65 million they need a day to keep the lie up.
Right. 65 at there was a guy in here did a bit of research. His name is Jim. And between all the agencies and SpaceX and Space Force and everything, he came up with a figure of $128 million a day.
Combined.
And I was like, oh, shit. Yeah, and he had all the facts and everything. I was laughing. I'm like, 128? I go, oh, fuck, man. Yeah, that sounds about right. $128 million a day. So, yeah, it's way past 65 or wherever the fuck they're at, 72 now or 100.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Who the fuck knows, man?
I just read the other article I seen there with the web detects the carbon dioxide and exoplanet atmosphere.
100 million light years away, dude.
700 light years.
Yeah.
Wow.
700 light years away. That's all. And
how long ago did they send that signal out for it to come back to know that it was 700 million light years away?
They sent it out back in 1492, I think. Something. I don't know.
Was that pre-dinosaur or what?
It's pretty ridiculous, man.
Because you can't measure the speed of light going one way. You have to have a reference to come back, right?
Right, exactly. So they're going to
that telescope supposedly on the other side of the atmosphere that we haven't seemed to be able to get through.
Yeah.
And it has instant communication that they could just boom, just like that. Like, you know, me and you can instantly hear each other.
They got some badass internet, man. Badass. It's totally cool. Anyway, I usually maybe once a month I'll read the NASA news. But today,
yeah. Sorry to interrupt, man, but yeah.
No, you're good because it's all about the rocket, right? Like 90% of the stories are about, oh well, they called it off, canceled, calls off.
I was in one of the NASA streams this morning. After I heard that it was canceled, and these people were getting jacked off. Don't call it a rocket.
Don't call it a rocket.
Yeah.
What the hell?
So YouTube channel.
What are you?
I don't know, man. I didn't stick around, man. I seen that kind of shit and I just left.
We used to have a pretty good crew of flat earthers hanging out, and one day, I don't know, NASA was doing something, and we got everybody together. We planned it for like a couple days, and it's like let's all hit the chat at the same time, right? Let's go in there. 1, 2, 3, go. You know, we had it all typed out, and we all just blasted them, and fucking like 90% of us were deleted like right away. It was like, shit.
Every time I go to one of the NASA's live streams, you got to subscribe to chat. And then when you hit subscribe, you're like, you can't chat for X amount of minutes or some shit.
Right.
I was like, dude, all I want to do is like, hey, wish you a good day.
Yeah, well, my flat earth dude, man, that's my name. So they fucking get rid of me right away. Well, NASA seems to have a problem with this lunar trailblazers. There's some kind of NASA's going to hold a termination review it's called the Lunar Trailblazer this fall after spacecraft contractor Lockheed Martin reported cost overruns on the smallest lunar orbiter. They have cost overruns. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Talk about cost overruns. The James Webb Telescope original price tag was $500 million.
Right.
And to date, they're over $10 billion for this fucking thing.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen it.
You talk about a price cost overrun. Why don't we look at that fucking price cost overrun, buckers?
I don't know if I've seen it here or not, but somebody was showing a clip of the legislative meeting that they were having, where the I don't know if they were judges or senators or what, but they were chastising the director of NASA for all the overruns.
Oh yeah,
It'll be the last time, putting on a big old show. This will be the last time you come in front of us and ask for more money.
Trying to make themselves look good. Here we go. Jet Propulsion Laboratory. This is hot off the presses, guys. This is going to be good.
How does that propulsion work in a vacuum?
Well, we've been trying to get somebody to demonstrate that for a long time, and all the demonstrations we saw kind of failed. So,
yeah.
But NASA's scientists is going to probe dark energy by testing gravity.
Wow.
Whoa. This could be one of the biggest puzzles in astrophysics to be solved by revoking Albert Einstein's theory of gravity. A new study co-authored by NASA scientists says, not yet. Shit, man.
They like teasing us.
They love to they listen to us, man. And so I don't know. I was in here. There's an artist out there that's completely digital, total AI, makes up its own songs, it uses the internet to fucking get the beats and whatever. I don't know how it all works, but they got like 10 million followers on TikTok. And they got signed to a major contract. I'm sure that at this point, man, most of the news we're seeing about this shit is literally a fucking computer's coming up with it, man. And just coming up with a picture and a story and writing the whole thing and just making shit up. I'm convinced of it now. 100%. There's nobody writing that fucking story. Let me see. What was it? Let me see. Was it written by anybody? No. It's not written by anybody. It just came from the fucking. It just came. Calla Cofield, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, News Media Contact. she's the news media person. Yeah, I don't even doubt she's really real.
Can you imagine how many of those AI things that are running throughout the world in some form of communication, means of communication?
I mean,
and they're calling the stuff that we talk about disinformation or scientifically proven or disproven.
Right.
I'd like to see what the evidence they used whenever they put that claimer up there in the flat Earth topics on YouTube. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I looked. I went and checked out the wiki and followed all the links and shit like that, and it doesn't say anything about what they used to disprove it.
Astrobotics got a contract from NASA. It's for a Cube rover mission. How much is this cocky fucking thing gonna cost? $27 million.
I'd like to be the CGI artist on that job.
27 mil, motherfuckers, just for a Cube rover. This thing's teeny, man. Cube rover. You heard about Cube satellites? Cube rovers now, man. $27 million. Space news. It's on Space News. It must be true. It's on Space News. Yes, it's true. It's definitely true.
Your browser checks to make sure you're safe to go to that website, right?
SpaceNews.com.
Is the security okay on that website? Your HTTPS lets you in?
Yeah, it's still letting me in as of today, but
okay.
What about tomorrow?
I love them sites that say, warning, you're about to enter an unsecured site. It's like, oh yeah, I want to believe this news. $27 million.
27 mil for the Cube, micro fucking Cube rover.
Is that it right there?
Yeah.
It looks like steampunk or something.
Totally right.
Where'd they get that from? Burning Man?
Burning Man. There you go.
Looks like something that's on the main stage, traveling through.
27. Dude, they just throwing money around like fucking, I don't know what, man. Like it's not their money. They just throw it around like.
Because it's not.
It's not their money. I watched this show, man, called American Greed, and it's a fascinating psychological evaluation of what some people will do. I mean, I watched it where some guy was running a health company. He was getting a $2 million salary. And for whatever reason, man, he decided he wanted to steal $100 million from the company. And I'm like,
his yacht wasn't big enough.
Through your head for you want to do that, What is in your head? And this show has been on the air for fucking 15 years, man. And every week, every year, there's like 8 or 10 of these stories of these people just absolutely losing their fucking minds and just stealing the company blind. And there's something very, very, it's some kind of default and I don't get it. You're making $2 million a year. If you can't live on that and you got to steal $100 fucking million, you are seriously fucking mental case, man.
A lot of them millionaires, they still live paycheck to paycheck.
That's true, man. They're making, they overextend themselves, completely ridiculous. I guess they just kind of have to make themselves look good. They got to have the Porsche and the big SUV and the pool with the big house and up by the beach. And I don't know, they're never there to enjoy it. They're just fucking, I don't know. They see like billionaires flying around in jets and they want that, I guess. They want that kind of thing, man. I don't know. It's the same psychology that I find interesting in here about people who think they know that the fucking earth is a ball. And they come in here and they're all like, well, dude, I got pictures, man. Check it out.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, well, let's dive into it a little bit more, man. No. It's a ball, man. I checked it out. It's good. It's a ball. It's definitely a ball. You know what I mean? They'll fucking put their feet in the sand, man, and just bury themselves because they don't know the first thing about their ball, but they believe they're on a ball, but they don't know anything about it. And I will never find that not interesting, man. That will be interesting to me for the rest of my life, man. Unless everybody figures out they're not on a fucking ball shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, then I'll be like, okay, there's hope.
Yeah.
But right now, man, it's like day after day I listen in, man, and there's somebody coming in going, well, I know it's a ball because, I learned it here and at school, and, planes fly on the ball, dude. They wouldn't work on a flat earth.
Right.
Oh, my God. You really said that. They did say that. I've heard that a couple of times. Yeah, planes can only fly on a ball. Like that. Come on. Don't be ridiculous. So
I've got two people in real life that casually took the conversation where I wanted it to, where I was able to ask.
Right.
So where, other than what you were told in school, have you observed the roundness in the curve?
Right.
And they sit and they think about it, and it's amazing to watch that expression that happens. That like, yeah, it is something that I believe it because I've been told. I've never questioned it. I've never tried to observe it.
Right.
And then you just give them an example of a place where you can actually go measure it. And then it takes me to another guy that was like hounded on me when I first come into a different server a couple months back. And he says he measured it. He measured the curve and he visualized it. And I asked him, I'm like, yeah, that's what I said. I was like, where can I go and see this? Because I've never seen it, dude.
Right. Where do we go, man?
Yeah. And he posted a couple math equations that he figured out and put a couple coordinates on it and shit like that. And I was like, I didn't even have to do nothing. Other people jumped in the chat and was like, what the fuck?
Right.
But nobody can say, go here to this beach or, to this area of land out in Montana or something. Go up on top of this mountain over here and you'll see it, man.
You'll see the curve from over there.
Nobody can say that. Nobody could say it.
Show me the bendy water.
Yeah, that too.
You ain't got
They want to go in. They want to go into some explanation. It took another 5 explanations before that to explain why it looks flat to you.
Here we go. Gizmodo, giving it to me, baby. Retro concept art from NASA makes our imagination soar. You gotta see this fucking cuck job, man.
What they do is they just describe cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, kind of imagination.
Yeah, SpongeBob.
SpongeBob. Here you go. Put this one in the chat, man. Gizmodo. Look at that picture. Yeah, it's a retro artwork. Makes your imagination soar, baby. Make your imagination soar. Hold on, let me put some reverb on that. Make your imagination soar.
Whoa. What's that one show back in the 70s? Will Robinson.
I don't remember that one. No.
Space something.
Space something, huh?
Yeah, the robot would always go around when he would get excited and call the scientist, Will Robinson. Will Robinson, emergency, emergency. The robot's like waving its hand.
Yeah, now it's coming back to me a little bit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah. Damn. I found something interesting anyway, guys. Besides the rocket launch that got canceled there. And
when I seen that picture of the retro concept, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
That series back in the day.
What's up with the Krispy Kreme donuts? Is doing something for the... They got a new donut called the Artemis Moon Donut. What the fuck?
Oh, jeez.
Fuck off. Get out of here. It's dishing up a special treat for the planned blast-off of NASA's return to the moon, called the Artemis Moon Donut. Cock me, man. Cock me, maybe. Cock me. I can't make
Maybe it was maybe the launch was canceled because the CERN didn't bust through the firmament.
Yeah, probably. There's a lot of space games. NASA's noticed. Oh boy.
Hey, I have a prediction. I have a prediction in 2024. They're going to pretend to go back to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
And when they come back, they're going to have some things they call rocks from the moon. And they're going to be tested. And they're going to be crack rocks.
Ooh. Rocks.
Lost in space. Somebody heard me. Lost in space.
Lost in space. There you go. Ah, dude, help us. Somebody help us, man. It just gives the fucking curvature already. For fuck's sake. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for a lot here, man. Simple. You know, just a little bit of Kirby. Ah. Oh my. That's a lot of money for this Artemis thing, man. 90 bill. And it'll end up being 200 billion or 300. Yeah, you watch. And they'll never actually fucking go anywhere. That's what I'm calling. 300 billion, nothing. They didn't go. They couldn't make it. Something happened. The rocket didn't work. Fucking the economy crashed. Something will happen. There's no way in hell it's gonna fucking happen.
There's an inside war going on in the CGI department. They don't know how. They can't agree on which way to better represent the dark side of the moon.
Something. There's just no way. They'll put this thing off. They ain't gonna launch it this week or next week or something. It's just gonna keep kicking a can down the road like they've been doing for 50 fucking years. Trust me. Every president has come out and said, "Yeah, we're going back to the moon, man. We're going back to the moon." None of them did, and we haven't been back. So this ain't gonna be any different. Something's gonna happen. Economy's gonna crash or something, man. It's just we got to put it off. 2030. I'll do it in 2030. 2035, maybe, if we're lucky. It'll just be a big cock twist shit show.
Clown show. Don't keep buying tickets to the circus if you don't like the clowns.
Fuck. NASA released a spooky audio of Black Hole. Did you guys hear about that? Oh, fuck. We got to hear this. Hold on. I'll play it. Oh fuck! It's got to play a fucking commercial. Ah, fucking cocks. That's a black hole. Hear it?
Well, that sounds like a little piece of Led Zeppelin backwards.
I'm gonna add it to my Halloween playlist.
Yeah. Make a 30-second loop out of that.
I can't believe somebody would buy this. I can't believe it. It's 240 million light years away. And they got audio. How did
Flat Earth, dude, what are we doing? We doing beer tonight, or we got the wine out?
I did the wine last night. It was fun, and it was really tasty. Tonight, I've got a special Radiant Haze IPA.
I haven't tried any IPA yet.
This one's a Toppling Goliath. It's made in Indiana. It's
Okay.
quite good. I like the brewery. This is the first time I've had this beer from them, but it's got the all-seeing eye on the fucking beer can.
Oh, wow! Talk about in your face, huh? Or some idiots that thought it would be cute.
This one's in your face, man. But I really love the maker of Toppling Goliath.
Okay.
Goliath. I like that because we're going to topple the Goliath of fucking NASA. And it's going to be a great day. We're all going to have a big party. But they make such good beers there. I don't know what it is, man. They got the touch. I don't know if they're putting drugs in this or what, man, but it's good.
What's the alcohol content?
Here is the Black Hole recording. If you guys want to make a song out of it or loop it or whatever you want to do, but let me give you the spooky audio. Oblivious B, man, you are fucking killing it. I think you're an AI robot. You're always killing it. How do you do it? Anyway, there's your spooky black audio. I'm done with the NASA news. I think I can't find any more, man. I'm at the end of the search, but 90% of the stories today about the NASA news was all about the cancellation of the rocket launch. That's never going to happen.
When I first seen it, it said the third engine stalled.
Or some leak or something or whatever. I don't know, man.
And then after that headline of the word stalled in it, they took that one out.
What's China's space agency called? Does anybody know?
The Chinese? I don't know.
Space agency.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on with them.
PSA, is that it? China
USA
Space Agency?
Ambitious compared to China. Okay, the launch is delayed. Okay, well, of course, that's the first story. China and Russia just announced a joint mission to go back to the moon.
Oh, jeez. They're all in on it. They're all in on it.
You kidding me? They're gonna build a moon base. Oh, fuck me, man.
Oh, jeez.
This is hot off the presses, people, man. Came out.
Are they one of the countries with the Arctic Treaty?
This is hot off the presses. Check it out. Oh my God! China and Russia are going to build a moon base, man.
Wow, it looks like
Look at that picture. Come on, man. How
it looks like the toys I got my kids a few years back.
U.S. hopes to beat China to the moon. Really? Okay. Yeah.
Oh, man.
China Space Agency video spotlights its robotic arm in action. Hey, I watched some of that, man. That was pretty shitty. Fucking Earth was doing some weird shit, man, in that thing.
I got 2 breweries that just opened up in my little town where I live at in the last couple of years.
You got to support them, man. You got to support the small guys.
Yeah, like one's the different craft beers, and the other one's wine.
Well, shit. I mean, when the weather gets colder, hit the wine. Meanwhile, while it's still summer, man, have a couple beers.
Yeah, I was going through the township website, and Yeah,
So China's
pretty
got the
slick.
chugga coffee too, man. 90% of their water is recycled on the China space station.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 90%. Yeah,
Guess they can't do nothing with the ammonia.
chugga coffee, baby.
Wow.
Chugga coffee.
Kinetics, I think that's what it was. That toy, the construction little toy kit for the kids. Kinetics, the magnets and shit. Different gears and shit. You can make a crane. That's what that looks like. That China space station
Yeah.
on the moon.
Yeah, it looks like that old shit. Yeah. Oh man. Hey, they're gonna grow some food in space. Yeah. Woo. Gonna grow some lettuce in space, man. Never done that before. New Zealand has got a quest for a sustainable space industry. New Zealand. Don't you forget about New Zealand, people. They're hot on everybody's tail here.
I got a guy following New Zealand. He streams a lot of lost history of flat Earth and Europa and stuff like that.
Nice. What's his name?
Drunk cunt.
Oh, I'm gonna like that name.
DK Spiracies. Drunk cunt Spiracies.
Wow.
On Twitch.
Nice. I'm not on Twitch, but
yeah. I was just talking to him yesterday about using this plugin for OBS that lets you stream to more than the 2 sites that like Restream allows you to do for free.
Mm-hmm.
There's a plugin. It's like all you need is the URL and the RTMP, whatever thing that is.
Yeah.
And you could stream to as many platforms as you want at no cost, as long as your machine can handle it. And it's real low CPU usage too.
Oh wow, there's a new privately funded mission to Venus.
Uh-oh.
It's gonna have only 5 minutes to hunt for life on Venus. That's it.
I better get a good camera. All them space shows back in the 70s and 80s with that going to Venus, all the women on Venus and shit. Remember all that?
You guys are gonna have to hustle up here, man, a little bit. Firestone Melon Conspiracy, man. I haven't tried that. I gotta try that.
What the US have to announce that they're planning to beat China to the moon when they've already been there.
Yeah, right? I thought of that too, but I didn't want to say it.
It's like everyone's forgotten that it was that we apparently went there, you know? Oh, we're planning to we're planning to do a manned mission to the moon. Yeah, what's new? We already did it.
50 years ago, 1972 was the last time.
Yeah, why now? Because no one believes you anymore.
Yeah, the Mongos. They want to beat them back to the moon, man. Come on, you know what I'm saying? Not beat them to the moon. They want to beat them back. Build back better, right? Come on, build back better. Whatever the fuck that means, man. I never even got that, man. I was like, build back better, but what the fuck? I need a smoke break here, man. I
just fired up a doobie.
I'm fucking smoking something, man, right straight away. Because it's just like makes me fucking go, what? What? No, what? Krispy Kreme's got a donut, man, for the new Artemis launch. You got to capitalize on the news and make a donut and call it the Artemis Space donut. There we go. Moon donut, whatever the fuck it. China's doing a lot in space, man. They got a lot of cuckery going on there. Up in the old space. China's going to set a record for most consecutive launches, making it 103 successful launches in a row, man. 103. These China people, man, can build some fucking rockets. Woo, they can build some rockets. Rich guys like rockets. Did you guys ever hear that song? Rich guys like rockets. Yeah, that's a good one.
Got the sticky icky today. I got to clean my grinder out now. It gummed it all up.
I gotta get some tomorrow, man. I'm smoking some fucking dried out leftovers from last summer or something.
As long as it works, right?
It's working. Australia's launching a satellite? Very nice. Australia's space agency prepares its first mission, Spirit, with high hopes.
The Australian government's full of shit, mate.
They
never do anything.
Here's your fucking article. Fucking here's your fucking article. You go
Must be
read
true.
that. You go read that article. There's my citation, you mongos. Which it's like if you think our atoms. Anyway, just making fun of NASA, man. It's one of my favorite pastimes for the last 8 years. It's been a lot of fun. I'm not the only one who likes to do it, fortunately. I'm glad there's a lot of other people who really like to do it too. But it's too easy, man. It's too easy to make fun of these guys, man. I mean, the funny thing is that there's a bunch of Mongos out there who go, yeah, dude, did you see that China's launching? They're going back to the moon too. Oh wait, they already did go to the moon just recently. Within the last, the footage was so bad they had to stop it. It was so bad, man. Their CGI so bad, dude. It was like even the fucking news stations couldn't show it, man. It was like, no, we can't put that on TV, man. That doesn't look good, man. That looks like shit.
You were saying before that they're making a $30 million trash compactor. Why would a trash compactor have to be any different than a normal trash compactor? It works on hydraulics.
It has to work in gravity, in microgravity, and it's $13 million, and it's got to work in microgravity. That's why it's $13 million. But I can get one at Costco for like $472. That one won't work on the space station. No. It only works in gravity situations. That's it. Just definitely only works in the gravity. But microgravity and hydraulics, it is a problem. It's got to be like super gold hoses with gold liquid fluid in the. Yeah, it's expensive and it's hard to maintain. That's why it's $13 million. And it was made by a space agency's company's contractor, I could love to hear the excuses. I'm like, I'd love to walk into one of those offices where they make this $13 million trash compactor for one, ship, right? Whatever. Hey, man. Show me your $13 million. Where'd you spend it? Well, the senior vice president's making $2 million a year, and then the executive vice president's making $1 million, and so and so's making $1 million, and then the guys that actually do the work, they're making like $180,000 a year, and we spent about $30,000 in materials.
Don't forget the Krispy Kremes.
Yeah, had to buy Krispy Kreme donuts every morning, and that was $42,000. And just I would love to see the actual books of somebody that's making a $13 million trash compactor that's the size of a trash can, right? And it's 13 mil, baby. Probably doesn't include the launch cost,
It's probably one of those beer can crushers you see on the trees that people live out in the woods.
Yeah.
That's all they could do, one can at a time.
All right. It's going to go live in about an hour. Dude, it's kind of late, man. Shit. Come in here and give us a quick rundown, man. I got to go to bed. Give us what they used to call the Reader's Digest version, man. I didn't catch your last one yet, man. I got to find some time. 3.5 hours, man. That's a bit of chunk of change there. I want to watch it, man. Don't get me wrong. Just got to, maybe this weekend. Got the, hey, we got a holiday weekend coming up. We got Labor Day, man. We're going to celebrate the people that are laborers. We're going to celebrate them people. Yep. What do we do on Labor Day?
Get drunk.
We do a lot of barbecuing and swimming. And it's kind of the end of summer. They're kind of like, oh, shit, Labor Day. We used to go back to school after Labor Day. So I always kind of look forward to Labor Day weekend. I was like, shit, it's our last weekend, man. Let's do something fun. And then now you go back to school like, August 4th. Like, why are you going back to school so fucking early, man? What the hell happened? They shortened your time off. They don't want you out there with too much time off, so they made the school year longer now. Yeah, it sucks.
The kids where I'm at, they started going back to school on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Then they had half a day Friday. And they went back today or whatever, Monday.
My niece has been in school for 2 weeks, man. I'm like, how the fuck did she? I don't know. But anyway, I appreciate what you do. What's it? I don't think you're listening, but if you got like 20 minutes, drop in. That'd be cool. Give us a preview of the breakdown, man. Anyway, back to NASA. JAXA, ESA, CUXA, Space Fucka, whatever the hell they are, man. There's so many of them now. I can't keep track, man. There's space debris falling out of the sky. There's conflicts between India and China and Russia. They're not getting along with the whole space thing, man. And there's some problems there. As China's quantum encrypting satellites shrink, their networking abilities grow. Wow, that sounds interesting. Minus the ad, that'd be good. They're going to put millions into the quantum R&D, man, for the networks. Oh, get a load of this picture. Oh, yeah. It's the quantum internet for space. Fuck off.
Wow.
Fuck off. I can't make this shit up, man. You think I fucking, just making it up? No. Citations on all this shit. Take that, Quantum Eraser. I got my citations lined up. He would appreciate it. Okay, it's the video. It's a timestamp for the video above. Timestamp. The timestamp. Okay, got it. Cool, man. All right, man. I'm catching up. Anyway, just here to take a piss on NASA and China and Russia and everybody else that thinks they're going into space, man, or whatever. But I didn't expect the quantum fucking computing from transmissions, from encryptions through ground stations reaching space. And it's just like, wow, man. These people are on it, man. What can you say? Really cool looking, man. It's looking cool. All right. We're really getting close to creating solar electricity from space, man, that we can use here on Earth, man. We're getting really close to that. There's some steps being made on solar-based power for a European reality. What the fuck that means? Solaris.
What are they going to do? Run a big three-phase cable from space down to the Earth?
I don't know, man. There's a lot of this article's not. It's not easily written. Maybe 2040, man. We'll have it. Maybe 2070. I'm not sure. Yeah, you can. By 2040, Europeans will have like 350 trillion watt hours of electricity needed. By 2050, in order to grab this from space, we got to spend a lot of money and we got to figure it all out. And that takes time. 2050. Spacewatch Europe. It's called. That's the name of the website, man. Spacewatch.global. Spacewatch.global. Oh, shit. I don't know how it's just imaginary cuckery at this point, man. Just imagine. That was my first story tonight, and I think it was about the imagination. It was close to the retro concept art from NASA makes our imagination soar. That was good. Makes our imagination soar, man. It makes your imagination soar. It makes my fucking bullshit radar go whoop.
Need the reverb.
Oh, that's a black hole sound. Black hole. We got a black hole. Anyway, that was enough drops. I appreciate you guys letting me piss around with that. Is there anybody new in here? Anybody new? Nope. It's not looking like it. No VC check-ins. Nope. Wow. Well, there's JQ. He's kind of VC verified. And he's got a problem with the gas chambers, man. I dig that, man. I got a problem with that shit too. I don't think they're good. Not a good idea, first of all. What diabolical cuck motherfucker would come up with something like that. You bitch cock fucking bastard. JQ, are you there, man? No. No. Joke. Did I say it rhyme? Yeah. Say it 3 times. What do I got to do? Get you to unmute. There. JQ number 0283. Children of the Corn. Is that? Yeah, that's a movie. It's kind of a weird movie. I didn't like that movie. Kind of creepy. Kind of creepy, man. Kind of creepy. All right. Anybody else happening here? Just Davey and I?
It was a weird movie. That was early 90s, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a really weird movie, man. I remember it kind of freaking me out a little bit. You know, not into horror movies, and that was kind of a horror movie.
Yeah, me neither.
So, yeah. If I want to get scared, man, I just go outside and worry about meteors crashing from trillions of miles away into my head. No, I'm worried about cars and you know, people driving, man. I do a lot of driving, and I got to constantly be aware of the dangers out there, man. And that's probably the most worried thing. I'm very chill behind the car, but you have to be kind of aware of all the fucking, where I live, man, there's millions of cars, yeah. People walking out in the street. It's just, it's a big attention getter. You got to pay attention.
Where are you?
I'm in Southern California near Los Angeles, you know, just millions of people here, man, millions. Just in Los Angeles County alone, man, there's like 13 million people or some shit, man. Fucking crazy number. I'm like, what? So, yeah, there's millions of people around. LA County's huge, though, dude. It's as big as, you know, New York and Massachusetts and New Jersey probably put together. I mean, it's big. It's fucking huge. Maybe it's not that big, but it's big, man. LA County is just fucking, I can't believe how big it is. Anyway.
So it goes right up to, what's the furthest point up north?
The point up north of me? From me?
What's the last, the last point of LA County up north?
I think it's like Thousand Oaks.
Yeah.
Something like that. Somewhere around there. Maybe Oxnard. I think that Oxnard's a little bit farther north. Somewhere around there. Thousand Oaks, Oxnard. Thousand Oaks, definitely LA County. I for sure. And then it switches over to Santa. I think the next one's up is Santa Barbara County is the next one. It's way up there, man. Yeah.
Hey,
and then south? Sorry,
man. What was that, Tom? Tim?
And what's the furthest point south?
La Mirada, which is pretty close to my house. Like, I'm on North Orange County, which is 100 miles south, something like that.
Of LA?
LA County, yeah. It's like 100 miles from north to south.
Wow.
It's big.
Huge.
And then it goes like east, west. It's probably 40, 50 miles. I don't know. It's wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's big, man. But just all of Southern California altogether, it's just huge area. And it's got a lot of people here. Anyway, Davey, you was going to ask something? Or?
Yeah, I was just going to say I'm planning on a trip out west after the first of the year.
Yeah?
I'm going to try to hit the Burning Man.
Oh, shit. Well, isn't that this weekend?
I'm planning on it for next year. I'm gonna do some traveling,
All right.
take my time, cruise across, spend some time out in the desert.
Labor Day weekend. Am I wrong about that?
What's that?
Burning Man, isn't it this weekend coming up right now?
I haven't looked into it for this year. I'm planning for next year.
All right. Let me look it up real quick, man. I'm curious because I think it's this weekend coming up. Burning Man, 2022. Sunday, August 28th to Monday, September 5th.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way I could do it this year.
No way, man. Yeah, I liked it when it first started. I was super interested. I wanted to go talk to some people that went. And then it turned into some kind of corporate cuck fucking show, man. I was like, oh, well, that kind of disproves the whole point. All these rich fucking people from Silicon Valley would go there and build all this crazy cool shit.
Yeah.
And they kind of fucked it up, man. I mean, I just like people, I built a bicycle fucking windmill or something. I'd be like, oh, fucking check it out. That sounds cool.
Yeah.
Whatever. But no, it turned into this corporate cuck show, and I was like, fuck that, man. I ain't going to this shit.
I still want to check it out.
If Amazon's there and fucking Apple and Google and all these fucking cucks from Silicon, fuck that. They're spending millions of dollars and fucking putting up shit. Fuck that. I ain't going. I just want regular people doing it instead of corporations. I hate corporations. I think they're evil fucking dead corpse bitches.
No doubt.
Testing 1, 2.
Testing 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good to go.
What's up? Talk to me. You been to Burning Man? Anybody?
Burning Man?
Burning Man.
No.
Anybody hear
No.
about it? Has anybody ever heard of it? It's a guy, man. Started a festival about 20 years ago. 25, maybe more.
San Francisco, under the bridge or something like that.
He was like, hey, man, I got a divorce. I want to go celebrate my divorce. I want to build a big wooden dude in the middle of the desert. I'm going to light him on fire. And, a couple people showed up. And then it grew into this, next year, it's like a couple bands showed up. And you're not allowed to, like, bring any money or something. You're not... Everything's supposed to be barter. There was a lot of stipulations in going to this thing, man.
Ice and water is the only thing you could use cash for.
Right. It was like this ice and it was really
all the booze, all the food, anything you want. Just you got to carry a tin cup.
Right. Yeah. You carry a little wagon with you or something. And it was in the middle of this fucking desert. I think it was like a 20 miles square fucking piece of land or something, right?
Dry lake bed
in the hottest part of this fucking summer, by the way.
Right. Sandstorms, everything.
Why do you got to do it in the hottest part of the fucking summer? Fuck. You can do
it's like, I think they said over 70,000 people.
Yeah, like 100,000 people show up, whatever. But we started out with the first one was like, a few thousand,
And it wasn't the first one like somewhere in San Francisco on a riverbank or something like that.
I'm no expert at Burning Man, but I know some people that went, and I always wanted to go, man, especially when I was younger, man. I'd be like, yeah, that sounds really good, man. Hanging out with a bunch of naked people. Cool.
Yeah.
But now I'm like, fuck.
I just want to be able to say I did it, Like I've been to a dead show, got blasted at a dead show.
Yeah, me too, man. But Burning Man,
it's one of them things I got to experience.
I don't know. It turned into some other corporation cuck show, man. And it's like, fuck that.
I know how to overlook that.
Of course, man. You're gonna meet people straight up and meet them on the same track. Yeah. But it would be cool to just do a big flat Earth thing there, man. I'd be down with that, man.
Yeah.
Let's just get
I might make the trip. I might make the trip with my daughter.
Let's just take a couple of acres and build a big ass flat Earth map,
Yeah.
And circle it with some lights and shit. Yeah, we could do it, man. It will just scratch the fucking earth out in the sand or something. I don't know.
When's that meet? I see you post that meetup out your way.
It's on the 24th of September.
Okay.
And it's right out here on the beach where I live. And it's cool, man. It's a great place, great time of year, man. Just after summer, it'll still be very warm here and nice. The water will be warm.
I want to go check out Slab City too.
Been there, done it. Camped there a couple nights. Checked it out.
My daughter's into art, and I think she would like to see Salvation Mountain.
Salvation Mountain it is what it is. I would do it not in the summer.
Yeah, that's why we're going to leave it around January, first week of January.
Perfect. That's a great time to go out there, man. Yeah. It's 280. That's 200 feet below sea level or some shit, right? It's really, really warm there, even in January.
Yeah. They say 120 in the summertime, easy.
Easy 120. Yeah. I don't do 120 anymore, man. If there's 120, if where I live it hits 120, I think I'm moving. I think I'm done. I lived in Las Vegas 4 years. It hit 121. Like the last year I was there, I was like, I'm out of here, man. I can't do it.
I'm probably going to see about I'm probably get a passport, go in and check out Mexico a little bit too.
Yeah, man. Mexicans are great. Food's great. Don't drink the water, drink beer.
Yeah, take all the water with you.
You'll be fine, man. You'll have a good time. And yeah. Mexico's amazing, man. Especially when you get really, really down into like off the what they call Baja California.
I watched that series, The Anarchists, Anarchapulco.
I haven't watched it yet, man. It's on my playlist. One of the guys I folloow's in it, Dollar Vigilante. He's in there, and he was cringing. And I was like, he's like, oh, dude, even I'm cringing.
One of the co-founders dies at the end.
Oh, thanks for a spoiler alert. Appreciate it.
I just figured it was regular news because it was happened a couple years ago. Whatever.
You ain't gonna ruin nothing for me, man. No, I was
fucking wild.
It's long, man. It's like lots of hours. So,
well, I think it's 6 episodes.
It's like 6. Yeah, it's long. So I gotta set some time away. Maybe this winter I'll check it out.
It's pretty slick.
I'm gonna.
I was interested in the side stories that were going on.
Well, Hollywood's very good at getting you interested in stories, man.
Yeah.
They're really good at twisting what's real, what's not.
I've seen a couple of people debunking shit on it. Seen a couple of people stream about that.
100%.
It's all just a big show.
So it could be potentially, most likely. I'm going to give it a way over 65% that it's probably all fucking, most of it's cock, and they just twisted it. Just like they do with Flat Earth. No fucking different. Dude, I've been to like some of these shoots where the television people are there and then they make their piece about what the hell's going on, and it's completely different than what I was witnessing, man. I'm like,
wow.
Oh,
it's insane.
Well, it's not insane, man. It's just what it is, man. They have to make it interesting. And to make fun of flat earthers is interesting. That will get a lot of people's attention.
Oh, yeah.
They've spent millions of dollars doing this, man. CBS, Sunday Morning, Discovery Channel, Netflix, you name it, man. It's been Discovery Channel. I already mentioned like Lifetime Channel. I've seen, it was on all the fucking late night talk show people. They all said something about flat Earth, especially when it was booming. Kyrie Irving's a flat earther. Like, they're making fun of him, man, left and right on the sports stations. So yeah, it became a let's make fun of flat earthers, and we're going to spend a lot of money doing it, man. And they did, and that's all they have to do, man, is to just make fun of them. So what I do is make fun of their cucky buck and bullshit. Like the Chinese quantum encrypting satellite network. Fuck off, fuck off. Are you kidding me? You're spinning around a globe at fucking millions of miles an hour? Fuck off. Prove that to me, you fucking Mongo. Prove it. I dare you. Or fuck off. And I won't go into these arguments with these professors and shit, man. And they've tried to suck me in, man. I just tell them to fuck off. It's like, dude, take me to a place where I can experience this shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. You got anything for me, bro? Bendy, curvy water, nothing? You got nothing? Oh, no. It's been on the mathematics and the equations to the diameter of the squared times the compass of the rotation of the potential maybe thing with the fuck off. I ain't going through your cucky fucking mathy shit that proves where the fuck I'm at. I want to see where I'm at, man. Can you do that? No, I can't do that. Can't do
it. It has to be true. It's so bizarre.
Mm-hmm. Can you take me to a place where I can experience all this beautiful spinny, bendy water? Anything. It'd be cool. It'd be great. But that's not going to happen, man. It's never going to happen. They just keep throwing Hollywood. We've got satellites in space, and we're going around this, and we're going to the moon, and we got missions, and we're spending $90 billion here and $90 billion there, and we're going to be the first to ever go to Mars, and we're going to be great, and we're great, and it's just, it's all good. We're going to land the thing with the spinny thing, and it's not a problem because we have geniuses working it out, and we can stop the asteroid from hitting Earth. That makes us a third amazing, potentially amazing gods now that we can stop an asteroid from trillions of miles away crashing into Earth. And we saved everybody's ass because we're great and we know what we're doing, and we shoot the rockets and the thing works, and it works every time almost. And it's one of those beautiful things that we do here at NASA that definitely brings in a lot of money. I know it costs a lot of money, but we're saving your asses from asteroids hitting you in the head. Okay.
Is that why we sometimes get told about these near misses, like after the fact? Hey, did you know on Thursday the Earth was like just missed? Yeah. Oh shit! Really?
Now that you brought it to my attention, it is always after the fact.
I think sometimes they say it's before, but yeah, I've seen a lot of times it's after the fact.
That's pretty good. I like that. I'll put that in my stand-up comedy. Do you remember when the asteroid was going to hit and we deflected it across the universe amazingly? It's not going to hit us anymore, and you guys owe us $1,000 each. We appreciate check or cash. We like cash here at the Junasha. And yeah, cash is good. It's a crazy world, man. And this shit, I'm telling you, man, if they came up with a fucking musical artist that has 10 million followers on TikTok, which I don't believe because you can buy fucking people followers, man. It might have 1 million, whatever. But it sounds good on paper. I bought 10 million. I could buy 10 million fucking viewers for Flat Earth Dude, man. Flat Earth Dude, I could do it. But when I do a live stream and only 12 people show up, you got a problem. Right? How do you explain that? I don't know. It was they were busy. People were busy, man. They didn't join the live stream. I know I got 12 million viewers, subscribers, but only 12 people showed up. It's strange. I know. It must be the YouTube algorithms definitely messing with my. I'm totally shadow banned.
They don't want the truth coming out.
They don't want the truth coming out. All right, there you go. Take it that way. I'm too close to the target. They're shutting me down. Send me money. It's only $12.95 a month to be a blue labeled subscriber or whatever. Fuck, man. They can just make up shit all. Yeah, I swear there's AI out there creating these stories about China's quantum satellite networking abilities or something shit. I don't know, man. If you can have an AI artist that, it can work 24/7 a day and bring in, whatever, $1 million a month or whatever it is, man. I don't know. But
didn't that one guy say that his quantum computer is stealing data from other dimensions?
Was that one of the things I dropped there?
It was one of them quantum computers.
I don't know, but
they claim it's stealing data from other dimensions, bringing it into ours. Yeah.
There we go. That's a total fucking AI made up that story. I have no doubt about it.
They're really on the ball, aren't they? China creating fake suns and quantum encrypting satellites.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, they're on it. They are on it. They're the new innovative country in the world. Dude, they got cities they build that nobody's in. They built an entire Paris, France, and not a single person lives there.
Replica cities, all right? Yeah.
They built I'm like, I tell, that's a great opener, man, for if you're at a dinner conversation, you're just hanging out with some family, whatever, you don't want to like just go flat earth straight on them. You ask them about ghost cities, and it gets an eyebrow. Believe me, I've done it. I don't know, 20 times.
What do they claim to be for? What's the purpose of it?
That's it, man. We start asking questions straight away. It's like the claim is that I've heard is that China and the China people love to invest in real estate. They just love it. It's like their cocaine. They think most of China's rich people, their money is in real estate. And that's what I've heard.
They own half of Australia, apparently.
They own, who knows how much of America, but yeah, they're buying up stuff everywhere. But so they build these cities in kind of like a, what do you call the hedge funds, right? This is a pure fucking 2008 situation, man. All these hedge funds invested in these big fucking buildings, and we're gonna fill them all up and sell them out. But literally, they built like a half a dozen cities like this, man. I mean, it's like, and there's nobody there.
I wonder if they, like, all the infrastructure is in place ready to go too, like plumbing and electricity and all that. Like,
yeah, all that shit's kind of ready to go. I mean, I've seen some tours. I've seen some drone footage. I've seen a few people driving around on motorcycles talking about where they're at, European guys, American. And it's like, they built this whole city and nobody's here. But ghost cities is a great place to start, man. A lot of people never heard of them. I mean, most people haven't. It's like flat Earth, man. Like back in 2015, nobody heard of it. But ghost cities is just one of those weird entry point like realizations that maybe you don't live where you think you live. It's like, why the fuck would China build a half a dozen cities with nobody in them? Why? And it gets them thinking, man. It gets people thinking. It's a great opener. It's as good as moon landings are fake, but ghost cities is kind of a neutral territory because it's definitely something that's happening. And why it's there's also ghost cities in Turkey too, man. They got a bunch of them there too. Nobody living in a bunch of shit. I'm like, what? So if you're
so much for all the homeless people, right?
I would hope so. That would be great if we could
like
homeless.
Yeah.
Dude, I drive by. I don't know how many vacant industrial buildings I drive by, but it's hundreds. And it's probably per week. I drive by hundreds. And I'm like, and they're building new ones down the road. You know, I'm like, why the fuck they building a new one? That one down there is fucking empty. Why the fuck? I don't get it. And that's where we live. I've always had that question, man. I remember when I was young, man, like high school, and I was like, they're building a brand new shopping mall center over here, but this one's empty right here across the street. Like, oh, why are they doing that? But it's the newest, it's the greatest, it's the latest, I guess. I don't know.
It's insane. Like,
it's weird, man.
They did it to our little town here. Like population like 6,000-7,000 or something, and we had like a Coles, like it's a franchise supermarket. And then there was an IGA, Independent Grocers Association, across the road from that, and we had an independent grocer, fruit and veg, and we had some other shops. We had corner shops everywhere,
right.
With gas. You could fill up your gas and everything. And then Woolworths came to town and built this massive supermarket,
right,
and totally destroyed the independent grocers, and killed a lot of the business for a lot of the other businesses around. And it just sucks. Why do little communities like this allow it?
Well, it's the politicians within the city, usually very close to home. It's the city. They come in with big money, looking to pay big taxes on the sales tax or whatever, or property tax, and it's like that just lights up those city councilmen, lights them up. Yeah, we're doing something good. We're bringing in money to the city. Oh, this is a good idea. Well, yeah, let's do that. But they don't realize they're destroying their own fucking city, man. They don't even know that they're destroying the beautiful connection. What's that? I got a feedback.
Is that me? Sorry, hang on. Wait a second.
Might be you. Might be him. So yeah, they come in, they destroy the connections of the small people that live in that run businesses inside the city. The little grocery store and some other little one. Yeah, you get to know Susie. She's the one that packs you and checks your groceries or whatever, man. And she's gone, man. And now she's replaced with some fucking zombo fucking retard, And you're like, what happened? My fucking city, it's gone. All the connections, personalities, the way that you walk into a store, you're happy. You're like, oh, I'm going to see so-and-so in there today. And I know that she's working or he's working and I can say hi or whatever. and they're gonna let me slide a little bit on my whatever, you know. I'm gonna give you the extra super discount today because you know. Anyway, no, that's all gone, man. It's corporate. Pay your money, get the fuck out of the store. Go away. Get the fuck out of here. Get the hell out of here. And that's what we got now, and that's what corporations do, man. They dehumanize the entire situation, and we've been dehumanized. McDonald's, you got, you know, Walmart here, you get, you know, Costco.
Yeah, well, they're even talking about totally staffless supermarkets now. I don't know if they've actually opened any up, but you go in there, there's nobody there except shoppers.
Yeah, they got the Amazon stores opening up here in Southern California, and you walk in the store and you scan that you're there, and then you just put everything in your basket, in your bag, and then you just walk out. You don't even see a fucking checker. It's completely fucking, they know everything that you put in your fucking basket, man. They know everything.
Right, and it's just automatically debited from whatever you've got on your device or whatever.
Yep, they got those right here. They call it skip the checkout. And I'll tell you a really funny story, but let me grab another beer. This one's really good, and it happened back in the 90s, and it was exactly what Amazon's doing back in the 90s.
Did you say in the 90s?
Yeah, it was in the 90s. I think it was in the 90s, maybe early 2000s, but I swear it was in the 90s. The guy goes in it's a television commercial, and the guy goes in, and he's wearing like a long black coat, well, medium length black coat, maybe leather. It was like a leather coat, right? And he's walking through the meat department, and he's shoving steaks down into his jacket, right? He's shoving some steaks into his jacket. He's grabbing some beers. He's putting them in his pockets. He's filling up his entire body with food and drink. And he's walking out of the grocery store, and the security guard goes, "Hey, you forgot your receipt." And this is back in the 90s. Yeah. It's a great commercial, man, and I'll never forget it because I always thought, man, that's fucked up, man. If they know that you stuffed a fucking couple of steaks down your jacket. And it was, I swear it was back in the like late 90s, man, like 98, 99, somewhere in there. Anyway, that's my story about self-checkout. I did see a meme going around recently that said, I'm sorry, Walmart. I'm not that good at scanning my purchases because I didn't have any training. A lot of people are skipping the scanning and just throwing it in their basket, man. You know what I'm saying? And they try to check your receipt on the way out, but yeah, they don't always do that. Yeah.
I hate these auto, they're not like self-serve, checkouts.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And the thing tells you, it's always saying, what's it say? Something about a unaccounted for item in the bagging area, and I'm like, it's my bag, you dumb shit. Like you have to press a button saying you've got your own bag, and then you put your bag, and then it says, please place the item in the bagging area. And it's like, I did, asshole. It's always stuffing up and telling you did shit you didn't, and it's such a hassle. I'd rather just go to the checkout where there's an actual human.
I mean, that's the maximum of destroying any kind of enjoyment of checking out of your. I mean, I used to know some of my grocers here, and the meat guy. I knew the guy always stocking shelves or whatever. I knew these cats, and they were like, super friendly and happy, and they've all been replaced with this self-checkout thing, man, that's absolutely, there's one person standing there kind of like watching over everybody, checking their own shit out. And it sucks, man. It's totally a sucky situation, and I hate it. So I can bitch about it. All right, we got some new peeps, man. What do we got?
Oh, what? New people?
Some new people showed up, man. Well, Jay Q didn't.
Yeah, no.
Saint Pierre, what's up, Saint Pierre?
What's up, guys?
What's going on, man? We're just pissed off at the world, and we're bitching about it. You want to join us?
Hell yeah! I'll complain a bitch with the best of them.
Come on and join the piss party. Fuck. Anyway, the world's been taken over by corporations, giant megalithic corporations, and I hate it, man. I hate corporations, and I just wish we could go back to just like Joe Mama's company has 12 employees, that helps the community out on Sundays and makes pancakes or whatever.
How it used to be.
The way it used to be, right?
Honestly, the job I had last was a private lumber company in North Kingstown who operated not under corporate things. Like when you complain to HR, you're like, go tell HR about it. Hey, Joe. It turns out he doesn't care, That's the kind of corporate shit you can get away with once you stray away from the nonsense of corporatude.
Corporatude. There you go. A great word. Write that down. Corporatude. It's kind of where it's at, and it sucks, and it's impersonal, and it's degrading to both the shopper and the person working there. I mean, I asked the guy today, I go, hey man, you got any baby powder? I need Next Style. I go, and it kind of didn't look like the Next Style would have had it, but I'm like, next Style. He goes, Next Style. And I was like, okay, thanks.
Don't ask me again.
He like totally took it like, I'm gonna fuck you up. All right.
Yeah, you get different ones. Like, I've had to ask him, can you check out the back if you got such and such? It's not stocked on the shelf, Now, okay,
I'll be
hassle. No worries, man. But then you get others that are friendly and like, yeah, sure, no problem. Help you out. Go out of their way.
Trying to get my friend to come in here and see. Bella? Oh. She might have to go to VC check and then someone could help me out. Let's see. There she is, Bella Donka from my soul family at home.
Bella!
She might be auto muted because she's new here. I don't know what the process is. You guys talk to her in the voice checking thing, or see if she's real or what?
Yeah, usually, like, I suppose we could open a mic in here, just do a checking in here, I guess. But, not really supposed to. Like, I guess you vouch for her.
She's a really cool person.
I do. I do, but go through the process by all means, right? We don't need special circumstances. These are people building my Flat Earth community for the past 2 years. Her and Jarky in my non-Discord group.
We're gonna get Chris in him here sometimes too. Chris has a lot of knowledge. He's pretty smart.
He doesn't play well with others.
Yeah, he'd be worse than me about over talking people and shit. Which I don't mean.
So yeah, not a good idea. But Bella's people friendly, loquacious, polite. She could do well here.
If they saw her on McToon. Put that little clip up.
Sorry, I didn't mean to supersede the conversation. Let's go back to corporatism.
Corporatism? Like what kind of corporatism? Talking about all the foundation, maritime law, and all that shit. I can talk about that all day too.
I just saw that, like, how, you know, that, you know, towns and cities sell out, and bring in the multinational corporate businesses and destroy the, you know, the community aspect and it all.
You remember how Walmart came in and pushed out all the mom and pops selling grocery shit for the same price they couldn't? Yeah, that's sort of corporatism.
Yep. It's yeah, the price war thing, man. They blew them out, man. Priced everybody out of town. Happened to a lot of my little, like, lumber store kind of hardware stores.
Right.
We lost a lot of them, man. Damn.
No kidding.
Anyway,
she speaks.
Little grocery store, man. I used to grow up next to, like, this little stupid grocery store that had, like, a little bit of everything.
Ooh, Bella, you could do like Flat Earth Ladies Night. Is it tomorrow night that they do it on Tuesdays?
What are you talking about?
They have a Flat Earth Ladies Night, and they do like an hour or two of the ladies, like the ladies only talk.
It's
really cool.
Are you hot, Mike?
Oh wait, Lee Conrad's a bro.
That's interesting.
Probably.
I might offend some people.
That's never happened before.
Well, no, just because just the way I talk. I'm not saying
I just said you were nice, polite, and gracious.
Bella.
Don't prove me wrong, Bella.
Hey, Bella, offense is taken, not given. Right?
I'm not trying to offend people. People get butthurt because I just am blunt.
Well, I'm pretty. I do my bluntness and with humor.
Yeah, Shane calls me the sledgehammer.
You are
I
a
said
sledgehammer.
you only have one Flat Earth Awakening tool, and it's a sledgehammer.
Yes.
I like to bring in some softer mallets to kind of start with, you know, and then maybe we can get busy with some sledgehammer later. I might even bring in a jackhammer, but very rare.
I did okay with that one little physics guy. I did okay with the other day. Like I think it was on like Thursday or something. He was arguing about gravity, and I was trying to tell him, how do you weigh a planet? How do you get that R value? How do you get the G? Where did that G value come from? Show me where it's at in the Cavendish papers. And I was just railing him the whole time.
Right on, Jack. Love it, man. I got to bounce in a few minutes, but I want you guys to carry on, man. Corporatism sucks. Try not to support it. That's my advice. But
well, that's all based on maritime contract law, and you know how they put your name in capital letters and all that stuff. Capitis diminutio maxima.
I know all about my
all
stuff.
tied into your corp, dead body oration, mostly speaking. You know, it's all of that. Dead in the water. Yeah.
It's all dead. Corporations, corpse are dead. Yeah, thanks, assholes.
Yeah, being resurrected from beneath the waters, like when they do the baptism, it's kind of like symbolic of
You're
that.
not reading the context at all.
Out of that maritime system, like you have to be dead in the water in order to be resurrected. It's like being wise or being a fool before you become wise. You know.
New Perspective just dropped a couple of quick ones in there. That's pretty good, man. I like the hamburger. We have new flat Earth hamburgers. Check it out. That would be great. I would buy one then if they actually did.
You know how they claim like 33% meat and no one asks them what the hell the rest of it is?
Well, there is definitely some cuckery going on with the food,
Like
man.
Taco Bell
I
meat.
try to be careful, man. I try to eat it.
I haven't eaten fast food and I can't even remember the last time except for maybe like a pizza from Domino's or something.
Well, you're high. You can't remember anything.
Yeah, I can. Shit, I can remember a lot of stuff when I'm high. That's when I'm good. That's when I get rolling.
Well, I might not remember this, but it was good shit. I know that. Okay? So
Hey, I got the wedding cake right now. That shit makes me feel good. I love it.
Wedding cake is almost as good as Skywalker.
Ooh.
Almost.
I prefer sour diesel, but whatever.
I have quite a variety. I have like shit. I have to pull out. I have like bluebird, apples and bananas, stuffed French toast, platinum lemon cherry gelato, which actually just won a Canvas Cup.
There was a flat Earth strain going around I heard about. I never got to try it.
Lay you flat.
That was 2 years ago, man. That was like 4 years ago. Anyway. That's
My favorite strain was called, well, the name of it, my favorite name to a strain was called Titty Sprinkles. Titty Sprinkles.
Of course.
Don't make it creepy, man.
Right?
Don't make it.
No, it's just the name was funny. I just thought that was hilarious.
No, look what else they put in your food. Yummy, yummy, yummy.
Hey, we got all kinds of shut-knife foods, and it's not good. Thanks. Good information. Definitely think about what you're eating. Me, personally, I've delved into McDonald's. I've eaten Taco Bell. No doubt about it. This shit tastes good, but don't eat it.
That's a cool ass impression, man.
It definitely doesn't do. It's not going to be for your poo poo. It's going to be bad. You're going to have a hard time in the toilet. Don't eat that shit.
Dude, I'm looking at your profile here. What's an OG Flat Earther? How cool is that title? How'd you earn that one?
I've been around since 2015.
Oh, shit.
I've been around. I just haven't been around like in chat or Discord.
Yeah, well, we circle back to the mainstream.
My Flat Earth Awakening was 2014.
Dude, I was running with Crazy Crews from. They were doing live streams. I don't know if you know about Hangouts, how easy it was to do a Hangout live stream on YouTube, man. It was like 5 clicks. You could have a Hangout, which is like Discord, on a live stream with 10 people in fucking 13 seconds. You could do it. Anybody could do it.
Without knowing about it, I bet they shut that shit down.
They shut that shit down. And it was too good. I knew it was too good. I'm like, dude, this is too good. And we used to do Hangouts with 10 people on the panel, and we would talk about Flat Earth, and we would share videos, and you could screen share, and we had a chat. Yeah, it was just incredible. It was absolutely so. Yeah, I was involved like some early stuff with that. I did.
Odyssey's a good one to do that on too. I mean, it's sometimes janky. It's a little janky sometimes, but it's like over there you can speak about anything. That's the beautiful thing about it. You don't have to watch language.
I tried to set up an account over there, man, and do the live stream, but I couldn't figure it out, man. I need to maybe go back and figure it out. But,
We could definitely help you out. We rock over there. That's our home, right?
oh shit, I got homies that are on.
That is the most open platform.
Stop
the most,
interrupting, dude.
wow.
Can we
Awesome. Sorry.
Yeah, we just use OBS, right? As you guys use OBS?
Yeah. So also Odyssey mirrors a YouTube channel, so it can mirror your uploads without any work from you. But it also is a free place to live stream as a platform. I did it 2 times today. I think I even mirror streamed the earlier 24 with Discard over there to get some new followers.
Mirror it up, man. Helio and I are definitely down with you mirroring it. That would be great, dude. Yeah,
There's my Odyssey, man. Yeah. Wit's over there, buddy. I think you forgot about it.
Wit's busy, man. He's got a lot of things going on in his life, and
got a baby coming.
Got a baby.
Was his baby already born?
Not yet. Soon.
Oh, okay, sure.
But no, he's going to be setting up some live streams. He already did one.
Right, the Ether. I mirrored
Yeah,
it
we
for
watched
Odyssey
that.
and Rumble too, man.
I haven't checked it out yet. Was it good?
Oh, very good. Very good.
He used a lot of our material.
Well, no, not for that one. For the Glowbusters one, he straight up used all the stuff I gave him, but I wasn't sour about it. We just happened to be discussing the same thing he was about to present on, and him being a winger like us, didn't plan shit, just wings it. So why not wing it the way we just wung it? I'm totally with you.
I'm winging it, man. Every time I come out, it's just like we're here to. What do we got? Cars, electric, ether.
Yeah,
I'm
the
here.
Ether, dude. Right. So let's see, charge and discharge as opposite states, not electron driven. That kind of it put into words something I'd already accepted. What do you call it? Like not incoherently, inherently.
Yeah, some things are intuitive like that, and you just know he's right. And it's like you don't have to like scientifically prove it or anything. You just know it's right. It's kind of like we're not spinning and shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. It's kind of intuitive that you realize that. Once you do that, you're okay. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. It's like, oh, dude, yeah, we're stationary and not shooting through space. And thank you, thank you for
I
that.
think Weiss said, if you don't meditate, just go out and close your eyes and think, are you spitting 1 billion miles an hour or are you still? And that to me was like, oh.
Yeah, and you're still, you're still, and that's an intuitive, and that's why this thing's still growing, and we're hitting people's intuitions and making them think about it. And whether it's Witsit doing it with the ether on the high level, or me just making fun of NASA on the low level, it's good. It's all good. It all works out at the end, I think. But
see, that's the other thing. Like on every other alt platform, Flat Earth isn't in the minority; it's the majority. Like Globers are outnumbered on Odyssey and Rumble and BitChute. So the real reality, I think, is we're more than half across the board for YouTube Live.
I do a lot of BitChute watching. I was doing brand new tube. I don't know what the fuck happened to them, man. They just
I hate them.
They're dead. It's gone. Apparently it's gone. So I had a channel on there, man. I had a early Coco 19. I was posting shit on there about what the hell's going on with this stupid thing that they're rolling out. And it was like, whoa, man. And over there, you could talk about it. Over here, yeah,
100%.
And so I went over there. It didn't work out. I had some success. I reached a lot of people, man, with a couple of videos. And I was like, okay, maybe that's all I needed to do. I don't know, dude. All it took was one person to say, "Hey, man, satellites are fake." Hey, man, I was like, what? Yeah, there's no pictures of satellites in space. And I was like,
all right,
I'll see you tomorrow, man.
Well, dude, something like the ripples in a pond. You only ever see the first ripple.
It's like, I didn't go, you're full of shit. Or I go, dude, come on. I got this. I'll see you tomorrow. And I was like, oh, shit, that's all CGI. Oh,
right? And then all internet's undersea cables.
Days, right? I'm like, oh, fuck. And I go back to him. I'm like, dude, what the fuck is going on?
Right? No GPS over ocean, homie. Figure that out.
No GPS on the moon. No Wi-Fi, or what is it? Whatever.
GPS on the moon. I love that, man. I'm writing that down.
On the moon.
No GPS on the moon, man.
Well, no, like when they faked the moon landings and they, were talking to Nixon from the moon.
Oh, the landline. Yeah, right.
Landline, and there's no Wi-Fi to connect, no data going, no digital.
Imagine That call came through crystal clear, but I can't get Wi-Fi taking a shit. Right.
And they didn't have Wi-Fi in that fucking homeless shelter that they sent up there.
No, they had a satellite dish. It was definitely hooked up to DirecTV.
No, that was an umbrella, man.
That was the coat hanger. They made more.
Helium balloon.
Coat hanger. The coat hanger was upside down, and it made a perfect antenna. Yeah,
Dude, I want to hear you do impressions. I feel like you got a repertoire that's unaccessed. You're itching the wheel.
It's in there somewhere. I like doing the old Jew guy, man.
Yeah.
That's
we'll call it a New Yorker.
New York. Yeah, my grandmother was from Brooklyn, and when I was a young child, she was the one that raised me while my parents went to work. And must have picked up somewhere along the line, because even my wife's like, every once in a while you talk. I grew up in California, but and she died when I was like still pretty young. But it was her voice that I heard from like 0 to like 3 years old.
Right.
You know, it was her, so it's in there somewhere.
The voice of my conscience is my grandma scolding me. There you go. That'll do it.
But I'm totally from California, bro, man. Like Trip and
Dude, surfer dude to New York Jew. Seamless.
Dude, it's pumping today, bro. We gotta hit it. And then my mother was from Texas, and it's like every once in a while I'll have this little Texas thing that comes out. It's like, where the hell that come from?
Bella's from Texas. Where's your draw, Bella?
She's from like Fort Worth, Texas.
No. I grew up in Clark County. I'm from Plano. Lived in Allen. I live out in country outside of Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't self-identify as a bumpkin, is what you mean?
No, I don't. But living out in the country, I moved to the town that I moved to has less than 1,200 people in it, so it's pretty small. It's not 1.5 million out in the suburbs, so it's awesome. But
Did
no,
you have
I
a
don't
draw?
have. It comes out sometimes, but I'm really like, I can't even force it out. I'm trying to force it out. It won't come out. So, but it's funny because me and my kids, we'll be walking around the house, just thick country drawl. Just there's something about living out here that brings it out. But I'm just so tired, and I'm pulling an all nighter, and I can't pull it out. I feel so stupid.
Nah, you're good. There's my satellite dish picture.
I like that.
I love that.
I like the one he goes, hold on, nailed it, hitting the earth spinning around in a billion miles, and nailed it. Yeah.
Nailed it. Totally nailed it. Yeah. Bullseye every time, man. Bullseye. Yeah, Matthew Learns has his thing about the satellites. He uses that as an example. Like, oh yeah, it works. Like, dude, I remember a lot of radio technicians coming on and saying, hey man, I worked for the Navy and bounced the signals off what they called the ionosphere.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we were able to communicate from different ships and stuff, because we were bouncing this signal off the ionosphere. And I was like, okay. And I've even caught some radio shows laying in back in the day, man. I had the AM radio with the headphones, and I would lay in bed, man, and just kind of spin the dial with this little AM radio of mine. And every once in a while, I'd catch some radio station from like Colorado, which is, like 1,000 miles from my house, right? I was like, damn. And, it was an overcast night or whatever.
Yeah, you get better signals at night, too.
Yeah, it was night. And, 1,000 miles away, I can pick up a radio station from a little transistor radio, man. Just a little handheld little thing, man. It's not even the size of an iPhone. It's smaller than that, right? And it would pick up radio stations here and there, man, from 1,000 miles away. So I'm like, okay, that's pretty cool. And I've heard other radio guys that worked on radio talk about they're bouncing their signals. What do they call it? If you're a ham radio operator, you can bounce signals. So if you can bounce signals off of this thing, how do you shoot things through it? How do you shoot the actual radio signal through? Straight up. Trillions of miles away, or millions or billions or whatever the fuck they say there. We transferred the information to the satellite, the Voyager, from 1.3 billion miles away, whatever. Yeah, okay. And it has a half a watt of transmission left in its battery from 1972, whatever the fuck it was. It's still working. And we got the pale blue dot picture from Voyager 2. We turned it around and it took a picture and it sent us the picture. It's amazing. You got to believe us, because we went out into space and took a picture. And we sent it back. It's called the pale blue dot. You guys know about it?
Yeah, when they faked the picture of the globe through the window of the shuttle and said that was first from space.
Well, there's that's a whole nother story.
Oh.
There's so many. The list is, I call it the preponderance of evidence of ridiculousness. It's completely out of control.
Well, which fake blue marble are you talking of then?
It was an actual shot. I think it was from the Voyager 2, which was...
Yeah, it's called the pale blue dot. Not the blue marble. It's called the pale blue dot.
And there was some spaceship they sent out back in the 70s. They turned it around and took a picture of Earth from the deepest part of our solar system. And they call it the pale blue dot.
February 14th, 1990. Look at that. I was only 4, so I didn't know this one.
Yeah. And it's like, even Cuckhead, what the fuck's his name? The scientist. I think fuck. I
think I found it.
Anyway.
Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan.
Oh my God. We took a picture of the pale blue dot.
You think? Look at the CGI on this one. Boy. I could do better in my basement for free.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. They got some new pictures from this James Webb telescope.
Yep.
Look just like Elon Musk's countertop.
Right. And then I think it looks like this.
Yeah.
Fake space. And then if I could do this in my basement for free, I have no respect for you, NASA.
What do you think of Elon Musk putting out a tweet like that with his the countertop? I mean, that was that one threw me back just a bit, man. I was like, oh man, they're digging deep, man. This
the
is
one where he said it's so fake, it looks so real, it's fake, or something like that.
Same guy, yeah. And for him to come out and say, oh look, I took a picture of my countertop. Looks just like that NASA picture that from the James Webb telescope.
Right.
Oh man, that's such a cuck job, man.
Also, his rockets are more penile shaped than all the other ones. Is that something to explore or no?
I think that Jeff Bezos, doesn't he have the more penis kind of cocky? I think
it makes me think of Austin Powers. Hey Dick, it's looks like a Johnson, you know what I mean? I'll see.
Looks like a Johnson. Do I make you horny?
It makes me think of that picture of Elon Musk talking about fake space, but reading a flat Earth book on his desktop. I remember that one. Yeah, hold on, I'll find it.
Now, Elon said he wants to make his rocket pointier.
Yeah, that's some sort of complex.
I heard he lost 20 pounds, man. After his anyway. That was part of the NASA shit I was looking through tonight. He said he lost 20 pounds. I didn't post that one. I should have.
He's such a genius. He found a way to use a fucking grill to land on a little platform in the middle of the ocean.
No. And then they landed again on it. They launched from it and then landed miraculously back where they started. Dude, Coriolis. I mean, whatever they called it, which allows that nonsense.
They don't have to. They totally have. In the rocket equation is totally perfectly Coriolis generated mathematics that potentially could land it exactly in the same spot.
Only on Futurama, right?
That potentially might be correct. It's so there was the dual rocket stages that landed back on the platforms that was next to each other. Do you guys remember that one? It was maybe like a year and a half ago.
I remember when it landed on the ocean platform right back where it started, like magic.
Oh, yeah, I've done that like several times. Every time it cuts out right before it lands. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but right before it lands, they lose signal. Oh my God.
No way.
They lose the signal. It doesn't work. Yeah, it's a problem. It's the vibration of the rocket coming back. It makes the cameras go crazy, and it always cuts out. The internet connection breaks, and it doesn't work, and it cuts, and then you see a big puff of smoke, and then the rocket's just there, man. Boom, just like that, just like magic. Just like magic.
I'm so sad they had to scrub the Artemis launch 40 minutes from. Oh, man. I was looking forward to a good laugh.
Well, they're going to try again Friday. So hold your breath. Ask for Mr. Blue. And it might happen. My prediction is it's not going to happen Friday. But the next scheduled date after that is Labor Day, which is Monday.
So only been kicking it down the can for 60 years. They'll probably do it on Monday, though, right?
They might do it on Monday, or it could be Friday or Monday, depending on the weather and the rocket fuel leak thing. That we got to figure that out. There's a lot of smart people working on this. They'll figure it out, man. They're going to work 24/7s, and they're going to kick some ass. It's only an extra $1.4 billion for the delay. But you guys understand that's, we're up to $91.4 billion for this thing, and it hasn't left the ground yet. I know you're disappointed.
It's almost like no one knows what money laundering looks like. It's just a big circle jerk with people sending the money. Get the money back. Come on, guys.
By Monday, if they don't launch Friday, it's going to be another bill. So Monday it'll be $92.4 billion, and then the James Webb Telescope was a $500 million telescope that turned into a $10 billion telescope. Oh my God, a $10 billion telescope that showed us some pictures on our computer screen that were just dazzlingly amazing.
Dude, Jaronism did a good thing on that. He's like, if I got the biggest telescope to look into my shoe and to see the fuzzies, not the regular fuzzies, the big old fuzzies, the best shoe fuzzies we've ever seen. And on the screen, people looking into pictures of my shoe on the telescope, everyone cheering.
Yes.
Like, that's the funniest thing I've ever
Right? Yeah. Yeah, he's right on, man. Same thing, same kind of cuckery. It's just next level. I'm gonna show you guys some fucking funny shit because it is ridiculous, man. But the $10 billion to send some pictures of some lights in the sky that maybe happened 20 trillion fucking years ago or whatever fucking light years cuckery they're coming up with now. By the way, man, when I first got into flat Earth, man, I was like, what's the farthest star,
Right.
Like, it was like 5,000 light years. That was the farthest, man. It was 5,000 light years that they could see. And now we're up to like, I don't know, fucking millions and shit, light years. I don't know. They got 700 million light years for some planet, exoplanet shit that hydrogen on it, potentially, maybe fucking, fuck off, I'm so sick of their cuckery, man. They just like 700 million light years, and you know that there's fucking hydrogen and oxygen on that shit. Fuck off. Fuck you. Fuck off. I can't believe anyone would buy that shit. And if you can prove that in any way, shape, or form, man, I'm fucking here 24/7, man. Just drop on in, man, and prove to me that something 700 light years away has fucking oxygen on it. Fuck off.
How about just Mars? Mars is so far behind us, reflecting the sunlight, which is so tiny to Mars, all the way back around to our observer eye on Earth. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
No, it's just so stupid, ridiculous, man. I mean, where are we going to draw the line, man? I mean, if you're buying, I got oxygen 700 light years away, okay. What do you got to back that up? I got some light shifting. It's definitely oxygen because it's bluish, yellow, orange, red, maybe.
We call it spectroscopy. That's how we know. Spectroscopy. Knock it off.
But it might be potentially, if it's a little on the red or blue cycle of the spectrum, it's definitely oxygen.
Inverse square law of light.
Right, dude, Weiss is a good example. Like, they on the moon looking down. If it was that bright, it would illuminate. They would eviscerate them.
Inverse square law of light.
I love that one, man. That's one of my favorites. It's up there, man. It's as far as light goes, yeah. Inverse square law, man, is absolutely dead on, man. Guaranteed. You can check it for yourself.
You know that law also proves that their sun rays are not parallel. That how it's based on the surface area of a spherical object. Well, yeah. This proves they're fucking parallel light rays too.
Well, you can take a flashlight, set it on the ground, and walk away from it. And you can see how much it lights up when you're standing next to it, and then how much it lights up when you're 20 feet away or 100 feet away, or whatever. I mean, you can check it for yourself. Don't believe us, man. Please.
Right? It's kind of humbling to when you start going down the hole to realize some of the dumb shit some people got you to believe. Oh, wow.
Oh, that light from
and the simple explanations to blow it up.
But the light from Polaris is it's 4,000 million billion times bigger than for Earth and the sun together.
4 million billion, yeah.
Yeah, and explain how you measure the distance to a ball of gas and how gas burns in a fucking vacuum.
What do you mean it's 400 billion times bigger? Yeah, of course it is. And if it wasn't, then we wouldn't be able to see it. Of course. That's why it's 400.
There it is.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Let's go with that. Yeah, we'll just call it, everything is much bigger that's farther away that we can see. That's the only explanation for it, man. Because it's, so far away, it has to be bigger. There's no way of getting around that. It's got to be huge. It's got to be. It's 400 million times bigger. Yeah, of course, guaranteed every time.
What about how they say the moon and the sun are not the same size? They just appear to be the same size because it's 400 times further away. And you're like, yeah, or they're the same size,
An exact replica of sizeness that it was a cosmic accident that potentially made it perfect every time that the fucking moon and the sun appear to be the exact same fucking size.
Scientism, mathematics. Don't worry about it. We figured it out so you don't have to. With that beam that's like it's spinning but you can't feel it, it's moving but you can't measure it, it's gravity but it's not there, it's a ball, believe us.
It's one of those things, it's mysterious. And don't forget that you might be able to potentially maybe figure it out someday with mathematics. Guaranteed, mathematics are guaranteed. And if you don't understand mathematics, you don't know shit.
Right.
Thanks for paying. Thanks for playing.
You see that
called Mathemagics.
See what that quote that I put in the chat there?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's well known, but I post it every once in a while. But yeah, it always goes back to that for me. It's like, take your math and stick it up your ass.
Stick it up your ass, man. Hey, 3 guys go to a restaurant. They got a $30 bill. They each throw in $10, right? And they go, "Hey, man, cool, man." And then the waiter comes back and goes, "Hey, my bad. It was only $28 or 20. Yeah, it was $27." And he pocketed, or $28. He pocketed $2 and gave them back $3. So they each put in $9, right? And 3 times 9 is 27, plus the 2 in the waiter's pocket is 29. Where's the other dollar? That's how mathematics works. Mathematics works. Nice. And it's easy, man. I can add shit up any way I want. You're going to come up with a different answer and a different conclusion to your
like
math.
3-hole Monty, man, right? Where's the money? Where's the math? Where's the math? Where's the math? Ooh, wrong again. Close. Want to try again?
And, I've had this discussion with Matthew, our math fucking professor, whatever he is, teacher. And it's like, dude, I can mathematics shit out of fucking 3 guys put in $9. 27 plus the 2, 28, 29. Where's the other dollar, motherfucker? Where is it? See how that works? It's math magic.
It's magic is it's always in my pocket, right?
Yeah. Where's the other dollar, motherfucker? And none of those math guys will ever answer that. They'll come up with some other kind of bullshit and add it up a different way and come up with their answer. But I'm adding it up my way. And 3 guys put in $9 each, and 3 times 9 is 27, plus 2 is 29. Where the fuck is that other dollar, you math and magic motherfuckers? And that's the way it works.
Craig from the Fight the Flat Earth always says, "Maths so hard." How's he say math? Maths doesn't lie. And I'm like, well, Craig, that's true, but math can describe, the architectural building of the skyscraper and a golden shit toilet in Narnia the very same way, right?
Well, that's fact. And math can trick you, man. And that's the whole point of math, I'm pretty sure, man. But measurements, no. That's a totally different thing, man. Measurements are absolute, man. Measurements
apply the same measurements, right? But I mean, math describes, it doesn't prove. That's a big point.
Measurements are totally different than math. 2 different things, boys and girls.
Right? Like how they measure the radius of the Earth, and I applied it to the radius of our flat circular plane. Yeah, that's magic. Look at that. Both ways.
It doesn't work out, Captain. Anyway, I got to go to bed. Guys, carry on, man. Keep the energy up and alive. And
I feel like we're losing the life of the party, man.
Also, rest. You got to rest too, man. I get it, man. There's dead air here sometimes, man. It's cool. It needs to be. And we all need to rest. And so dead air is not a bad thing, man. But we certainly enjoy the information and conversations around here that are just amazing. You never know where it's going to go, man. You just never know, man. So
I hope we have more corporatism conversations in the future.
We'll have many, many more.
Thanks, buddy. Good to meet you, man.
Cheers. Shane? Saint Pierre. You don't sound like you're French. You speak French?
I only speak English and not very well.
Oh, me either, man. I don't speak that good either, man. But I could say au revoir. That's French for goodbye. Au revoir.
I'll believe you.
Believe me. Don't believe me, man. Check it out for yourself, man. You want me to cite? I can give you a citation for that, man. Hold on. Au revoir.
Citation.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to give you a citation for au revoir.
Can you say Black Swan in French?
No.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That was like Pepe Le Pew, huh?
That was funny.
He's really funny.
Oh shit, it's just us now.
Oh no. Oh no.
T-Mac's here and talking, right? He talks. Who else here talks? Katsura is super helpful, but I've never heard him talk.
We really are the only ones here.
I'm working right now. I'm trying to build.
Be flatter, would you, Bella?
What? What?
Be flatter.
Be flat Earth. I don't want to be flat Earth. What are you talking about, Holmes? I'm trying to work. And listen. Be mindful.
What about Flat Earth Batman, man? I see him all the time. Never speaks, though. He's always creeping. I love your logo, buddy.
He came in and sat with us one night for a little while.
I'm here. Don't worry. I'm always listening to what's going on.
Oh, what's up? There he is. What's up, buddy?
I'm good, mate. I'm just always busy with customers and stuff. That's why I don't want to interrupt.
Props for doing both at once, dude.
What's up for discussion?
Good question. What do we want to talk about?
Yeah, we get in there and it's like, what do we talk about?
Well, don't forget, it's 3:30.
Any other time, we're like, blah, 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 blah.
I know, right?
I'm just trying not to bogart the conversation. I try. It's hard. I'm trying.
So, man, I'm so scattered.
You love mathemagics, though. That goes on with the quote about spinning. Would you just say, Gregor, which says, today scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, wander off through equation after equation, eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality. Mathematics.
Well,
they're good excuses. But I look at it and go, you got to prove about 8 violations of natural law wrong. Put your math away there, pissweed.
Easy, that killer. Pissweed. What the hell is that?
Sledgehammer, man.
Is that a southern insult? Pissweed? I should look that one up, maybe.
I have no idea. I've never heard that before, so I don't know how southern you could go. It might be just backwoods West Virginia. I don't know though.
It's just an original. It's an original
Jarkyism.
Jarky, yeah.
Well, I have had weed called cat piss before.
Jesus, you ruined it. Now I can't quote you on anything.
Cat piss weed, damn it.
Tasted like ammonia.
Speaking of
P-Mac, I feel like I've heard you speak before, but I can't quite place you. Let's see. We have tons of mutual friends, so we probably indirectly crossed paths, I'm thinking.
Probably. I haven't been on too much the past few months.
Where are you from, man? Is that Australia?
No, Ireland.
Ah, oh, there it is. My bad.
That's my oldest.
My ignorant English ear can't tell the difference between those two, but I know they're different.
Oh, I don't have a very brogue Irish accent anyway. It's more,
So much stuff. The only person I used to follow from Ireland was Computing Forever, about the whole thing that broke out. He was the only one I followed. I'm sure there's more over there, but do you know him? Or do you know of him, his channel?
No, what broke out?
Computing Forever. I think he was pretty much the truther that I followed before I got into truthing. Let's see. I forget his real name.
I never heard of him.
Really? He does here. He's got 113 subs on BitChute. Damn. He does these little cartoon overlays when he's speaking. He does like what's it called? How we got here.
Oh, he's cool. He is. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the only.
He's on Odyssey. I'm subbed to his channel on Odyssey. Odyssey is so much better than YouTube.
Arkansas. Yeah, he's a Southern bumpkin. We can call him that. You know, very ignorant. I'm just kidding. I think West Virginia-ish.
Yeah, I'm from West Virginia.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's wrong with being from West Virginia.
I see.
Hey, I was born in this. You know the guy that the movie Beautiful Mind was based on?
Yeah.
I was born in the same hospital room that he was.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
International.
Brian Cullen. What was it? Brian Cullen, I think was his name. Computing Forever. It was bugging me. Sorry, it's already over. Conversation moved on.
Yeah, he's cool dude though. Like I've watched a few of his videos.
You know, High Impact Flicks, like the guy on YouTube, like he was the conspiracy nut before I became a conspiracy nut. Like, yo, that crazy old hippie. Now I'm like, oh, that guy's a vanilla truther, really. But I still watch him.
Vanilla truther. When did you start coming up with that?
Well, look backwards on it, man. Like, I mean, he was the show that David Weiss went on that made me think about Flat Earth because he maintained, like, he was already someone I was watching and he maintained, like, the middle of the road avenue. But enough was said that I was like, I got some shit to look into.
Exactly. Well, I get that. I do.
But he was the guy that I thought was crazy back before I was, watching First Amendment stuff, before I learned a whole bunch of other stuff. Right? I'm like, oh, I became him. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Where did Cracker go?
Come on, Shane. You can always think of something cool to talk about.
Oh, yeah. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm more trying to read the room, man, before we come in with all my friends talking about shit we want to talk about, right? Like, that's Bogart.
I'm not trying to Bogart. I'm just trying to build.
I mean, just bring up something and we'll just talk about it. I'll talk about it. It doesn't have to be from anybody in particular.
I'm just trying to work.
It's just that we beat this shit to death all the time,
Yeah. We need new topics.
We need to flesh out old topics.
Ask a question. I'll see if I can answer it. Are we only talking flat Earth? Or are we talking everything?
This is definitely Flat Earth related. We don't want to keep all the conspiracies close up knit in here.
Well, and also you got to remember we're on YouTube when we're on here, so there's certain things we can't talk about.
That's what I mean.
It's not like being on, Disc or Telegram.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah,
where you go when they ban you from Discord. Hey, we've all been banned from Discord at least once already. Yay!
I have not ever been banned from Discord, I think.
What? Bill, I no longer trust you as a friend. I'm sorry. I can't take you
I
seriously.
mean, I'm on my 7th or 8th 30-day ban on Facebook. So.
Oh, you haven't even been deleted once? Vanilla.
No, they won't delete me.
The first one takes the longest. I got like 34 strikes before they delete me.
Oh, well then I got a hell of a long time ago.
They keep saying time out, like, time out, do what we say. And you're like, when are you going to realize? I don't care what you say. Oh,
I did it.
time.
I don't give a fuck. Let's laugh at you.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter number 3, Facebook number 30, YouTube number 27.
Yes, YouTube number 27.
Still on Odyssey number 1, though, right?
Yeah,
That's what's on.
Rumble deleted me 3 times, though.
Did they really?
Shane,
Yep.
you all over the place, don't you?
Yeah, I exist on all
Everywhere.
the other platforms. Like, I maintain like 5 channels at once. When I started posting, I didn't know where to go, so I just put it everywhere and then maintained everywhere for 2 years. So now I have 5 robust channels.
Yes.
The other day, that's pretty cool. I never knew that existed until I seen your link. I went on there and checked some stuff out. It's pretty neat.
Which one?
RoxyTube.
Oh yeah, so that's my home base. It's very small, but I know the guy who started it, and that's where I started posting to figure out, do people want to see what I post before I go all out? And when I topped out there, I was like, yep, got to branch out.
Well, basically, you helped him put RoxyTube together.
Yeah.
Well, I think I have like 1.5 million there. I think views, just me. Susie's catching up. But yeah, on a small platform, it's great.
Rockfin's growing too, I think,
Yeah, Rockfin's for the good creator who wants to put stuff behind a paywall. I mean, not me when I'm, essentially mirroring truth, but people who do like ODD and not Helios, Hibbler Productions, the people who put time and stuff. That's where they get their money from.
Tinfoil hat stuff's on there. There's a lot of people on there. It's like Jaron's on there. He puts a lot of stuff, but it's not all like you have to pay. Like some of it, they'll put some stuff for free, and you don't have to be in a payer or whatever. That one of the things I was wanting to ask somebody is that one of the things, if you want to pay, is it like automatic payments? Like it's $10 a month, I think they say, but is it like an automatic payment thing, or can you just pay?
It's where the creators make money from. So it's it's not crazy. It's definitely honest, but you can do some monthly subs to them. You can do monthly credits or whatever. They have their whole economy over there.
Yeah, they charge $9.99 a month. Like if I wanted to join, you could like watch everything. That's what they say.
Right.
But I didn't know if it was like a automatic billing thing. If they took it out of my debit card or not. I never got that far to look. Yeah.
Anyone who takes money can take that sort of payment, dude. They love monthly payments.
I don't. See, that's what I don't like. I don't like that.
Yeah, me either. I don't like paying for truth, right?
Well, no, it's just if there's not $10 on my debit card, and they go to bill it, you know what I mean? I mean,
the bank
and then
gives
there's like
it
a
to
negative thing.
The bank gives it to them, but the bank charges you $30 for not having the $10 there.
Right? Yeah, 30 or 39, and they do it twice, and it ends up being like $80 or something.
They do it twice here too. They do it at the time, and then they do it at the end of the quarter.
Oh look, YouTube's removing my stuff retroactively. Let's see which one they get to. Just now, I got a strike.
Things are pretty lean up here,
You just got another strike.
Yeah, I'm looking. Well, I don't know which account they're referencing, but they removed the AI facial recognition one, which has been up forever. So obviously they're just trying to get rid of this motherfucker.
Max Egan just posted a video on Odyssey.
Yeah.
Shane, you're FBI person. Your FBI CIA person is bored, so it's like, I'm gonna delete his YouTube.
He's working overtime, yeah.
Fuck that dude.
I'd feel the same, buddy. Don't feel bad. Just because your life's worthless doesn't mean you have to give up.
And Jerky, I forgot about Max Egan. I hadn't seen him in a long time. Because he left YouTube, didn't he?
Because he's on Odyssey.
He went to
He's on Odyssey.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he talks about stuff that he's not allowed to talk about on YouTube. That's why.
Yeah, I know he's very good, and I've seen him. I've just caught him there through Computing Forever. There you go. And I bookmarked him again, so watch him again. But he's not a flat earther. He's not an anti-flat earther, but he has expressed his opinion that he thinks that it's a bit cuckoo to be a flat earther.
I think he actually is a flat earther, to be honest with you, because on Odyssey he's kind of mentioned that. He's like, I don't really care. He doesn't want to mention it, but he's like, well, I kind of think the Earth's flat. He'll say it out of the side of his mouth now, like not like a year ago. but he's owned up to it one or two times that I've heard him talk about it.
He figures
that it doesn't matter. He thinks it doesn't matter. That's what it is. He's like, it's irrelevant.
But dude, he had mapped the plane, like what of the plane, and then showed us how they lie on the plane GPS and how it really went direction, X instead of direction X. He did the whole thing with Weiss. He was part of it.
But that's the video he just posted right there. I posted it in chat. Yeah. It's on Odyssey.
I never held his opinion of flat Earth against him, though. I still listen to him avidly because everything else he says is fucking true.
Right, he's still my shaman, dude, no matter what.
He's like a shaman.
Yeah, that's a long video. It's an hour and 44 minutes.
Yeah, I've seen that. He does the rambling. It's nice. You see a bit of the Australian countryside, and he does it so well. He's good at presenting this.
Well, he's not in Australia. He got run off of Australia. You know that, right?
He's in Mexico.
Yeah, he got kicked. Well, not kicked out. He ran away.
He's
they were coming to get him.
He's in Mexico.
Oh, I've been out of touch.
He was the central hub. Yeah.
He basically lost like everything and moved to Mexico. And didn't he live with Jeff? What's his name? Dollar Vigilante.
Right. Yep.
Stayed there for like a month or two or something.
In his luxury palace on the water or something, like roughing it. Okay.
I don't know if moving to Mexico would be good. It's probably better than fucking Australia, the way Australia's going at the moment.
It is. It was Acapulco in Dollar Vigilante's home where he's doing the, what do you call it, the Anarch thing and the conference for anarchy. What do they call it?
Anarchapulco.
Yeah, that one.
Nice play on words.
Dude, Jeff, what's his name? Berwick? Yeah, he has my respect for Infinity.
Yeah,
he's been on the ship for like 10 years.
He's very entertaining.
And he's been giving two fingers to the mainstream since, I was awake. And now I get it. His book is actually really great. The Planned Demolition of the American Empire. I have it. It's fantastic.
Seems to be what's going on.
No, it's planned demolition of everything, really.
Yes,
great that.
Well, I know it's two sides of the same coin, but Tucker Carlson tonight, his last broadcast there about 4-8 hours ago. That's absolutely.
Whoa! Sorry, that broke my earballs.
Sorry.
Your ear spheres now. Prove my ears are flat.
That's from Archer, man. My earballs.
Well, that kind of goes with the moon. I think the moon's synesthesia. I think it's light that you can hear and see. You just can't detect it.
Dude, I would love to talk to Brother Sanchez for like 40 minutes. Pick his brain. My God, he's so much.
It's like I have a lot of that knowledge of the.
You should jump on one of his Zoom.
I tried
things.
I didn't
see. I totally follow along with what he's saying because, like, that's what I do. It's just like how Psalms 19 describes the functioning.
Yeah, but Jarky, he has knowledge on all the ancient cultures and the ancestors, going from Hindu to Vedas to all that stuff. The stuff that we don't really grasp or that we don't really hold relevant. He's like the master weaving all that together.
Oh yeah, he knows more about it than I do, but I know a good bit about it. You just haven't heard me talk about that stuff yet because I haven't really found it relevant to talk about.
Get that knowledge.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I mean, when you're in this stuff for like 20 years, like I've been, it's just like
Yeah, I feel
it's hard to get everything out. That some of the shit you don't even remember it until you're like, oh yeah, I forgot all about.
What'd you tell me the other day? You already forgotten more than I've learned. Enough, dude.
Yeah, probably. And yeah, I've ran across some crazy stuff like that. Some of it I don't even want to talk about, or I can't talk about it online. And some of it's stuff that I got privately from other people, and I'm not really allowed to talk about it. I don't know.
Carlson. Yeah, dude, he does
it's hard to keep that stuff to yourself, but when you make a promise to someone, you have to do it.
I know some people might have an aversion to Fox News, and I know that mainstream medias are profiting off your information, etc., but data and crack. But I don't know, and I don't know what they're playing at, but they do. Tucker does seem to be talking the truth a while lot.
He's drip feeding. Yep.
Yeah, I know, but that it's just it's amazing to see it even on the mainstream now. They're talking. We were talking about the fall of the Western world, which is what he's basically saying there. We're moving back into the Dark Ages.
He did so the way Tucker works is he has that the regular channel on Fox, and then he has Tucker Direct, what do you call it, the special paid program where they get away from the censors, and he does interviews there. He did an interview with one of the hockey players about trauma-based mind control that everyone should check out. I thought that was mind-blowing. He also did JP. He did a session with him, another one very worth watching.
JP?
Yep.
Yes, yeah.
JP. He's getting big on Odyssey too. He's got quite a few people.
JP is huge. He's a giant. Yeah, that's Tucker with JP.
Yeah, I watched that. It was good.
And then the hockey player from Canada about trauma-based mind control. That blew my mind. I was surprised it was even allowed on TV.
Oh, Awaken with JP.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I've been watching him for like a year or two now.
Yeah. He you watched his awakening. Like he knew what was happening. He called it, and then you watched him decide to pivot. Right. It was a beautiful thing.
He's a flat earther too, like straight up. He just doesn't want to say it straight up on his channel, but he drops those little hints that he is. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
His parody video, like if you just take away the tone, he pretty much says all the things we know, right? It was beautiful. The way he did it was beautiful.
Roseanne Barr interviewed him a few months ago, didn't she?
Yeah.
He's got 24,000 people on Odyssey, which is a pretty good amount on there.
One of the highest, yeah.
I love Odyssey. Like I can't get enough of that shit. It's just there's no censorship at all, and you can just go through and find anything on there.
It is where I decide to watch things for pleasure, right? That's the best platform for me to watch on.
By far the best to me. It's the most informative and it's the most open.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some very smart damn people on Odyssey. Like that, like the height of the intellect that I've found has been on there. I mean, there's some dumbasses on there. You'll run across a few here and there, but the most of the content creators on there are very good.
And Flat Earth is the majority, 100%.
Oh yeah, and all the flat earthers like Taboo and and Jeranism and all those, they're all on there. David has a channel on there.
But I think they do the YouTube mirror, but YouTube is their general. They don't have to do stuff for Odyssey. Odyssey just mirror uploads all their stuff. That's what I think they're doing. So they're not active on Odyssey.
Like Taboo will get on there and talk to you on Odyssey. He's the one that actually got me on Odyssey. Taboo invited me on there. He's like, man, come over to Odyssey.
I don't know who that is. But
Taboo Conspiracy? You don't know who he is?
No.
Holy shit, really?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, and, like he's one of the few people that would actually like chit chat with him. Well, I don't know, like some of the guys off of Nathan's channel, like when I go and leave comments on their channel.
I'm already done. Don't talk about it.
Yeah, like flat. Well, no. I'm not talking about Nathan himself. I'm talking some of the other people on his channel are really nice. Like Flatsoid is just a wonderful person. He's just nice. Yeah. Brian's Logic is really nice. There's a few of them that are just super people. They're really nice people. But it doesn't mean, don't take it from the host that some of the people are on there are shitheads too. But Nathan's just, he's making money and that's what he's interested in, and he's got to keep his business. Goals
are defined, well aware.
And I'm not saying that that's like a bad thing or anything, and he's done good for the Flat Earth. He can be a little too abrasive, and in the old days, I don't know who he is now.
You think? Just a tad, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mean, but holy shit, God, I can't match that.
QE makes you look polite.
QE, I really, really respect his knowledge, but he himself as a person, not so much.
I don't have that anymore.
Yeah, I respect his knowledge. He
Let's say I respect his contributions thus far.
Yeah.
But it's time to step down, Big Daddy. We'll take it from here.
Present your stuff and then let everybody watch it and just don't say anything else.
That Flat Earth debate show is very little anything to do with Flat Earth. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, I mean, you can get the gist of it. Like listening to it in 3 days, you can like pretty much soak in everything that they talk about.
Whatever.
Like it is sponge, and then you just leave. Get what you need. That's what I always do. Get what I need, pack up, and hoof it out. See you later. I like that flat Earth philosophy guy. Now that guy is one
Yeah. Him. I emailed him to come talk to us, dude.
I'd love to get him to come and talk to us. Like he would. You know, you need to get him with Witsit. I'm telling
already. I emailed him like 3 days ago to ask to come talk to us. I don't know if he's going to respond or anything.
Yeah, I mean that dude. Like, I really respect what he's doing because me, you know how I am. Like that's basically what I've been saying all along too. And now this guy knows more about it than I do, and I'm looking and go, wow.
No, he explains it differently than you do. That's how I put it. Right? Because he explained the same thing that you explained to me that I didn't get, and he sort of filled in the gaps for me with his whiteboard and his illustration. And I went, oh,
he filled in some
that's
gaps
what Cracker was smacking me with a sledgehammer with. Oh, I get it.
Yeah, he filled in a few things for me too, and I was like, oh wow, that's how that works. That's how I figured out the whole thing with Psalms 19 to completion. How it's not just 3 things that I said; it's actually 4.
Oh, so yeah, he doesn't know about YouTube shadow banning though. He keeps asking for more subs because he thinks he deserves more, and he absolutely does. But YouTube is algorithmically depressing him, dude.
He needs to get on Odyssey and have all the Flat Earth channels promote him.
Do you think
What are you talking about here?
Flat Earth
His name's Flat Earth Philosophy. You got to watch some of his stuff. It's awesome. Oh, awesome. This guy is just need to get him to talk to Witsit, man.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to orchestrate.
And I'd love to talk to him too because he's really looked into this even farther than I have, and I've looked into it pretty deep, and not like this guy has.
I'm convinced he has a piece of the puzzle he won't get anywhere else. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I am too. Absolutely, right. Guy's a freaking genius. Yeah, very enjoyable watching his videos. A little dry and whatever, but
yeah,
the information keeps your attention, man. It's
the way I do them is I record his video and then put my visual stuff up for visual aids and comic stuff, and that seems to kind of meet the middle, right?
Yeah, like he has his drawings, and you put all the animations and everything up to display it in action. It's really neat the way that works. Like you're good at that. Like you throw a video together in like 3 minutes. It'd take me all day to put one together.
Right. It's just the way the brain works.
Reminder: the Earth is flat.
What preposterous? That's crazy conspiratard talk.
Oh, come on! Don't be a globist.
Damn it!
Go back to the 1600s.
You're an FBI agent pretending to be a flat earther.
Yeah, right.
You're a little globy.
No, I'm not a child trafficking pedophile.
No, I think you are. My senses are tingling.
Nailed it.
Yeah, I knew it.
That's just because you've been smoking fruit.
See, I'm smart.
SMRT.
I can tell by the maniacal cackle.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. So anybody here from the Northwest?
I'm Northeast.
Oh, man.
Man, we got almost a big circle going here. Like, got Bella down in Texas, got Shane up in Massachusetts, and me here in Wet Vagina and
West Virginia.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Right, we got Sad Dog in Germany. We got Featherly in Finland. We got a buddy across. We got Jack in UK. We got Psycho in wherever the hell he's from, dude. Jesus,
you get yourself a good old boy.
Everywhere. Wait. Featherly's from Finland. I thought he was from Germany.
I've reversed that. Yeah, Sad Dog's from.
Sad Dog's from Finland or Denmark.
Denmark. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I can't point to your home on a map. I'm very ashamed, right?
That's your greatest success story. He ended up being one of your greatest allies, and he was one of your trolls that was like, fuck you and your flat earth.
Oh, yeah, man. Hardcore.
He's like straight up hardcore flat earth, posts more shit than we do.
Wait. You telling me that a fucking Glober came in here?
No, it came into like when I was on Mines a while back. He was trolling me for being a flat earther for mad long, and he finally brought him around because I kept having conversations, and now he's like my lieutenant. He spots shit more than I do.
Sounds like a dumbass.
He finds stuff that we've never seen before. He'll go to like a German library and look up flat Earth and find these books and find information.
Dude, he's the one that found that moon map that she showed to me. He pulled it from a German Telegram channel before it was on Twitter. I wouldn't have that without him.
God.
That's like Patricia too, man. We need to get her in here.
What do you guys think about city people and all their gayness?
Way more
That's our electric vehicles.
Reminds me of Ezekiel 7 in the Bible.
Oh yeah, what's that one say?
It's about the cities basically falling down because they like bring plagues.
You're so gay. Yeah.
Kill each other. And...
What about every zombie movie? Dude? The cities fall first. That's where everyone dies.
Yeah. All these good old boys that got their rifles, 223, 30-06, 7.08, we're all popping little
people who are
zombies off.
stashing water. Like, you don't got to stash that. You just got to stash guns and then take all your neighbor's water. Come on, you're not thinking.
323, you got that skull and bone shit going on. 322.
Huh?
223 is 322 backward.
The hell are you talking
322?
Yeah, you know what 322 is, right? Skull and bones and all that crap.
I'm not.
No, I don't. Stolen bones.
Oh, you don't know about Skull and Bones? I mean, I guess YouTube doesn't really like say anything about that stuff.
What is it? What is it?
It's like a secret society that like George Bush and John Kerry and all those guys belong to that supposedly runs all this.
It's out of Yale. It's out of Yale. When they went to Yale, it was their fraternity. It's their
Except for the Freakmasons.
And 322 refers to Genesis 3:22, where it says,
"Yeah,
and man shall become as God."
Let me guess, they call you conspiracy theorists, huh, for saying that?
But you gotta also think Skull and Bones
everywhere, not on YouTube, man.
It goes a little deeper than that because Skull and Bones is what they put on a pirate flag, and a pirate flag is indicative of maritime law and the law of the sea. Seas are.
Yeah, how deep does it go?
Pirates. I mean, look at the word. Remember what I said about conspiracy? It's just the words cons and piracy. Yeah.
Damn. Shit.
Yep. They're a
That's
bunch
too
of
creepy
thieves.
for me. I'd get scared.
They're a bunch of thieves.
Piracy is not a theory.
You know what's funny though? Are any of y'all patriots?
As in, like, pretending that evil people don't control both sides of our country. For
You like your country? Do you want to get rid of all the bullshit?
I like the people in my country. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think the government's corrupt?
100%.
Okay. Are you Republican?
Never voted. Both sides are controlled. Come on.
Do you have fucking, morals?
Of course.
Are you traditional?
Yes.
Okay. So, how much bullshit and corruption do you think it's going to take for the people to actually do something about it?
Very good question, man.
A lot. And it's going to keep all the shit that they're showing. It's going to keep getting ridiculous and ridiculous and ridiculous.
Do you think
until people stand up and fucking do something. But I don't know if that's going to happen. There's too many complacent motherfuckers in this realm.
Do you think do you think the government taking little bites here and there is making people numb to it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%.
Okay.
See, I'll tell you where I'm at with this. I have nothing in my name. I have no bank account. I have no driver's license. I have no job. I haven't paid taxes since 2005, and I can't get a job. But I'm not a felon or anything. I've never been arrested or anything. I just chose to leave that system. Literally leave it. I no longer have a name. I don't consider my corporate straw man even viable anymore.
But
and that's pretty much where I'm at.
Were we talking to you about 3 or 4 days ago on here?
Probably.
Yeah, I've been popping in just like recently here and there. I wasn't here over the weekend. I had too much stuff to do.
I think we need to stop focusing on what shape the Earth is and focus more on the problem here down on Earth.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Like I dropped
this a couple. Like, yeah, they might be lying to us about the shape of the Earth, but I think there's bigger problems.
Well, the globe Earth is part of this. See, after climate change, they're going to pull out the alien and the asteroid shit. So if we get the flat Earth shit out there, we can destroy that narrative before they ever try to build it out. It's just like the virus narrative.
Okay, I can tell you one thing for sure. You're not going to change people's mind on that. On if the Earth is flat.
Like I
There's
said,
too many people that are brainwashed, dude.
And you can't start with that hole. They got to go through the other 7 that we went through to get here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who posted that video the other day on YouTube? He was like ex-CIA or whatever. He died a year later, but he gave an affidavit about what they made him do. I don't know how much of that shit is true, but he talked about releasing a virus in 2017.
Yeah, predictive programming is everywhere, dude. There's a comedy about it, there's X-Files about it.
And then he talked about...
We're living 12 monkeys.
Well, no, wait a second. Did they isolate a virus, or am I missing something?
Talk.
We're living through 12 monkeys, y'all. We're going through 12 monkeys.
So he said that if they release a virus around 2017, you know that this what I'm telling you is true or something, and then he says there's going to be a fake alien invasion in 2027. So he was out by 3 years with the virus. So 2030 probably this alien invasion thing will be coming down.
Well, and we already have the,
I know who you mean exactly. Hold on.
On Project Bluebeam and showed all the holographic technology that they have right now, and it's pretty impressive.
But that guy, I know who you mean. I know exactly who you mean. I know the conversation you mean. Hold on.
Somebody posted a video on YouTube the other day. I think it's somebody you're probably subscribed to.
It's not Larry McDonald, is it?
That's why the flat Earth is important, and I keep telling people that they're going to pull out this asteroid stuff, the Project Bluebeam, and the alien shit. Destroy it before they start.
Yes, they'll try.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of flat Earthers. There's a lot more than people that a lot of them won't admit it outright because they're afraid that they'll get criticized for it. But there's a lot of people that are
rightly
flat
so. Right? You don't get hired if you're a flat Earther in the mainstream. You're crazy. Okay.
I think there's a lot less than you think, dude.
I don't think so, man. My friends are flat Earthers. My real life friends, I'm
watching more and more people wake up to it and open their eyes, and it's snowballing. I can see the momentum behind it.
If all you knew was YouTube, I can see why you'd think that, right?
What?
Yeah, you get on some other places and you really see it growing.
YouTube does not accurately reflect the reality within. You should put that as a bumper sticker on the side.
Oh, gotcha.
YouTube algorithm does not accurately reflect the user base of the world.
Exactly. I concur. In
fact, most of YouTube's views are all bots anyways.
60%. Yep.
I'm talking about just real life. I don't give a fuck about YouTube.
Dude, my whole real life.
There's momentum. More and more people are waking up to it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying I haven't seen any real life.
Oh, there's people at my work that are doing it. People I never thought would. They're just coming out. They're coming out with flat Earth theories and COVID's bull.
Maybe I just don't talk about the Earth much. I don't know. Maybe I should start asking about it.
Right?
Talk about
everything. So what do you think about the Earth, dude? To my coworker, he's like, oh yeah, I think it's flat. Shit.
I don't say flat.
One.
We're gonna change it to bumpy. We're gonna change it to bumpy.
My whole thing is you don't talk about it at work, only if they ask you. That's my opinion. I'll tell you, but I ain't gonna go preaching flat Earth to everyone around me.
Me neither. No, I just tell them I don't know. I don't know what shape it is. It's just not what they're. It's not what they're telling us it is.
That's what I say. I say I don't know what the shape is. We don't know what our home really looks like because all we've seen is CGI of animation
or stupid cartoon maps.
So why is that though? I thought they had cameras and shit. I thought they're. How come they don't show the real?
Why don't they turn Hubble around and take a fucking picture?
Because Hubble's not in space.
No, they got the. I thought they had satellites and shit.
The satelloons.
Satellites. Satellites. You mean the cables in the ocean? The cables in the ocean.
Of a satelloon.
There's no such thing as satellites. What?
No, seriously, put up a picture of the satelloon.
The helium balloon satellites, yeah.
Oh shit, man! They really lied to us.
They tell you they tell you they can't see stars from space, and then they tell you that they can. They tell you can't see the curvature from a certain height.
Yes, the liar.
They just always caught in the lie.
What are those little licenses?
They didn't preface those answers before they came back, and they asked them on the fly, and they gave 2 opposing answers, right? It was like, "Oops, you guys didn't practice that answer, did you?"
Maybe the stars in the sky are our higher astral selves, celestial selves.
Fuck. Oh my
Look
god.
now. I don't know.
Damn.
Twinkle, twinkle,
Yeah,
little star.
maybe it's angels.
Hey Shane, post that picture on Telegram.
We are angels.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. That's a good one.
Man, what was God thinking?
There's the satellite. See it?
You know what's
Isn't that cool?
Balls from space. Look up.
Where'd you post it?
Right in that live stream chat.
In chat.
The balls.
Which chat? Discord chat?
No. Live stream chat.
Right above the text version of it.
Hi.
The bot took it away.
Oh, damn. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Any links posted in the YouTube chat gets deleted. That started like a year ago.
That seems awfully globy to me.
If not longer. Don't fight on that, kitty.
Y'all have cat fights.
My cat, I have this little kitten, and he is chewing on my cord.
That's
My little tabby, my little orange tabby.
Make sure you don't get electrocuted.
Oh no, that would not be good.
Yeah.
Electric
Have a fried kitty.
Oh no. No.
Dude,
Oh,
thank you for that interview. Who's this guy?
I'll get him baked though.
Hey.
Oh,
No, I won't. I don't do that to my animals, but I just was.
I think you do. I think you do.
I've done it to all my pets.
I don't. I really don't. I don't.
I like it. I
Too
can't
much
say
denying.
they like it.
I think
have a
for
cat
pets,
that'll
too
sit-
much.
I have a cat that'll sit in front of my
Cats are
ball and wait on me to smoke.
Yeah.
Bring a little cocaine in its cereal.
Oh, hell no. That's rude. That's just rude.
Oh, we found the line. There's the line.
I just picture the cat sitting there with its eyes half closed, pretending that it's not breathing in secondhand smoke.
Well, I mean, you know, they say like chocolate kills dogs. Well, I made some weed brownies, and my little dog ate the whole fucking tin. And all he did was fall himself asleep, shit all over himself, and sleep for 2 days. He's still alive.
Riley, that's fucking hilarious.
Probably added some life to him.
Didn't die. Right?
On a whole other
Definitely
level now.
don't do that, right? He had munchies and shit. It was weird.
Speaking of, it's 4 minutes till 4:20 on the East Coast.
He probably looks at other dogs. He's like, dude, we're dogs, man. Fucking dogs.
Oh, here's the Andrew, I think. Was it Bill Wood? Whoever was mentioning that? Because I'm looking through it here.
What about Bill Wood?
Anyone know the name?
No. Am I supposed to?
Tom Bearden. Someone said there was an interview where he predicted the thing like 3 years ago and then said there was going to be Blue Bloom in 2027.
Doing something with your mic
Vaguely,
machine?
I vaguely remember that.
But yeah, it swung off. My bad. I broke the thing, so it fucking jury rigged.
There we go.
I nailed it. An interview with ex-Navy SEAL Project Camelot? Maybe? Oh no, that's Looking Glass.
Do any of you guys go hunting?
No, but I have weapons.
For babes, yeah.
It was a warning.
Yeah. So do we.
But I have an arsenal. Okay.
I do actually. We kind of have an arsenal.
I know.
Hell
Your
yeah.
husband threatened me with him. And I was like, I'm going to come hide. No, please don't shoot.
None of you guys go hunting?
We have a. I don't. My honey does. But he hasn't been able to go hunting this season or this year yet.
Oh, shit. Are you from Texas, right?
Yeah, I'm in Texas, and he just moved here from Idaho. So
What the fuck, Idaho?
yeah.
No way. What part?
He was in Weiser, so he was like right on the Snake River across the state line from Oregon. So he's like way.
Yeah, I'm in Coeur d'Alene.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He lived up in wait.
Bonner.
We have friends. We have a friend in Twin Falls, and I think he was in Post Falls.
Yeah, that's right next to me. That's like
Yeah,
10
yeah,
minutes
yeah.
away.
Yeah, gotcha.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he got out of Idaho. He got out of Idaho because too many Californians were moving.
Oh my god. Yeah. Holy shit. I'm
He
fucking. I don't know.
He made a killing on his house and moved here, and we paid cash for our house that we just moved into.
But he just made the problem worse because you know who's gonna buy that house? Fucking California.
No. Well, no, actually, it was a local couple. So
Oh, okay.
yeah. So
Yeah.
he sold it. He wasn't going to sell it to some dumbass guy. Well, no, if he could get more money than he did,
Yeah, you would.
he would have. But he made a killing on his house. He basically doubled his money. He basically like paid for the house he was living in and then got a free house.
Yeah, that's the market up here right now. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
82,000 people moved from California to Texas last year, so there's something about Texas. Everybody seems
Well,
to be.
no, I'll tell you the migration of Californians to Texas started around 2000 when they decided to open Costco's in Texas because I helped build the first Costco that was built in Texas.
Wait a minute. So they're all moving to Texas for Costco. Come on now.
Oh no. What I'm saying is the migration started 20 years ago when all these West Coast Californian, all these West Coast people who worked for Costco moved here, and then like they moved their families, and then it's like all these big corporations moved. Dr. Pepper is here, and Toyota is here, and JCPenney was here, and like all these big corporations moved to like where I live and where I'm from in Texas. So like it's retarded. There's so many people. That's why I moved out to the country. I had to get away.
Yeah.
I had to get away. I was like, no.
Fuck Washingtonians, fuck, Oregonians or whatever you call them, fuck Californians. Fuck every single one.
Cali's gonna fucking burn. I mean, man, if you can get out of Cali, get the fuck out of Cali, man. Seriously.
New York. Yeah.
New York too. Cali and New York are gonna burn.
Well, the problem is they move from their liberal shithole that they voted for these fucking Democrats, and they created their own problem, and then they go to a different state which is red or somewhat blue, and they make it the same exact little shithole.
The only problem with Texas is all the major cities are basically blue. I mean, everywhere else is red. I mean,
Aren't they shipping the migrants there too, right? Open
in California, you got that piece of shit Gavin Newsom that's part of the World Economic Forum.
They're all pieces of shit, buddy.
They're all gonna die. They're all gonna die.
Well,
love and light, let trader heads roll. Love and light, let trader heads roll.
Back in the good old days when they hung politicians from the lamp pole and the next one coming in had to look at the body swinging, I think that's a good deterrent. I think we canceled that too early.
Tar and feather.
They realize their left agenda has turned their state into a fucking lawless society.
Well, everything that they have done is going to boomerang on them. I mean, it's already starting to. So,
well, right, they got people like us, so they can't shut up, and every move they make to shut us up awakens more people because they're in that spot, right?
Right.
What do you call that mayor of California? Looks like Chicago. Looks like Beetlejuice.
Oh, Lightfoot.
Oh, Lightfoot. Yeah. The one with the fake kidnapping ploy and all that shit.
Like, what the fuck? I mean, how much crack was that bitch smoking? Like, what the fuck happened to her?
I'm gonna tell you, I do not think that's a woman. I don't think.
No. We know it's not. It's okay.
You don't think anyone is a woman except maybe for me. I mean, seriously.
No. There's certain ones. I can spot them from a mile away. I took anatomy and physiology, and it's very easy for me to see right.
Oh, I know, but it's funny. It's like there isn't a day that goes by that you're like tranny.
Right?
Tranny.
Dude, right? I'm so sick of it. How many times you have to point it out? I get it.
Tranny. You're like, don't ruin my wet dream from 20 years.
Bella, am I wrong?
No.
Right?
It doesn't matter.
No, you're not.
Statue of Liberty is a tranny.
That's the
Statue
truth.
of Liberty.
It
Dude,
is, bro. It's a whore of Babylon, dude.
I know it is. It's the symbology is ridiculous. The symbology.
Diana, Apollo, you got it all there.
This shit is so fucking crazy.
I think if people from 100 years ago saw what was going on now, they'd kill themselves.
100%.
Yeah, like
Our ancestors would roast us alive.
ISIS is a dollar sign. I mean, that's what it is. ISIS is a dollar sign.
Yes.
Just overlay the letters.
And there's a difference between a dollar sign with one line in it and with two lines through the S.
Well, then you also have that like the Rothschilds, like they code this crap in their names, and it's like they're not just like everybody says Red Shield. Well, there's a little deeper meaning to that. In the Bible, there's Ashtaroth childs, and then you have Ra's childs, like the sun god Ra, Ra's child.
Yes.
So they are the children of Ra and the children of Ashtaroth, and that's the male and female aspects. That's the double-headed eagle. That's the Masonic checkerboard. That's the two pillars of Boaz and Jachin. It's all of that stuff, and if you just look at it, you can decode it all. It's just like the Rockefellers. Remember how I explained that? You have the Rothschild's real name is the Bauers. Bauer in German means farmer. Well, a farmer is what? They're a tiller of the ground. What was Cain? Cain was a tiller of the ground. So then they changed their names to the Rothschilds for the Red Shield. That's anti-Semitism. And then Rothschilds and Ashtarothschilds. And then you have the Rockefellers. And if you split that up, Ra is the sun god. Ka means of or born to in Egyptian. And Pharaoh is it's like short for Pharaoh. So it's the priests of Ra. And the Ra's child are the children of Ra.
You are not wrong, sir. You are not.
And the Rockefellers' their old name was actually the Livingstons. And even look at the Rock name. Rock means stone. Feller means a member of a club or a mason.
Man, the symbology, and I mean, it's so deep, and its tentacles is everywhere, man. The words, the symbology, they fucking inverted everything.
And see, there's the families. Those are the real Illuminati families, the other two. And those are the two aspects. And they are the Ammonites and Moabites that came straight out of Sodom and Gomorrah when it was destroyed.
Yeah.
That's the highest view.
You can see that
video on my current YouTube. That's the one they allowed to go the furthest, dude. Pretty fun.
What one?
The family one.
Like, I know a lot about this stuff. Like,
you're in that video, Bella. By the way.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember.
They're pussweeds.
I just like to call them cunts. If you say cunts, no one's going to ask you which cunts. Everyone knows cunts.
That's what I call
You just got bleeped. You just got bleeped on YouTube.
I'm not going to say it again.
Come on, man.
Right, though? No one would ask you who if you use that word. We all got a good idea which ones you're referring to.
Cunts, the parasites, the pieces of shit that has destroyed everything.
You gotta say see you next Tuesdays now. You can't say
that's a good way.
Next Tuesdays.
Parasites. I say parasites.
Yeah, parasites is good.
Do a turpentine enema for that. They say that's real good for parasites and stuff like that.
You're talking about pure gum spirits of turpentine, man. I've been telling people to use that as a medication forever now.
Yeah. They say a little bit up the poop chute with an enema. A little bit of turpentine does wonders.
You can take it with
you know, you're not supposed to use a pure turpentine formulation, of course. Diluted and up the poop chute. There you go.
Damn.
Or coffee. Coffee's good to clean the liver out too.
Sounds lovely.
Who was the first one to put coffee up their ass and go, you know what? I feel better.
It helps for cancer as well. Gets the liver jump started.
Yeah, that's good.
But someone's out there winging this shit, right? Like the first person to smoke a weed in the forest and go, "Oh, this will make you feel good." How many did you smoke before you found cannabis?
Who knows?
Well, I bet they found it by eating plants. I mean, just think
No,
about
they
it.
found it because their ancestors told them what was up. They didn't just
Well,
wing
yeah,
it.
that too. But how did the ancestors find it? They found it because they realized, they ate this flower and it made them feel a kind of way.
Right?
And they were like,
Not
well, hey.
because you have to carboxylize that stuff before it's activated. Remember,
Well, I don't know. Maybe they had their own. I don't know. I wasn't there, but I know that.
The Book of Enoch says the angels taught us how to do that stuff. They taught us makeup, the art of war, metallurgy, drugs, how to cut roots and do stuff with them.
Yes, they gave us the knowledge.
Enoch goes over makeup? Hold on.
They taught them how to forge weapons of war.
They also taught abortion too, and that's in chapter 69, and that's where one of my favorite verses is, where it talks about Penemu, the fourth angel, and that's and I pointed that out before to my friends here. It's Penemu, the fourth angel. He taught writing, and just read that, and you'll see what I'm talking about. I'll put it in the chat.
Stop smacking your desk for emphasis. I hear you.
Yeah. I'm telling you, bro.
Do you ever feel that stupidity gives you a headache sometimes?
Yes.
Is that why I've always got a headache?
Right? Living in a world of mirror world and clown farts. Here we go.
A nerd.
I always like when they talk about the Big Bang and you're like, so a unicorn farted nothing into everything and you came from space, everything swirls into nothing from everything? Got it. Perfect sense.
Well, they're working on a Big Bang perpetual cycle, kind of like a Big Bang eternal pantheism. Not something coming from nothing, just something that was always here cyclically. More like a cyclical bang, crunch.
What about a gravitron? Well, invent a machine to show you a fake force. Come on.
Something like that.
Yeah, I posted that in there, the Penemu thing. Just pay attention to like the last sentence, because that's the one that's really deep about what this. It's almost like they made us believe that we can die, and therefore we believed it, so we do.
Oh,
right. Agreed.
I'm with that philosophy for sure.
Agreed. And they've done all this shit to kill our bodies, you know, to slowly just destruct us, and so we can't gain our full potential.
See, that's what all the detox is about. See, Meadowlark is right in line with me on this, because I bet you know all the same stuff that I do, because Shane will tell you, we talk, like, I do the medical stuff all the time. Yeah. New form of medicine, man. We need it.
You're my white coat shaman replacement, buddy. I'd trust my life to you before any doctor in the medical society right now.
Well, the medical system is about, cutting it out, radiating it out, or poisoning it out, essentially with synthetic chemical drugs. So the paradigm is a little... It works in some cases when they need to set a bone or do a drastic intervention. But if you're talking about like prevention or detoxifying, it's very bad at that.
Yeah.
Can I ask something?
Sure.
Okay, so you wouldn't take the cutting open of the radiology for cancer, would you? What would you prescribe for, if you had, like, I've heard CBD oil, and there's another oil out now that is like CBD, but it's
bitter apricot seeds help remedy cancer. Celiac tea. There's herbs. Bloodroot, sheep sorrel, slippery elm is in Celiac tea. Some people address the acidic body of
baking soda.
Cancerous. What was that?
Baking soda. Have you ever heard of DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide?
Yes. It's a miracle mineral supplement.
No.
Dioxide. Yeah. That's another one that they use as well.
No, DMSO. You've got to look this one up. I'll put a link in the chat for you. You got to read about about this. What it is, it's a medical delivery system where you can actually mix your medications with it, and it's transdermal. And it also, in itself, it'll cure cancer. But if you mix it with hydrogen peroxide and colloidal silver, it's called the overnight cancer cure. You have to read about that. It's DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, hydrogen peroxide, and colloidal silver.
So, what substances would you subscribe to somebody that has cancer that they should take straight away, like apricot seeds and this dimethyl thing?
DMSO is good for helping remedy that. You have to be careful with your language because the FDA shuts down anything other than their consensus chemical interventions. But people who have, treated their own, cancers with other remedies, natural remedies, talk about bitter apricot seeds, SCACT, DMSO, hydrogen peroxide therapy, baking soda. They even talk about the remedies that have been pushed out of America. They talk about Crowley's toxins. They talk about corbiacin. They talk about Hoxley's method and stuff like that.
Lemon and jerky
are available if you know where to look.
All right, lemon and bird and jerky. Can you just DM me a couple of them things? I know apricot seeds, but just DM me a couple of things, please.
I linked this whole thing. I linked this what I made it. I put it on up, just paste it so he can share it because he doesn't want to do that. But that's his whole thing right there. If you click on that, that's his whole list.
Shane, can you give me some of your recommendations too, please? Just DM it to me so it's there. So when I come back, I can look.
Mine are just his though, to be clear.
All right. But like jerky, lemon. Shane.
Okay, hey, there's another one, and you might want to look into this, but you have to find someone that can do it. It's called high-dose vitamin C IV therapy. And I don't, Meadow, have you heard of that? Or Lemon, right? Have you heard of that?
I have heard of that, yeah.
Yeah, I'll post a link to something that's real interesting. It's right off of the NIH website, and you have to read it. You just have to read it. You'll see what I mean. I'll have to find it real quick.
All right, I'll tell you from why it's not a big deal. I have cancer. I have cancer of the tongue, and they want to cut me up, and then they want to put me through radiotherapy or radio whatever. So I told them no, they're not cutting me up. I'll do the radiotherapy, but they want to take out half my teeth because half my teeth have metal on them. I have a big lump in my tongue.
Cancer has a lot of different, things going on with it. Sometimes they say that, the cancer is linked to, the dental fillings that we have, all the metal in our bodies. It can be deep. But if you're trying to mitigate some of this cancer stuff without having everything cut out, it's nice to have a natural remedy that's not as, drastic an intervention. I'll send you some stuff about SCACT and the other more natural interventions that are out there. Let me see, SCACT.
Yeah. Cheers, Lemon. Appreciate it. Yeah, because I've actually refused treatment, but they're going to take me back in 2 days' time to talk to me because I'm just not into it, bro. I don't want half my teeth pulled out. I don't want myself cut open and skin grafts taken off and veins taken out. And no. I'd rather go the natural remedy route. I know it's probably going to fucking kill me anyway, but it's 50-50 chance. Well, shit there, but
hey, there's another one too, and it's IV therapy, but it's NAC, N-acetylcysteine therapy, or glutathione. That's another one. If you can find a doctor that will administer that to you, that is one of the best things. And I posted 2 links in the chat, and it links up to the NIH and the Cancer Gov, and I think that's an NIH website too. And you can read about how they were using it, and the pharmaceutical companies wouldn't use it because it's not what was their language, economically feasible.
Yeah, you could just DM it to me, Jerry, because it'd be too much shit I have to copy paste off main chat here.
Okay, let me do this real quick, and I'll get it.
Appreciate you, as Americans say.
There's that one.
Yeah, because they want to cut my throat open. They want to pull all the, what do they call these fucking things under your chin, your neck? They want to pull all the fat out and all the something or other. I'm not for that, but
did someone say chlorine dioxide already?
Chlorine dioxide is one. I'm trying to send PMAC as much as I can.
Right.
You gotta send them this stuff before they scrub it off of YouTube as medical misinformation or whatever.
Right. Yep.
Lymph nodes. They want to take all the lymph nodes out of the right side of me.
Bite them.
Some people have 6, some people have 20. They want to just, whatever they go in, they just take them all out. And the fat, because apparently the cancer lives in the fat. That's the worst thing.
Hey, I'll tell you something else that you might want to look into is the isolation of terpenes, and it doesn't necessarily mean out of cannabis. You can isolate a terpene out of almost anything. That's actually what like Pure Gum Spirits of Turpentine is like what Meadow was talking about earlier. That is a combination of like 11 terpenes that are related to pine trees, and each one of them have a medicinal effect. And if you look through the medicinal effects, and I could actually post that to you too, and just show you what it is. And
you dilute it down. You don't just
I think
it's real big. It has 31 terpenes that's listed, and it has all of their like effects on the body.
Anyway, back to Flat Earth. We can not get this panel struck.
This is fun talking about this stuff.
They don't like that. They don't like that talk at all.
Well, it's not like medical, like, hey, do this. It's just like something. Hey, go and look.
We're not talking about the jabba jabba do. We're talking about people who might have the big C. So
they don't even like anything that's not through the doctrine, right? And they don't even pretend to follow rules anymore, guys. So they're not even pretending. They'll just strike you.
Isn't it strange though? Yeah, they shadow ban people and they ban people off platforms and everything, and they still think that they're not fascists. That's crazy.
No, they're well aware. They're just doing the facade. Again, I've had 27 channels deleted. I'm well with you. I'm well aware.
27. You go for a world record.
27. I'm going for the "you can't fucking stop me" record. How's that?
That's my boy.
Yeah.
That's why I love you, Shane.
That's the American spirit.
Right? You do it in public, and you do it publicly so that others follow you up. Here we go.
Yes, it's the American spirit, but Shane's an asshole, so
that's double American for me.
it's double American for him. Yeah, it's an asshole.
Paul Revere was us, dude, right? And good example. He didn't stop to convince every old lady who didn't believe the British were coming. He went on to the fucking next house. British are coming.
Yes,
British
he
are coming.
did.
British are coming.
Yeah, he sure did. He sure did. Paul Revere.
BMAC, we sent, I think, everything we've had.
They're like, what do you mean the British are coming? British?
Right?
The people with bad teeth, they're coming.
Right? He didn't stop to explain to anyone. He just kept rolling. If you didn't get it, you paid the price. It's a good use of.
I mean, the British, are stereotypically known for bad teeth, probably because of their tea and crumpets diet. They talk about how native indigenous peoples have strong, flawless teeth until they get the white man's crappy diet. The processing, the flour. The processed white bleached flour with no nutrition in it, no minerals for your teeth or your bones, the cooked food that's cooked and washed to death. I mean, it's lucky that we're alive at all.
Right? When you realize the truth, you're like, thank God I'm not retarded and I'm still breathing. Holy crap. Just eat by.
It's tough.
Shade.
Medicine is just trying to mitigate the effects of toxic living. We got to have our iPhone, so now there's all this fluoride and aluminum in the water supply.
Right.
And they have to find some place to put it away cheaply, so it's going to go into our bodies through the food chain and the water supply.
Imagine real.
Right.
We all spoke at once.
You can only eat fish like once a month because every fish has that much mercury in it.
Yeah, imagine people.
Fish naturally have mercury in them, so it's not quite environmental toxicity. Fish just, kind of accumulate a lot of mercury naturally.
Oh, okay.
Reminds me of that meme of aliens coming here going, they denied their health care to people who profit from sickness. Very strange.
Well, the dude who did that natural food thing, Agnes von der Planets, he talked about how fish naturally accumulate, mercury as just, part of what they do and stuff like that. And so he talked about how he got poisoned one time with something or another, food poisoning, and he went and purposefully sought out raw jellyfish. And he said something about the jellyfish helps with the body's detoxing and stuff like that. He was a little out there, but some of his food theory was pretty fascinating.
The jellyfish sucked all the mercury out. Or something like that.
Detoxify him. He did a book about how he treated his boy who went through a terrible traffic accident. He tried to kill himself by throwing himself off a cliff, and went like a ping pong ball out of the car twice, and he was paralyzed. And he treated him by putting raw honey and raw egg under the tongue, and he said the food would just be absorbed into his bloodstream that way. And supposedly his kid made a full recovery, was walking around, talking, and stuff like that from being paralyzed. So based off of that testimony, he must have been doing something that worked with that raw meat, raw food diet.
What about like Ancients of Noah? They said 900 years old. You start to think, well, the people in the jungles away from the cities live the longest, well over 100. Could we have lived that long if we stopped freaking poisoning ourselves from the moment of birth?
Yes, I believe that.
But they do come out with this theory about they measured years differently back in those days.
Yeah,
maybe. I mean,
They got the same year back then as now. They just tell people that because they want people to think that medicine made us live longer. We're actually living shorter lives because we're degenerating.
100%.
We have a worse diet and a worse approach toward health.
The dumbest, sickest, most ignorant generation to ever live.
Mac, I sent you a few things on your private thing if you wanted to go and take a look at those. Really interesting stuff, actually. I didn't want to put it in the public chat, but it's very interesting.
Thanks, Jerky. I definitely will. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Just might lead you down the right road, I guess. Maybe.
If you
I'm not into this cutting up and radiology shit and all kinds of.
I'm with you there, buddy.
If you want, you can come chat with us on our other thing, on YouTube, and get actual stuff talked about if you want.
Oh yeah, definitely. Come on over.
Do whatever you have to do for your health, but I think a lot of times the medicine industry just wants parts. They want those aborted baby parts. They want your tongue. They want your lymph nodes. They need stuff to cut up in a lab. And so I think they just use us for parts. A lot of the stuff
You're
that
right.
they do, I don't even know if it's necessary.
I didn't think it's funny you should say that because they kept saying to me, "Now listen, you're 55, but you're a strong man. You know, I've got no other fucking health conditions. I don't take any medicines. I'm in good condition." And I think it's like, it's almost like you're in China or something. They're looking at you and thinking, if this guy has a little accident on the operating table, we could use his liver, his heart, his lungs,
and then you count as another case too. Win for everyone for them.
His eyes.
They treat cancer like it's an act of God that just happens. A lot of times what happens with cancer is some form of toxicity, be it the radio waves and the cancer waves, or the diet, or the smoking, or the metal and the freaking, nations in the freaking tooth fillings. It's some form of toxicity that is poisoning the body. And after a while, the body's like, I just can't get rid of this poisonous crap anymore. We're just going to have to go cancerous.
Well, cancer grows in a acidic body, and we're supposed to have an alkaline body. So that's why we're supposed to be drinking alkaline water, eating alkaline foods, detoxing.
Yeah, 7.6 to 8.2, I think, is the optimum. Well, 8.2, I think, is the optimum for healing. But if you keep it above 7.6, your blood pH, I think that's ideal for the cancer curing thing.
Andrew Wakefield talked about alkalizing the body and making it more basic too. They tried to ruin him and discredit him about the whole vaccine thing, but he had a whole thing about making the blood less acidic and stuff like that to prevent cancer.
Well, I didn't do myself any favors with the smoking and the drinking.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Part of it. But, the main thing is making sure that your body can detox it. I mean, if you can get the gunk out, it doesn't accumulate because the lymph is like a highway that runs parallel to the blood vessels, and it tries to pick up the cellular debris and the waste from the blood and the cells in the body's metabolism. But if there's so much toxicity in the body, it just pools and just sits in the body and cancer results.
Hey, Lynn, how long has it been since you've been sick? I'm just kind of curious because you seem like a person like me who keeps themselves real clean and detoxified or whatever.
I just had a cold, but I got over it in like 2 or 3 days. I'm still kind of phlegmy, but I'm good now. I mean, I just try to, if I get really sick, I try to get the natural hydroxychloroquine. They say you can get it by boiling.
boiling.
I have the recipe. I have a recipe. I can put it in the show.
I mix that stuff up with some tonic water, and I'm right as rain in like a day or two.
That's
That's
the terpene treatment. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I try to go the natural route because these doctors, they're basically paid pill pushers. They mean well, but their paradigm is just fucked up. It's just, it doesn't detoxify people. And it ignores things like energy, emotions and stuff like that. There are other schools that I like to look into along with the allopathic medical school. It's not the only game in town.
I think stress had a bit to do with it too.
It can, for sure.
Yeah, psychological trauma is.
But nobody tells you about vitamin D, right? They don't tell you that'll cure most ailments. It's the cheapest thing. They don't make money.
There was one doctor who cured himself of a poisonous dose of mushrooms with a high dose vitamin C injection, I think it was. It looks like vitamin C is the cure for most, if not all, poisons as well.
Add in glutathione is another one too. That's what they give you when you overdose on. Well, it's what breaks down alcohol, and it's also what breaks down acetaminophen whenever you take an overdose. But it also is the main key antioxidant of the body. It's even more important than vitamin C, either NAC or glutathione.
Big Pharma's going to shut this channel down now. We've given so many cares out. They don't want that shit. Shut them up.
Gotta shut them down. Well, they're using this as a way to basically tighten the news censorship. They're like, oh, we're trying to help you. We're trying to crack down on medical misinformation. Bullshit.
Right,
you guys are fascists.
Misinformation.
You just want to control the flow of information, period.
Right? Nailed it, dude. Nailed it. Most of us thought it's coming from a while back. We can apply it to now or then, but it's been the same for as long as they've been doing it.
Yes.
They talk about the horror stories from like back in the 30s and 40s when they were trying to cure people with Royal Rife's Ray machines. Yeah. And Morris Fishbein was the head of the FDA, and he would, basically declare a big, crusade against, anything that wasn't allopathic medicine. They shut him down. They shut down anybody else who was like a homeopath and declared them quacks and stuff. It's terrible. This war's been going on really since the 1800s.
And right since Rockefeller bought the textbook industry, just saying it's probably unrelated.
Yeah, and they said a doctor can only be declared a doctor if he does consensus allopathic medicine. Otherwise, we're not going to license him, accredit him, or give him any authority. And we're not going to teach anybody anything else but allopathic medicine in these schools.
And they
medicine industry.
What was it they used to call the old chemists or drugstores? Apothecary. Yeah, the Romans shut down all the druids. It was the first people they went through, and all the natural the people that knew all about, the men and women that knew all about natural remedies. They just shut that down.
Right? Yeah, see, my grandmother taught me about all of this stuff. She was the one that took me through the woods, showed me these things, told me what they did. And I just remember a lot of it.
And if you wanted a remedy, you had to go to the apothecary, which was just another money-making machine. All the natural remedies were, what do they call it?
Petroleum-based medicine. They came in and patented all the stuff off the homeopathic cures, used it for himself.
Well, what they do is they try to poison people in order to cure them, and that just doesn't work. Right. What you do is you give your body what it needs in order to get rid of what it doesn't want.
They don't want to cure people. They want to get you sicker.
Yeah, well, they can't make money on on non-sick people.
Why can't they can make you a lifetime customer?
They boil down to nothing but more. It's nothing more than a histamine reaction. Some of them will get stuck inside of you and they replicate. It's kind of like what it does is it disables part of your enzymatic system. Some of these chemicals do, and they can't make these catalysts and other things to neutralize whatever it is. And that's where you get the so-called autoimmune disease. It's not caused by a little tiny thingy thing. It's caused by toxicity and basically allergic reactions, like abnormally folded protein, like something like say like a peanut allergy, as I've explained before. Like that gets into you and it causes an allergy. There's really no difference in that abnormally folded protein and someone detecting it as toxicity as another abnormally folded protein and detecting it as toxicity, because those things are not living things. They're just toxins. It's what they are. It's a histaminic reaction, an allergic reaction.
Flat Earth. I'm just trying to steer back so we don't get in trouble, dude.
I'm not saying anything like dangerous. I'm just kind of like,
dude, you're offering medical advice.
You're
off topic.
Medical misinformation and vicious hate speech.
Yeah. It is, because that's what they call it. But we don't want this channel to be struck. I'm sure Helio's already on a couple strikes, dude.
How dare you give people an alternative which may actually work?
Right? How dare you don't filter the people to Big Pharma? Got it. You bastard.
I trust the science.
There we go. That'll cover it.
Talking about science and men in white coats. That's what I call them.
Hey.
Okay.
I really want to talk to Flat Earth Philosophy. I'm pumped that Dubé even emailed me back, gave me the time of day.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
I mean, it is cool.
Lesser people have responded with less already, right? You took the time. Also, who's that astrology guy that we love? Santos?
Santos.
Yeah. He said he would come with us in December, and I said, sure, book it.
I love him. He's awesome. He's very knowledgeable. He knows his shit. I vouch for him.
He was in the next level too, right? Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
Massive respect for that guy.
He's awesome. He's good, Pete. I get good vibes.
Yeah, you're to Bella to come here, like I said, tomorrow for the Flat Earth Lady. Is it tonight? Flat Earth Ladies night? Yeah, and
she counts as one of the boys, though. How could she do both?
Patricia would be really good, because Patricia would really enjoy talking to Level Up or Bible Literalist. She would really enjoy talking to her. They would get along real well.
Shit, that's all the female Flat Earthers that we know. We named them all.
Well, at least we named them.
True.
Shit. Dude, Psycho Joe was on. He's still apologizing.
Is he? Poor dude.
I just seen that first thing you posted about sheeple there, Shane. Did you ever hear of a guy called Carl Vernon?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I listen to his stuff all the time. He has his little Clown World videos and stuff. I love that.
That's brilliant, man. I bought a shirt off him the other day. That one that says, I see dead people. I see stupid people. With the little guy from
Yeah, he's on Odyssey. He never responds to comments or anything, but he always posts his videos on there.
Oh, they're brilliant. And so the sheeple one, he's actually, I think I'm going to get this next. He's got the one where, the evolution of man, from monkey and an upright man. And at the end, it's a little sheep.
Exactly, right? That's the final evolution of mainstream nonsense. That's what you get.
Yeah.
It's a little sheeple. Congratulations, you evolved.
You have evolved into nothing.
That's a good one. The sheeple. What do you call it? Oh, just follow the asshole in front of you and don't ask questions.
And there's that other meme where I think they're taking us into that big house and fucking kill us. There you go again with your stupid fucking conspiracy theories.
Guys, I swear to God, the dog and the shaman are working together. Shut up, you crazy.
That shit's funny.
There's a good quote that goes, "The sheep spend their whole life fearing what the dog, but end up being eaten by the farmer anyway." Good metaphor in that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. Or you can drown sheep full of knowledge, but you can't make them think.
Oh my goodness, that's brilliant.
Is that a rap song?
Dude, I have Katsura gave me his 3,000 memes, and I added my 3,000 memes, categorized, titled, searchable. It's wonderful.
Oh,
That sounds like something Flat Earth Saints would say.
I have to say, I really enjoyed his debate with McToon.
Oh.
Or no, was it Fight the Flat Earth? I can't remember which one it was, but that was hilarious.
Who's?
Latter Day Saints.
I fucking love that guy, dude.
And he
handled Craig expertly. He was talking, being a dick. Didn't answer one question the whole interview. It's like, that's how you do it, dude. I told him so. I had to chase him down here and tell him how impressed I was with that.
Nice. Yeah, that was pro, man.
He starts talking. He starts talking to the troll sometimes. He's just rambling. He's just monologuing, but it's funny. I'm pushing myself, and the trolls they don't know what to fucking do.
It's so funny, dude. When you can't fight logic with reason, you just what? You start eating, and chewing, and smacking, and I love it.
It kills him with comedy.
He really does. He went in there with a goal, and he accomplished it tenfold. I went in there blind and just winged it, right? Opposite of that.
Well, that's your MO, Shane.
I should have done what I said I was going to do with McToon. I should have just read that intro and just dropped the mic and said,
I love how we all call him McToon, even though we know it's MC Tune. We purposely don't say it because fuck you.
33 Tune.
We purposely don't say it because fuck you.
He thinks we're too dumb. No. We're purposely smearing you, buddy.
No, he's a cunt.
He's a cunt. He's a cunt.
Flat Earth dude would say, "Fuck off."
I like that.
Fuck you.
On the other hand, I'm in all their Discord too. They're very helpful to me when I'm proving their nonsense. They help me do it.
That's brilliant.
But hey, you can just read my intro and just beat McToon in a debate.
No, dude. Alex, what's his name? Alex Stein made him rage quit. I couldn't get over it. And then for another hour and a half, it's still going. I'm like, what's the rest of the show? It's just him dicking off still. The guy's awesome. You can't troll the troll, dude.
Can't troll the troll.
I mean, I think he's a little controlled mouthpiece kind of deal. If you watch that video that I sent earlier, the 3-hour one, you'll see what I mean.
At what point do you think I have 3 hours that I haven't been talking to you to watch that, buddy?
Right? I know, right?
Yeah, you're missing out. Like, that's a good one.
Hold on.
That's a keeper. I downloaded it and everything and kept it. That's a keeper, for sure. I almost was afraid to repost it on my channel because of the stuff that he talked about.
On Odyssey?
Yes. I was almost afraid to repost it on there because of the stuff that he talked about. If that
Okay, all right. I'm watching now. Now I have to. Anyway.
Yeah, just at your leisure. But yeah, that was an eye opener. Very, very much. I mean, I already knew most of the stuff.
You already know everything. You're so smart.
And I just have a lot of time.
I feel other people don't push your buttons, so I will.
Yeah, but smart and just having a lot of time and not being distracted. And everybody's smart if they get right down to it. Some people are just fucking lazy or they're either distracted.
Men in Black put it best, dude, right? He goes, the person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, ignorant animals, and you know it.
Agreed. It did. I caught that when that movie came out. That's fucking, how long ago was that? 20 years ago?
Yep. Because I was in middle school.
I caught on to that. I caught on to that back then. I was like, what are they trying to tell people?
You all have been awake far too long. I would have gone crazy by now, shouting into the void. I'm glad I woke up towards the end.
Dude, I feel bad for the people who are gonna lose their brains.
Anyway,
I enjoy watching people when you tell them stuff and you prove it to them and you see their jaw drop and they just go, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, well, yeah, you watch the WTF happen. It's pretty good. Like Plasma with the Stonehenge, dude.
Yeah, poor Plasma. You know, I would really like to get Plasma to come in here and talk to Witsit because
He doesn't
you know
go anywhere, dude.
Plasma
He
was a
doesn't
physicist.
Yeah, he doesn't go on any platform though, and his only Matrix thing is something he wrote. It's the most ridiculous thing ever.
Witsit don't give a shit, but Plasma would be good.
Have Witsit figure out Matrix IO, buddy.
Well, he's sitting on the fence about flat Earth, and he's a physicist, so he's very knowledgeable of the information that Witsit would have to.
I'm just saying, the platform he's on, no one can get to because it's an IO script for freaking what do you call it, Linux, right? No one knows that. Witsit doesn't know that. I don't know.
Oh yeah, well he has people like call in sometimes, I think, and he talks to them on the phone and links it through.
Do we all know Stonehenge is fake, everyone? Anyone?
But yeah, it would be cool if you could, but I don't think it's going to happen though.
What, Stonehenge? Yeah, what about it?
The same.
I like Plasma talking to Witsit, but it's just Plasma's one of those people that are right on the fence, and it's like
no, he's not, dude. He's well on his way. He said, "I'm not a flat earther," but and I went, "Oh, let me stop you there." We all start out saying that. Just saying.
Welcome to flat Earth.
When you preface your statements with "I'm not a flat earther," but it just means.
I told him about gravity, like he was like he didn't know what to say because he had never thought about it the way that I had presented it to him.
When you start pushing him, he'll get there.
Well, I mean, that's what I did. I set the wheels in motion. He's pretty cool about like being open-minded. You know, this is the same guy that punched a demon in the face while he was tripping on DMT, for God's sake.
Right. That's better in my respect, dude.
Fight or flight.
Well, it's like if you're on a trip and you see the devil, and your first impulse is not to run, but to punch it in the face. We can be friends.
Yeah, like our friend Plasma, he was tripping, and he was walking down the street, and he saw a box with an apple on it. And he said for some reason he saw a demon come out of it because I guess it was like the Adam and Eve apple thing that triggered it. And he's like, I punched the demon in the face.
You butchered that story, buddy.
Well, I tried.
I don't know. Crap, I can't even find him. Oh, Plasma. There it is. Here's this channel.
Yeah, he has fun live streams. He'll do a live stream for like 12 hours.
Yeah, he does it. He's like Sanchez.
That's hardcore, man. He used to sit there, and every time he would drink a beer, he'd put a picture of the beer up on the screen. And by the end, he'd have like 14 beers on the screen.
That's pretty funny. Here's a good video from him that shows up. It's called Everyday Rebellion. He did it way back. Everyone should watch it. It's excellent.
Is it excellent?
It is quite excellent. And my bar for excellence is quite excellently high.
Yes, I know. It means something.
Yeah. We got some new people in here. What's up, y'all?
Yes, y'all.
Well, we're all the new people. We're just the ones that are talking right now, is all.
Yeah, we're the
free place to talk. Okay.
We're the annoying new people. Let's have the nice new people talk.
Oh, come on, annoying. Yeah, well. I talk over people. I don't mean to.
Yeah, you're a dick.
Fuck you, cunt.
Y'all gonna get this channel shut down.
Right? Family tile, dude. Family channel.
Oh no, you should hear some of the screaming matches that have been. No, we're. I think we're okay. I think.
But it's not our channel.
You're not supposed to use the C word. You're supposed to use very amorous gentleman.
Oh.
In replace of the C word.
Oh, okay. I can say see you next Tuesday. That's what I always say. See you next Tuesday.
Yeah, that's good. You could use acronyms.
As long as they're on anagrams.
That's not an anagram, it's an acronym.
I know, but I'm just saying, don't.
See you next Tuesday. You can't.
You ruined it, but I love it.
Well, the U's not a word technically, but whatever.
Red-Eyed Jedi. I love that name. Are you a Star Wars person, or
I
happen
was
to
a
be?
Star Wars person.
And then you went Flat Earth and you couldn't enjoy it no more? I'm with you.
No, I just enjoyed the first couple, the old ones.
So when Disney took it over, you mean? Yeah.
And then they added Jar Jar Binks, and I hated it.
Right. I like the gray-eyed Jedi idea, though, from the books that they never put in the movie.
I never read the books.
What? Never played the games? You just watched the old school trilogy?
You know, I played TIE Fighter and X-Wing back in... It's a really old game.
How about Knights of the Old Republic?
No, I heard good things about that, and yeah, the Old Republic. I hear good things about it, but I've never tried it. I just like the name for interpretive reasons.
Do you
I
Twitch
get all
stream through?
sorts of no.
So you want to track it to like the Sith lore of the Old Republic and Sith as a whole, and the Rule of Two and all that stuff?
Is that from the books or is that from like?
Honestly, I can't differentiate in my head anymore. I was a huge Star Wars nerd. It might be from a book. It's definitely not from the three main movies.
Yeah, I never read the books. I watched some of the what is it called? The
Clone Wars?
the Clone Wars. Yeah.
That cartoon for kids, not really for kids. Nice.
Yeah. It was all right.
Yep. Once you get past the cartoon nature, it told really good stories. And had the best Yoda duel, too, I've ever seen.
Shane trying to be Jabba the Hutt over there.
Trying to be. Bitch, they modeled them on me.
Trying to be. You're funny.
Okay. Truth scene. Jabba the Hutt's palace with Leia, Carrie Fisher in that bikini. I'm done. Sorry. I swear to God, if you say tranny, I'm disconnecting.
I'm waiting for him to say tranny.
That's a good one.
He thinks
no fucking way.
Nah, just the Hollywood people and some of the people in politics, but the rest of the world, man, not so much.
Good. Whew. You guys ever
a man used to be a woman, translated back to a man and a woman.
You guys ever seen Probably Alexandria on YouTube?
I have. I saw.
I know you have.
A while ago.
I'm asking for these people here. Has anyone ever heard of her but us?
She's got good content. She makes you think.
Nope.
No.
She's one of the best. Let's see, what do they call them? Freak Mason into back the holes, the back. She does a really good. Her Flat Earth episode is really epic, but mostly she does like cult stuff and secrecy and unweaving the whole thing. Definitely worth a watch. Let me link her channel for you. Surprised she's still on YouTube. Yeah, and also she's not bad to look at. Just my personal opinion.
What do you mean?
I'll show you.
Huh?
She did some yeah, here we go.
She's cool though. She's very intelligent.
Very.
Oh, probably Alexandra. Yeah, I know her.
Right. You just see her face and you know.
Yeah, blonde hair.
Yep.
Skinny. She had a lot of health problems growing up. She's anorexic, whatever. Yeah, that's her.
Yeah.
That's one of her best videos ever, right there.
Yeah, she's great. She breaks down the apocalypse and all that there.
All sorts of good stuff. 100%. One of my idols.
Yeah, I like her.
You're funny, Shane.
You'd marry her in a heartbeat, Shane.
I didn't say that, but yeah.
Well, I would. I just did.
Right.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Hey, buddy,
Morning.
what's going on? Is it morning? It is.
It is. It is 4:12.
Depending where you're at in this world.
Guten Morgen from Europa.
Well, just like some new people in here. I haven't seen most of you in here, but some of you I have. Does anybody in here think that the Earth is a globe? If you just joined this server,
The new people I brought, I think, are from my home base, so they're all super flat earthers, like Belladonka and Jarky are from me.
We got another
new.
Yes.
So that's cool.
okay.
I didn't. We are not spinning.
Let me get you guys some tags. Who's that?
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Yes. Hello.
Belladonka's been with me for 2 years. Stark has been with me for 2 years.
All right, give me a second here. I have flat earth there. All right, Belladonka, you've got flat earther. Jarky has flat earther, doesn't he?
What does that rule actually mean for someone who doesn't know Discord? If you could.
What, flat earther?
Yeah, or any of the other rules that we have here.
Well, okay, I'm just assuming. Do you know what flat earther means?
Of course, but I mean, like,
you can click on their name and you can tell whether they're a flat earther or not. That's what's kind of cool about it.
All right.
Makes it easier for the people who have been here for a while not to assume somebody knows something, but also it kind of divvies up the support. So if I've seen that there's like everybody in here who's a flat earther, I won't chime in because usually if people carry on about certain topics, I'll know whether to gauge them based upon the tags that they have in here. So the tags in here usually are for more of support type.
Gotcha.
So it gives us a better indication.
I was trying to figure out if the tag bestowed powers with it or something you couldn't do.
It does. Well,
I'm not even BC certified, actually. I just tagged this flat earther.
No, it does. It does when you start actually like being in here more, and people actually know how you handle a conversation. And if you're not able to handle yourself really well within a context of like whatever conversation that's going on, then you remain a flat earther. So if you start moving up like silver and gold, and then mod, then we know that you're able to, or you're a veteran at like handling a conversation and not being able to get derailed.
Yeah, we've debated before. We've debated like McCoon, and he's debated like
let him go through it
and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. We've all had our run-ins with these so-called
anti-flat earthers, right? Yeah.
The anti-flat earthers, and you got people who actually call themselves flat earthers who wind up being like concave earthers in the very end. So there's a lot of people who hide under the guise of being a flat earther, and then all of a sudden you have a conversation with them and you find out they're not.
That's a very robust explanation, sir. Thank you very much. I really was kind of picking at that from the side, but since I got here.
No, it's actually been like a journey for all of us. We've been in here. One thing we're very, very vigilant at is like people that come in here and use this platform for their own personal kind of like talking platform, and it's not. This is a very open platform for everyone to come in here and ask questions about the shape of the earth. So we have like tons of other rooms for other kinds of conversations. And I'll give you an example. If it becomes like a religious topic, like it can veer off into that because of the nature of the conversation, but it doesn't necessarily go into the in-depth side of like religious ideology. So if that does veer off into that, it usually we tend to recommend like the religious chat channels that are down there, or if it has totally nothing to do with flat Earth at all, like we try to relate that to the chill chat channel, which everybody can have any conversation they want, just not in this particular one where the live stream is running, because of the fact that we want to showcase to the world that there is no evidence for the shape of the Earth. Unless somebody comes in here and saying that they have evidence, then we go ahead and talk about it. But other than that, it's usually more geared towards that. So if there's any other conversations that usually need to take place, it needs to be. And sometimes, mind you, it gets a little boring and we get into sidebar conversations, which is okay. But for the most part, it's people actually digging into and exploring the mindset of people thinking that the Earth is a globe. So yeah, it's. But yeah,
which is also a fascinating topic.
Well, extremely fascinating. I mean, because you never know why people actually think that the Earth is a globe until you have that conversation. And we got ranges of like intellect from, someone who's just saying, globe, Earth globe, to others who actually debate the topic. I don't want to say eloquently, but they can actually get into the finer points of like, radius, diameter, circumference, and that sort of thing. So they can really challenge people on some points, educators and the like.
I just look at someone like Flatty and I see he has 17 titles, and I was like, I don't know what any one of those mean. So that really helps me a lot, man. Thanks.
Yeah, it just helps a little bit of discernment. Like you can actually start to see who's who, sort of.
Right.
So you actually get. I mean, they have roles in that, but until you actually start talking to them, then you know.
Right. Yeah, we see new people every day, but I've only been here like a week, so I mean, I'm still new to almost everyone, I think.
Oh, well, welcome to the server. But yeah, definitely. If you haven't been here like for some time, just kind of get used to everybody that's in here, because everybody here has got like their stripes for being in here, and I mean that in the sense of like we've had the conversation with like just all walks of life, and so many different types of like people who were globe earthers became flat earthers, or even some of them who call themselves flat earthers who are not. So it's really a minefield in here if you don't know how to navigate conversation. And sometimes people mistake like people talking and getting assertive for being angry,
right?
Because they've never dealt with a conversation of this nature. So because people, I mean, they tend to get visceral when you talk about the shape of the Earth. I mean, extremely. So yeah, I mean, it's a big topic, man.
I've bring down the hammer a couple of times. Just ask Shane. That's my only weapon is a sledgehammer.
Well, yeah. I mean, what forums have you guys been talking on? I mean,
we exist everywhere but YouTube. So like Odyssey, Rumble, BitChute, Radeon, RoxyTube, everywhere YouTube's not. That's where we're from.
I mean, we've been on YouTube with like McToon, and he's done. You did fight Craig. I won't have anything to do with Craig. I think he's a piece of shit. But
we did the gauntlet essentially, and then found you guys. So backwards ass.
Oh, that's great. And so you guys had like a YouTube show, like you would invite people on, and that's good.
Yeah,
stuff.
We do a Zoom call. We always have open participants. We did some with the Bible analysis. We did a whole bunch of David Weiss ones. We did. Really, anyone who want to come talk to us?
I heard you a couple of times.
Yeah.
No, that's great. And the more exposure that people have to their, their thoughts of like what they think the shape of the Earth is, it kind of gets them to think about it. And yeah, that's great. Anybody doing that kind of work is honorable. You furthering the cause, because I think more people don't really understand like the importance of it. They're like, well, why is it important? I put on one leg at a time on my pants, and like they don't really see.
That's what I tell them. It's like the Project Bluebeam, aliens, asteroids from outer space. Nah, I'm not gonna attack that narrative before they ever start it.
Dude, I pinned my comment to that response. Why does it matter on every YouTube video on BitChute? It's called the global pinned comment. It's beautiful. Every time I post, you get my little two cents. It's not the shape that matters. It's not the lie. Understanding of where we live changes everything. Here's how. Difference between humanity thinking they're meaningless, unimportant specks, floating through space, surrounded by trillions of others just like it, or Book of Humanity understanding we're created, has a creator, and are divine, special, and powerful, and connected, right? No one has any authority over you. You do not give to them, etc., etc., etc. The people in the first world prone to hedonism, materialism, atheism, selfishness, and evil. And the opposite would be people who are generous, giving, selfless, and good. There you go.
That's awesome.
That's a great summary. But yeah, there's a more psychological point. I guess what I would say is when people actually have one mindset of the topic. So doesn't have anything to do with the intellect, but more of a kind of I would say moral, because they want to feel like they know what's going on. But if you tell them that there is no empirical evidence, that can be falsified, it really rubs them the wrong way, because they've thought all their lives that they knew that the shape of the earth was a particular way.
Right.
Well, they lived in that consensus-based reality, and that's what it is. They've gotten stuck inside of that, and it's like Pavlovian conditioning and Stockholm syndrome, basically.
For sure, but people like Phil Bell who ego identify with their role.
Oh, I've had to run every Phil too.
But I mean, like as an example, he couldn't change back if he wanted to. His whole self-identity is wrapped up in the globe, right?
Phil hates me. He's
a professor, isn't he? He's still
he's a physics professor. Absolutely, we've had him on a couple
times. The ground on Gravity. I just destroyed him.
I don't let Jarky and Phil in the same room.
Well, it's good. He needs a good wallop every now and again, man. Because
he listens to all you. He creeps you all the time.
I know. Yeah, it's good. That's good. That's good. I want us to, all of us, to have like a rental space in his head, because he needs to have that kind of awareness. Out here are critically thinking about it and not just accepting, rhetoric.
I like friends on both sides. Like I got friends on McToon server, friends on Craig's server. I'm friends with them still. I didn't burn no bridges. I really want friends on both sides because I want an actual discussion, not an ad hominem attack on each person, right?
Yeah, that's what I do.
It's just hard to have a scientific discussion or something with someone that believes that science doesn't prove anything.
Even Kosho, I like Kosho.
Yeah, Kosho's alright as a person, but as an intellect, he's maybe not holding all the, or not holding all the. What's a good term for this?
One card short of a deck.
Well, maybe that's
two in the shed.
Yeah, I suppose it's a small example.
We've had him kind of ramble on about nothing. So he was in a response. I mean, it was the most non-answer kind of thing that it was really just like a word salad. And at the end of it, you're just like, what was he talking about? Like, there really wasn't any kind of coherent, point to it. It's just him saying things and
verbose, saying lots of words with nothing, no meaning.
Yeah, which made him aware of it. Be like, did you know that you really didn't have a point? Like, you just said things.
Slam the hammer home, man. That's what I do. Just slam the hammer home. Condense it into a constructive and informative piece of information that you can get across real quick and feed it to them, because people, especially Globers, their attention span's nothing. So it's hard to keep their attention span. So you have to feed them little bits at a time, because they don't understand this stuff. They really don't understand how scientific law works. They don't understand that gravity, the two types of gravity actually cancel each other out, that they actually it's the Coriolis effect. They don't know the meaning of it. They don't know or understand the black swan. They don't understand the star movements.
You reach them by not saying those things, though, right? You got to reach them where they're at, man. That's why, like, when a Glober comes in, I'm the only one who wants to ask him, what's the biggest reason you think you live on a ball? And then we start there. We don't throw black swan at him, right?
I'm like, what proof do you have of a globe? Can you give me one piece of proof, and then I'll just debunk them one at a time?
No, you're still trying to attack them, dude. You got to be their ally, not their enemy. I keep so the big thing is they aren't our enemy here, right, guys? The Globers aren't our enemy. You gotta remember that.
Exactly. Well, no, I feel like I'm in an instructor sort of educational position. I've got
all your enemy, buddy.
But they're where we were 10 years ago.
Right. Yeah. The people lying to us are the enemy, not the people who were lied to and still stuck there.
Well, it's like that one little physics student that I talked to the other day, and he didn't even know a lot of the stuff that I was talking about, but he picked it apart, and and I felt so bad because he wanted to be like a NASA engineer or some shit, and I just blew his dream right up. But he understood what I was talking about, and I walked it through him piece by piece, like the gravitational equation. All I did was just break that apart and say, well, how do you weigh a planet? How do you get the mass of this? How do you get the G value? How do you get the R value distance between them when the inverse square law of light actually...
Most people citing gravity don't know any of the types. They don't understand it. They don't need to invoke the concept as scientism proof, right? You got to bring it back.
Well, this guy was a physics student for 6 years, so he understood exactly what I was talking about. So I tore apart the Einsteinian mechanics and the Newtonian mechanics and made him answer how he got those variables in those equations, and he couldn't do it.
Should have recorded that.
It's funny. It's funny because these guys will kind of probe you for like what knowledge you have, and I'm kind of proud to say that once people have that discussion with you and they're like, yeah, you tell me what college you went to, and like just so that they can get some kind of type of acumen from you, from what you know of knowledge base of whatever subject that you're talking about, and sometimes you can say, you know what, man, I'm just a janitor, but yeah,
that's just appeal to authority. I mean, that's all that is. It's just appeal to authority. It doesn't prove anything.
No, but in their circles, to them, that actually, because they look up to people with
indoctrination degrees. Yes, sir.
With degrees, and that kind of separate to them, it gives them the kind of idea that if you're going to have that conversation with them, and if you have, let's say, a PhD, then you are worthy of being able to talk to them about whatever material.
Yeah, those little letters don't scare me at all. I'll go straight up against someone, no matter what letters they have past their name.
No,
doesn't intimidate me.
It is what it is. It comes with the territory, but I mean, obviously, throughout the conversation, you'd be able to provide evidence and have them weigh out that evidence. But because of that fact, we're in this specific discussion. It entails people asking those questions, or they probe you for what religious state you're in, and that sort of thing. And it's really those are the questions that are like preempted before a conversation to them that need to be answered for the conversation to continue. And it's like
them to even listen, right?
At the end of the day, because it has nothing to do with the topic.
Well, you don't handle a 6-year physics student the same way that you would handle someone who works at Kmart. It is about approaching them a different way because everybody's going to respond in a different manner. And I'm really trying to be patient with these people, but I just don't have patience for stupidity sometimes. Like Volpe, for example, and I'm sure you know who that asshole is.
Dude, you gotta meet them where they live.
To a wall. It's just I just back off and just go.
You got to meet them where they live, dude. In my experience, a different aspect of flat Earth woke up each individual person to it. Like what woke up for me might not mean anything to someone else. It's always different. The catalyst is always individual.
Kate plans.
Well, ridicule. They're going to get their ass handed to them.
Stop fighting. They're not the enemy.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like in terms of knowledge, in general, and you can see
there's no winning, bro.
Flat Earthers have generally more knowledge than the general population. And it doesn't matter what their discipline is. In general, we have more knowledge than they do. We avoid more of the traps that are set than they do. It's just, and it's a level of discernment is what it is, and we know that. It's
Alexandria summed it up, dude. Right? The difference between us has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Mostly, it has to do with our understanding that a small group of people have seized control of the government and infrastructure to use for not the benefit of the masses. That's the biggest divide.
Indeed.
Yeah.
We got Red Eye Jedi 88818. Red Eye Jedi. Is he a part of your team or?
Nope. We were talking about Star Wars a little minute ago, though.
So we're on about the topic of the shape of the Earth in this forum, Red Eye Jedi. What brought you to the server?
The search for the truth.
Really? Interesting. But so we're talking about truth here all the time, and in regards to the geometric shape discussion, where do you fall within that context? There has been a lot of assumptions, maybe kind of projected onto you, but do you believe that the Earth is of a globular shape?
I don't know what the globe is. It's and I think the whole point of flat Earth is not necessarily to prove that the Earth is flat or anything about its shape, but the fact that what we're being told is in fact wrong.
Right, but there you might have a misconception. That's the reason why I would like to have a discussion and maybe air out some of the things that you think are right or wrong, and then you can see kind of a mindset of somebody who actually does think that the Earth isn't a globe. But obviously, you're new to the topic. So, was there any points that you would consider talking about? Usually we just ask people what they think about the shape of the Earth, and then you go ahead and kind of tell us.
Is he new to the topic, or has he been thinking about it for like 6 years?
Oh, he's been here for like 3 hours.
No, so I'm new to the server, but I'm not new to the topic. I mean, what do you?
Is there any strengths that you would? Is there any arguments that you would want to strengthen for yourself, or anything that you think?
So how is it? How are, I guess, compasses justified?
How do compasses work? Basically, on a flat Earth, is that the question you want to ask? Because I mean, obviously, I know where you're going, without trying to step on a landmine. All right, so but don't worry about it, because like, if you want to say something in this forum, just be straight with it, and people aren't gonna, stop you from being straight.
I'm 100% straight.
All right, so you want to know how compasses work on a flat Earth? Well, the idea of a compass, or the concept rather, the use case for it, has always been known to work in the realm of the Earth being flat and motionless. But so we have a central location, a point where the needle will point to the north, right. And that's kind of the way that it works on the Earth. So there's no particular shape that you need to have in mind, just that the Earth itself has a needle that points north. It has no relation to a geometric shape.
But every direction away from the center itself, that's something particular to the flat Earth, right? And I put the visual in chat for you.
So there is an idea, however, that there's and I would say there's a lot of so maybe there's a level of understanding with the flat Earth, because the discussion has advanced already to the point where we're at. At the very beginning of the discussion with flat Earth, there has been this idea that an AE map or a Gleason's map would be the singular point that people would actually talk about in this discussion of the compass. But I've always talked to people about it, and it's like, you can't validate a Gleason's or an AE map. I don't know if there's flat Earthers in here who think that the Earth is an AE map. There is a concept that it could look that way, but it's not necessarily that. So if it is proposed that it is that, then I would ask the flat Earther, please validate that AE map in a way that we could all verify and solidify that as a talking point. If you can't, then you'd have to push that to the side and not bring it forward into like a conversation where we're asking Globe Earth proponents to do that as well. So that has been kind of one of the things that flat Earthers have carried on forward when they say that the AE map or the Gleason's is a talking point for the compass discussion, which we would say that the compass points north. It has pointed north on a flat motionless plane. Other than that, we can't tell you that the shape is a specific map type or whatever it is, because we don't know. A lot of people can say we do know, and I would argue the fact that we don't know, because if that was the case, there would be a map that would give us the gold standard for maps, and that would be the one we'd be using. But there isn't. So,
sorry, you said we have seen it point north on a flat motionless plane. Could you elaborate?
Well, here's a point for that: is you can't have a dipolar sphere, and if they have a molten iron core of the Earth that's generating this magnetic field, it can't generate that magnetic field because it's actually past a curing point. Yeah. And whenever you get like as far as the magnetic pole, the compass always points north. You ever notice that you can't go south, and the compass flips and points to the South Pole? So
have you verified that?
The South Pole's not here.
Yeah, so
we have a unipolar system.
All right, so I don't know, Red-Eyed, the idea of the compass. Now, what stumps you from that understanding of what I just said?
Well, I'm just nothing. You said that we have seen it point north on a flat plane.
It always points north. It doesn't matter the geometric shape. Like if you have a shape in your head, that's the reason why it points north. That's not the
curvature has nothing to do with that. I
yeah.
understand.
The point of the compass, it doesn't have anything to do with a geometric shape. Like, you're not going to know that if the Earth is a ball or a flat plane because of a compass. So I'm really just airing that out so that you can get to the next step. Because if you say that, well, because of a globe, then you have the side of the argument where people are going to be like, well, it's a compass works on a globe, blah blah blah, and I'm going to tell you the compass works on a flat Earth, blah blah blah. But you're going to be like, well, I know that it works on a globe, and we'll never get anywhere because the compass doesn't dictate the shape, the geometric shape of the Earth. So therefore, the conversation should lean towards it doesn't point to us to the geometric shape.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so is there any other questions that you might have? Like, you can bring up any ones you want, and I'll kind of move them to an area where you can either understand if it has something to do with the shape of the Earth or not.
Yeah, I mean, there's so I'm new to the server, right? But I've listened to a bunch of like podcasts that you guys had posted on I guess it would be
YouTube.
iTunes. No, not on YouTube. Just on like the podcast on my iPhone. I never listen to podcasts, to be honest. So I don't know what. No, it's not Spotify. That's why what I want to.
Yeah, on the Apple Podcasts.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I've heard all your debates with different quantum physicists, PhD physicists, and I guess I don't know if you guys are talking about the same Phil that I heard.
Yeah.
That guy got absolutely ripped apart, and he sounded like an absolute
moron.
Might be him.
Yeah. So well, yeah. Go ahead.
So my point is that there's a lot of things that I've already heard and a lot of things that I already question. So my point is that there's a lot of topics that have already been discussed through the podcast that I'm able to understand what is being said and the points that are being made. So I don't really have that many questions at this time.
All right. Maybe I'll throw out a few, and it'll kind of get you to think about maybe something you thought about. There seems to me, and I'm just only presuming, but you can go ahead and chime in anytime. I feel like maybe you're on the fence about a lot of things. So you really want to lean towards flat Earth. You just want more information to solidify your position. And I think that because of the fact that you maybe have like not everything fleshed out in your mind, that you don't want to lean one way or the other. So you want to kind of sit on the fence a little bit until you decide whether you think you can actually say that you know that the Earth is a flat, motionless plane. More information. And if I'm kind of not saying that correctly in your position right now, because it sounds that way, then I feel like you are leaning more towards like the arguments are leaning towards flat Earth.
Yeah.
Is that kind of where you're at right now?
Yeah. Well, like I said, my interpretation, right, of the entire flat Earth movement is that it's not necessarily absolutely stating that the Earth is 100% flat. It's just stating that the narrative that we're being told about the Earth, about its rotation, about the sun, about all that is false.
Okay. What do you mean about the Earth not being flat? Like, is there another direction you think we're gonna go from?
Well,
the flat?
It could just be a much larger body than it actually.
You mean a bigger ball?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so the bigger ball concept doesn't work because of the narrative. I'll go ahead and bring this to your mind. That has been discussed many times in the server. Okay. Bigger ball doesn't work because the narrative or the rhetoric that you've been taught and I've been taught is a set size of dimensions. So you got radius, diameter, circumference. Radius, diameter, circumference. That's the one thing you have to understand. this rhetoric isn't proposed by you or me. It's a set dimensions that the Earth is. Now that rhetoric, whether you agree or not, has been the one that has been championing the globe. So the globe model, I should say, it's not really a model, but the WGS 84 model that's going right, the CO oblate spheroid, has been purported to be the one that people actually lean towards when they actually talk about the globe. But you can't have a bigger ball because the set size and dimensions that they've given you and me has been the only thing that we can go on to actually say we have numbers to this ball. So when other people say it's a bigger ball, they have no leg to stand on. At that point, when you say that, you're in the realm of your own head. You don't. There's nothing to follow it that actually verifies a bigger ball. So you could either stay with the rhetoric and maybe die on that hill, or you move off to like it's not a ball at all.
I'm merely stating that I don't know.
Right. But what I'm saying is, and the reason why I take people through these points because I want to make sure that you realize that if it could be something else, it would have been with calculations and etc. But it's not, because there is nothing to verify the rhetoric, as in to solidify it being another idea that can be, because it has never been. It has only been the set size, the dimensions that it's been purported to be. So that's what we usually go with, and we actually tell people, it's like, if you want to have the discussion, either stick to the rhetoric or you don't have a discussion. Basically, it's like you can't say bigger or smaller ball. It can only be the set size that they say it is, right? 24,901 miles in diameter, right? Everything's got to be that size, or else you can't say it's bigger. So when there's a bigger ball idea come around, you have to actually meet it with the calculations and all these things. Well, not only that, but you throw everything else off, right? So when you talk about like how rockets went into space and moon shuttles and whatever else you got going on, everything has to deal with the radius was the specific size that they said it was, because you need the set size and dimensions of the Earth to be what the radius to be what it is, for you to have rockets to actually go around the Earth. What am I thinking of? What's the word when you're going out to low Earth orbit? You need to know the orbital mechanics of like the rocket to exit with escape velocity. Right. So if you don't have that, then you don't have knowledge of what you're on. You have to have that specific knowledge, and they, according to them, they need to have this information to get their calculations correct. And they do complicated maths and such to kind of, it's really mathematic jazz hands, that they actually show people, so they can show that they're actually going out into low Earth orbit and whatever, kind of make it more believable. But if that all math is based on the set size and dimensions, that means that you can't have a bigger ball, because they're setting all those complicated maths on top of the already specified geometric shape of the Earth. So when other people think, well, it could be bigger, well, it can't be, because then they would just say that everything that they were talking about is all null and void. So you really just hand wave dismissed everything that they've talked to you about the globe entirely. So that's why it's important to note that if somebody does purport that it could be bigger, then there would have to be the calculations, measurements, and all that to precede that. But if it isn't, then it isn't, right? So simple as that. So either it is the set size and dimensions that it is, or it's not.
Well, I mean, I suppose that's fair.
Sure. And to their, well, I wouldn't say to their credit, but more to their leaning towards their rhetoric would be that if people argue other things, then it has to be met with the same type of ideology as the globe was with the set size and dimensions that it is now, according to them. So, and so then we're into that kind of conversation. So we don't, in this particular forum, we don't leave room for what ifs and maybes. It has to be, you either know or you don't, and that's fine if you don't. But to say that it's something else, that needs to be met with the same type of concepts and ideologies that it was with the globe being the way that it is purported to be now.
Eric chops, we'll call it.
So you say that in order for it to be a bigger radius or whatever, that would change the math, right? Or whatever.
Oh, absolutely. It would absolutely.
Right. No, but hear me out. So how do we know that math isn't based off of a bigger?
It's all derived from the radius. That's all they gave us, the radius, right?
Diameter and circumference. Yeah, go ahead, Red Eye.
I got nothing. Because I mean, you are right. According to the what is it? Newtonian equations.
Well, we want to make sure that when it comes to how people think about, because you have to actually think about nobody can listen in this conversation. It's not like a tug of war where we're trying to match intellect.
No, I understand.
This is more of you have to come to the realization yourself, and if it doesn't happen, then you can for me, I'm happy with people just actually kind of hearing the points. But if you feel like this isn't for me, I think it's a bigger ball, and you go off your merry way. I don't know what you're going to be doing in life. If you would have think that the Earth is a globe for the rest of your life, or you want to actually stop and think, and you know what? I have never challenged myself and actually do that and challenge yourself on every point that you've been taught. I don't know that. The only thing I know is that I'm going to give you something to think about, and later on in life, if it does come, you want to come back in here and have more discussions or not. That's totally up to you. So, but what I will say is that when you think about this topic and other people talk about it, that if you haven't came to that realization yourself, you will never have somebody tug of war you into it in a conversation over a Discord. That's never going to happen. If that does happen, it's a huge miracle. It's somebody's won someone over with an intellectual conversation, but that really doesn't usually happen because of pride. I'm not saying you have it, but it's all human nature, right? Each and every one of us have pride. We're not going to admit that we were wrong. We would rather walk away and think about it ourselves and be like, that guy had a good point, or not, But that's not going to happen within the context of a conversation, usually. I would say more often than not, somebody has to realize it on their own. And truly, I think we want that to be the case. We want people to actually go away and verify for themselves, and then come back and be like, you know what? I did research for a while, and there isn't any relation to the geometric shape being the reality in which I live in.
Right.
And there's something simple you can actually do. So, and I would give that to you, but I don't know what you're thinking about right now. But yeah, think about the bigger ball didn't work, but if you have any other points that I think could be brought up, because obviously your mind has to flesh these things out, and this is the reason why I say if you have any other questions, because you do have to go through the process of thinking of things, and there's been some pretty staunch flat earthers who can take the point of look, here it is, man, knock down argument, there you go, think about it. But obviously sometimes people just need to work it out for themselves. Some people get there, just takes them a little bit longer.
But you'll never see them get there, right? Mostly you plant the seed, and then later when they're alone is when it blossoms, in my experience.
For sure. I mean, due to the conversations that you've had with them, I agree. To me, it doesn't matter either way. I'd rather just them be, being challenged. I love that people are challenged with that.
Right.
That's a sign of growth.
That's also when ego drops, though, is when you're not there anymore, and they're still mulling it over in the head, going, "Well, now they give it an honest, independent assessment, right? Mm-hmm. Now face to face with you, mostly."
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I don't. Usually, when people say they're on the fence, I would have that conversation with them because a lot of people do have that in here. Well, it used to be in the very beginning of this flat Earth movement, I would say, when we are having this Discord kind of put together and people coming in here. There's a lot of people on the fence, but we usually get them off the fence with critical thinking because you can't sit on the fence for too long. Obviously. We'll challenge each and every point, and then just leave it up to the person to think about.
How long were you on the fence for, man? When you started looking into it,
Nothing. It was an easy conversion for me. For me,
right.
personally.
Me too.
Hey, and you might want to keep an eye on the chat because we post a lot of stuff in the chat. Like if you're watching, that kind of are relevant to the conversation, or some of the stuff's not, but. Some of it we're like sitting in here talking about it as you're talking. So if you look in there, we'll post some things that give you a visual so you can kind of see what we're talking about. Or we might say something about, like I just posted something about the gravity stuff. And you can kind of see how it messes up all their math if you change the mathematics around or can't prove the radius value. And then you still have the problem of space being a vacuum and the distance to the stars and all of the other mess that goes along with it. So
sometimes visual gravy helps.
Just a bigger sphere, because you have all the other issues and flaws and violations of natural law that go right along with it.
So the radius is like that thread on the sweater. Once you tug it, everything unravels.
Right.
You really can't tug on the radius value and then expect for everything to be okay because of the fact that it's that thread on the sweater. Once you tug it, the sweater is going to fall apart. So you think of it as in you need that number for the globe to exist. It can't be a globe unless you have the radius. Once that you tug on that, it just unravels every single point, which is all what I was going to bring up. But I'll let the gentleman finish his point.
Which gentleman?
Red Eye.
I didn't have a point.
But it's good. It's good to challenge yourself, Red Eye. If you haven't, because I see you in here, and I know that's what's what is happening. To challenge yourself and think about what it could be. And
yeah, I was thinking when you were talking, I was thinking about this equation that Jarky posted in the chat.
Okay.
And what you're saying does make sense. So therefore, I mean that is a fair statement.
I mean, in my experience too, like the curve didn't prove anything to me because the lack of something suddenly can't be a catalyst for an epiphany. Like they've hijacked perspective, so the way that you see the world, they've convinced you is because you're on the globe. So for me, when they were like, "Oh, the curvature math proves it," I'm like, "Yeah, but I've always been able to see that far." That's how far my thinking went. Right? It's that deep.
Well, see, like that statement on there about the gravity, that's where I said I bring the hammer down and just nail it right there on an easy to understand statement that lays it out and questions every bit of that shit.
Yeah. There's definitely some good points, logically consistent in the terms of like flat Earth and globe Earth discussion. I do agree, Jarky. Some people aren't met on the same playing field, however, because how easy it is for it's a knockdown win for anybody to have a logically consistent argument. But it's also fair to be said that people will challenge that point to the nth degree because they feel like the Earth is still a globe. So that you do have a point, but at the same time, their idea or concept wins every time because the underlying premise that the Earth is a globe hasn't been destroyed. So it remains intact when you talk about a derivative topic like gravity. And I don't mean it in the sense of it's not important. I mean in the sense of it being laid on top of the presupposition that the Earth is a geometric shape.
Yeah, and they're relying on that appeal to authority, and you have to break them of that appeal to authority first. And that's a lot of times why people have to go through these steps to reach globe Earth, because they have to understand first that they're being lied to. They have to understand second how many things they're being lied to about. And then they have to understand that all of these people are really in it together. They even tell you right to your face, we're all in this together. Pay attention to these things. And if they have that discernment, they'll see right through it. It takes them a while to get there, and it's hard. And I understand what you're saying. It's hard for me to just slam them with something like that and then look at it and go, "What the fuck's he talking about?" Because sometimes they will, because they have no idea where that equation even comes from.
Yeah, gravity is built on the presupposition that the Earth is already a set size, a dimension, geometric shape, and so it's working on top of that knowledge, saying that no, it's not working on a ball. You're saying that it's not working on a ball, and somebody's saying it is working on a ball. So you guys are arguing on top of the presupposition, when at first the underlying premise of it being a geometric shape needs to be understood not to be that. So that is what that conversation is built on, and so is every other one. You can have a logically consistent point for Coriolis not being the force, or whatever conversation that leads off into. But that would be a derivative topic. It's built on the presupposition that the Earth is already of a set size and dimensions. So we can't have a derivative topic unless we understand that the Earth is of a specific shape or not.
The foundations of their house are built on
sandpaper, in a mud pit.
Right. And you point that out to them. That's the thing you're pointing out to them. That when their topics come up, and they will, you always because I don't disagree. Any flat earther that's worth their salt can destroy the gravity argument, for sure. But if you're still talking ball, then you're still talking other things can happen.
Mm-hmm.
So,
a very well thought out, well reasoned answer, man. I can tell you've done this once or twice before.
maybe once or twice. We've I've seen a lot of people who have been in this discussion for some time,
right.
And I can say that there are some well-known flat earthers that still get it wrong, like in the conversation. I can see why, because they haven't been in this specific forum. This is the greatest flat earth discussion on earth. Like I everybody that's in here, all like the people that you meet in here, they're the most logically consistent, the most I give them props basically, because I haven't been around a group of people like this, like anywhere. Like you can go to any forum. Like even there's some, like I said, well-known flat earthers who are still out there, and they're still getting it wrong. They're still got they're still showing the snow globe, and there's like this is where we live, and like all these guys who are even the well-known flat earthers, like people look up to, they're getting it wrong like all the time. And it's like, palm to the face, because you're like, man, we've advanced the argument, epic levels beyond whatever. Like now people come in here and we cut them to the quick because we're so good with it. And it's not something like we're boasting, like we're prideful about, but it's something that it's like we cut the fat a long time ago. We don't need any derivative topic. We just need to take them straight to the point, and then from there, it gives the mind like no way out. It's like no quarter for their mind to think about other things. And then it gets the mind to realize, okay, I really don't have an out. Like I'm thinking of every single way I can, and there isn't no escape. So the only thing I can think about now is to provide myself the evidence that it isn't a globe. And so it moves you from discussion to activist, to now me going out into reality and doing a line of sight test. And when you do that line of sight test, and then do all the mathematics or whatever the globe wants you to put on there with their curvature calculations and that, you're going to find out that it doesn't match reality. According to the rhetoric, you put all the values in with your line of sight test, you're not going to get the curvature that's expected ever. And so what that does, on top of the discussion, solidifies a point for a person to be a critical thinker. Not only a critical thinker, but a free thinker, because a lot of times people say that, that if you believe the Earth is a globe and you follow rhetoric, you're a free thinker. And I'm like, I think you guys got it opposite, because you're not freely thinking that. You're just believing whatever they're telling you. Now, here on the other hand, I'm actually investigating the point that they're telling me and then seeing that it's not. So I think I'm a bit more free to think that than you thinking that it is.
But also, every flat earther doesn't think through every argument, right? Like I was having a navigation live stream with another flat earther, and it stopped midstream when he brought up a compass because he hadn't thought out the navigation via flat Earth, right? And I went right to, well, there's only north, and got derailed completely into a debate about compasses and magnetism, right? So you don't know that everyone doesn't think through every argument. Why would they until they get challenged?
Interesting. Yeah, and it does happen that way. But yeah, iron sharpens iron, the Bible usually talks about, but in this sense, it does so in the conversation. We learn from each other, right? And we're always learning. So there never should be a prideful stance of like, oh, we reached the pinnacle. I'm always saying that we're advancing the argument. We're moving forward, that we're not using the old kind of style of, there's been a lot of things within the context of the flat earth conversation that some of the people who've been in this discussion haven't advanced forward. They're still hanging on to flat earth talking points that they don't realize they're not talking points anymore. Like we're like, whoa, where are we at in the conversation? Oh, wait a minute, we're not even using this anymore. Like, just, you know what I mean? Like, there's things that were not needed in the first place. I could usually point to some, but I'll give you a prime example, like the AE and the Gleason's map. That was a huge point for the flat Earth to actually bring up, because it was a model or a concept given to the globe Earth mindset to get them to think that the Earth isn't a sphere as they were taught. But I've always talked to flat Earthers. I'm like, all right, you're about to hand them over something that you yourself can't verify. Now, how much logical sense does that make in this conversation? You're about to give them something that you can't yourself say that you know is the actual true map of the Earth, because there isn't.
Right.
There's only certain aerial maps that of course, you got land maps and things, and maps do work, of course, but the map is not the land, and the land isn't the map. So I'm telling you, there's a lot of things that we've, as flat earthers, still carry and still want to use in arguments, and even sometimes they're a little bit stubborn to think that we're going to be able to continue using them. But that's okay. I mean, like, you still have the idea, right? You still know that the Earth isn't a globe. It's just that when using these ideas, you're going to find that you're going to be challenged more often than not. Like, you'll have and I've seen the videos, right? Well, flights don't work on a globe, and you see the guy with the AE map using a little plane going across, like, an AE map, and like, look, see, it works well here. But that still even isn't the right way to go about it, right? Because then I'll be like, okay, how do you know that this is what the bird's eye view from the top down view of the Earth looks like as where did you get this map? Like, how do you know that this is it? Like, isn't this just a flattened out globe?
Yeah, he shot my argument down immediately. He's like, well, you used the warped globe map to compare to the flat Earth flights. And I went, that's fair. All right.
Well, that's what I always say. Like, flat Earth maps are straw mans, and all you're doing is just handling them, and you're handing them an argument on a silver platter right there.
It's exactly that. It's exactly that. And they're gonna beat up that straw man and make you look foolish because you brought it up. And so, it sucks. It does. If any of us have actually brought that conversation up and we challenged the globe with it,
I can honestly say I never did. Not once.
I brought it to the pinnacle of scientism, McToon himself. I was like, oh, I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
Kids are not good for you.
Hey, it happens, man. But I mean, we live and learn, but at the same time, like, we must advance. We must advance the argument. Like, it's not something that we can still try to think that we're going to use the old AE and Gleason's and be like, well, maybe it didn't work with that guy, but it'll work with the next one. Like, that's wishful thinking. Like, it's either something we can validate and use as empirical evidence, or we can say this is not needed. Like, it isn't. So
the art is really simple. All we have to do is just prove it's flat. They have to prove all of these dynamics of spinning and space vacuums.
You've got to prove it's not a globe. Even easier.
That is flat, and that is that.
I like that. Yeah, but there's a lot of concepts. So Red Eye Jedi, I know that you've come into the server. Maybe there was a few things that you were thinking about, but we've had discussions with people, man, like on either side, and trying to refine the argument. But Yeah, this is a place where you can actually challenge those ideas. And there are some guys in here, like I would say Indio he's one of the most intellectually consistent people that you'd ever meet.
Who?
So Indio.
I gotta make friends with him.
Yeah, he's the owner of this server, this particular server.
Oh.
He wears the title. So this guy, yeah, we've learned from each other. We've been doing this for a while, but yeah, there isn't anybody like I think he would be like the top of the creme de la creme, I would say. Yeah, I give him props, man. The guy knows he can take apart the most intellectual person. So yeah, you really like. Yeah, we're just all friends in here that like have been through this argument so many times. Like QE's a good friend of mine. Like, yeah, we've seen it mostly all the arguments under the sun, like almost anything you can think of. But yeah, it's more like the future of critical thinking, like begins right here, because we get people to think about like things that they probably would have never challenged before, and that's good, right? Because you want to stay consistent with knowing what reality is and giving people better discernment, at least equipping them with better discernment.
Yeah, because we're like the instructors now. We have to teach them a totally new concept. Mm-hmm. They have to release that old science, that pseudoscience that's not based on any kind of validation. And they have to let go of all that math that we can like pick apart and debunk anyways.
Yeah, by logic and thought experiments just collapses.
And some of them, you have to collapse that wall first. Like I said, you have to break down that wall of trust between them and their authorities. And you have to tell them, look, these guys are not telling you the truth. Do you believe that every bit of history that they taught you in school is true?
Ooh.
And why would you believe that every bit of science they taught you is true?
What you say is true, sir, but people can't skip those integral holes, from my experience. It's the biggest e-brake for the Matrix, but can't ever make that anyone's first, in my experience. Right? Has anyone ever known someone who went right to flat Earth and then realized government, was a control structure, etc.? They just have to go the path.
I was in this stuff for a good 8-9 years before I found out about flat Earth, because we were all in the alien shit back then and talking about that crap. And then, like I told you, what kind of broke me is I saw that Mars rover, and then I found out it was in Greenland or whatever, and that was it. That was what kind of broke me. And I'm like, oh wow, look at this shit.
They refute that, right?
Actually, and then it had a flat Earth video right down below it, and I was like, these people believe this for a reason, and there are a lot of people that are starting to move in that direction. I'm going to take a chance and just look at one of these videos and see what they have to say. And I just sat back and watched. I didn't make any comments. I didn't argue with anybody. I didn't troll anybody. I didn't
form many opinions.
I read other people's comments. Yeah, and once you do that, you just find yourself you can't argue against anything that they're saying. That's why I never answered any of the comments. It's like I can't argue what they're saying. I can't.
They do flat earthers start as globe debunkers. Because I'm going to prove this nonsense right away, right? And that's the flat earther.
that's exactly right. That's how I ended up. I thought I'm going to go in here. I'm going to go into this thread, these flat earthers, and I'm going to take the absolute puss and have the greatest fucking laugh in history.
Right, and a week later, with no food. Where is this place?
2-3 weeks later, fucking flat earth. But the ego was a lot to do with it too. Like, I've never been one for ego, but I think, well, I don't know.
That's why I'm marveling at this place. Like, not only are you having a realization, you're doing it publicly in front of people, 24 people holding the opposing viewpoint. That's rough. Most people want to do that in private, right?
No way. No, this has to. Well, and the reason why is because people are like, dude, it's a globe, right? Like, I can tell anybody. I can be, put me in front of anybody. I don't care. I'll tell everybody it's a globe. And so they think that because of the fact that it's been the information so public that it is a globe, that we're just some kind of fringe group out here trying to like
Right.
Be some kind of like crazy trend, like another weird tinfoil hat kind of ideology. But it's like you're showing them publicly that it's like, dude, we have nothing to fear if we're on the side of truth. Which in your case, you're going to find more and more. You're going to be like not wanting to talk about topics. No, I don't want to talk about it. Because you know that if you do go down that path, there is nothing you can say that's logically consistent with reality. There isn't. And if you do feel like there is, we can show you why it doesn't make sense. Because anything the globe reports, whether it be like planets or orbital mechanics or whatever it is that they, sun, moon, and earth in an eclipse, whatever topic that comes up, doesn't match what we know from this specific reality to like what they think they like. The earth, the sun is a star, and the stars are suns, and it's like you've never seen the sun look like a star, and that sort of thing.
Here's a little story. Like 5 years ago, I said to my best friend, "Listen, it's not a ball." He's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And we sat and talked about it. And one of the things he said to me throughout the years, throughout the last 5 or 6 years, is they see the one thing you do is you don't fucking put it on anybody. You don't tell me. You don't argue with anybody or get upset about anything. You just say the things you say, and that's what you believe. And I didn't believe it for like 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years. And he said to me the other day, just the other fucking day, I swear to God, he says, "I'm coming round, bro. I am actually coming round. I think I'm actually turning into a flat earther." And do you know what I mean?
Sweet moment.
Yeah, just because of the way that you behave with somebody. He says, you're not the kind of person that's going to go out and impose your will on somebody else, get into an argument, become physical or abusive. You're just going to say what you say, have a laugh, make a joke. And you've done that for like 5 years. And you know what? I'm suddenly realizing I'm actually coming round to what you're saying. And it took him 5 fucking years, but he's there.
If anyone's seen Candles in the Dark, I highly recommend it. Because he goes through the process on how to get them to their own cognitive dissonance. You don't give your opinion. You don't throw them books. You don't give them videos. You don't give them any information whatsoever. You just bring them to their own cognitive dissonance, and they believe inherent contradictions already, and let them sort it out. It's exactly the intuitive way to do it.
Exactly. You just say what you think in your own fucking way, and eventually logic will bring them round.
Right. He also said there's 1,001 wrong ways to do it and exactly one right way, and you only learn the wrong ones by making all the mistakes.
Yeah, there's a bunch of young people that come in here and they throw around the words like science, and or they'll say that they're not a scientist, so they wouldn't know, and so they'll either put themselves in the realm of like this kind of lofty idea that science is the end all be all, like kind of thing, where this discussion actually should wind up being talked in. Like it's like you don't have to be a scientist to have this discussion. You walk outside every single day. You have the ability, and the knowledge to be able to piece together things in your world to make logical, consistent points. So you don't need somebody telling you what you can see with your own eyes. Like there has to be some way that you can have that discernment yourself. Yeah. You just equip them with the knowledge. Give them the tools. Give them the tools they need, and really. I hate it because a lot of times people come in here and they're like, well, I'm just too stupid. I can't. No, don't stop saying, like, don't ever put yourself, because that's what the world wants.
What they want, right?
Right.
100%.
Yeah. You're too dumb to even learn this, man. So you need to be this specific, intellect in order for you to be saying anything, So
yeah,
it's an abuse, man. It really is. It's an abuse.
People automatically shut off. I go back to the 1600s, bro.
Yeah, but because they bogarted the whole history of it. They think it's a 500-year phenomenon. It's way less than that, we think, right? It's a new deception.
Go back to 1491. Don't do that.
Hey, Flatter Day and Mrs. Flatter Day, what's up?
How you doing? I think I startled her when I yelled right now.
Startled me, dude. You loud as shit. Hold on.
I'm trying to try.
Shane and Flaherty, you guys could be fucking twins, bro. You sound a lot like.
That's who I thought it was at first. I thought it was Flaherty. Like Shane.
I chased Flaherty and Witsit here, man, individually, and then found all you guys. Bonus.
It's Flatter Day Saints and Jackie Day Saints.
I'm thinking that she's the primary and you're the auxiliary, to be honest.
What do you say?
I said she knows more than you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I've always said that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She writes the lyrics and I just rap them. You know what I mean?
Oh, so she does everything. Damn, dude.
Pretty much, yeah.
Maybe I think we want to talk to her. I'm just kidding, dude.
Or what about Flatter Day Goddess?
I was talking about your Craig masterpiece earlier, propping you up.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he couldn't say enough.
Are you talking about the drawing?
No, when you ate and told Craig better than he ever thought. You did a whole interview without answering a question. I was telling everyone how awesome I thought that was.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I liked it when you ate the banana.
With the peel.
I love the hat changes too. The hat
He was
changes.
so frustrated visibly. It was great.
Yeah. You're talking about the one. You're talking about the one with McToon.
No, after McToon, when you did Craig and you didn't answer a question.
Craig, yeah. Oh, dude, yeah. I got him good.
You. Yep. He rage quit you.
Yeah, he rage quit me. Yeah, straight up. So funny. If you know the whole story, behind why I got kicked off McToon's channel, though, and then I brought it up on Craig's channel, and he rage quit me. You know what's weird is the second after both of them rage clipped me and I disappeared off the screen, they both said it's kind of the same thing. Like, I clipped him, but both of them put their either their right or their left index finger and pointed at one of their eyes. Like, if you watch both videos, dude, I was tripping out on that. It could be just a coincidence, but just weird.
I accidentally publicized that, dude.
That's weird.
I accidentally put it on Rumble when we were talking about it.
What he did with me, I was doing my intro on the second debate. He took a drink out of a NASA cup. Then he took a drink out of a mason jar. Then he took a drink out of a tab can. And I'm like,
Yeah, he's signaling for sure, dude.
I don't think he has the capacity to subtly subterfuge signal stuff.
Yeah. You'd be surprised though. They're recruiting even lower on the totem pole than they used to recruit. You know what I mean? They got the junior Illuminatis.
What do you call that? Half-lights?
Like you got the Island Boy Illuminatis. You know what I mean? Look at that shit.
Oh my god.
Vanilla Illuminati?
I mean, just the most disgraceful, repugnant characters on the face. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the best pinnacle of scientism has to offer for flat Earth truth.
The little young Illuminati Freemason